extraordinary measures. Subsequently, no one knew what transpired. However, half a month later, Wu Xiaofei, who had been granted medical parole, mysteriously met with an accident and never returned. At least for Li Mingzhi, there remained a sliver of hope for freedom after 40 years, provided he survived that long. Wu Xiaofei, on the other hand, was lost forever. Meanwhile, the film Dominating the Ages had been released for a month, grossing $10 billion domestically and $15 billion internationally, totaling $25 billion worldwide. It had already shattered records for single-month earnings. Dominating the Ages surged ahead, leaving its competitors in a haze, unable to even glimpse its taillights. Films released concurrently with Dominating the Ages were engulfed in despair, as expected box office revenues plummeted, with many failing to recoup their production costs, resulting in substantial losses. Though not as disastrous as the epic failure Your Youth, My Memories, which suffered catastrophic losses, the situation remained dire. Nevertheless, fans of Dominating the Ages were jubilant, exclaiming its unmatched prowess. Undoubtedly, the pride of domestic animation, the ultimate ruler of all time, has transcended borders and ascended to the pinnacle of cinema. Even the films from the land of the rising sun must concede, with no semblance of a struggle in sight. The disparity is truly staggering. The ultimate ruler of all time stands as a formidable titan, eclipsing other commendable films that now pale in comparison. Whatever happened to the previously exuberant voices from Japan? Why the sudden silence? They should join the conversation. This masterpiece is invincible, and anticipation for the sequel is palpable. The current offering simply leaves us wanting more. Is there an insider among us? What is the production progress of the ultimate ruler of all time? Have new folders been created yet? Those speculating above may be overthinking. One must consider that the level of visual effects in the ultimate ruler of all time would require significant time, even for a financially robust studio like Sumo Animation. A suggestion arises to confine the production team until their work is complete. I have already watched the ultimate ruler of all time 3 times. The visual effects and storyline are of unparalleled excellence. Returning to ordinary films afterward feels utterly uninspiring, devoid of any emotional resonance. Watching films like Your Youth, My Memories is almost unbearable, as Li Mingzhi's acting is painfully awkward. I initially thought this would be a once-in-a-lifetime series. Yet, on August 1st, the second installment of The Ultimate Ruler of All Time is upon us, seamlessly connecting to its predecessor. The internet has erupted in excitement. My goodness! Has the production team at Shang Animation been invigorated? Their speed is astonishing. Or perhaps the sequel was completed long ago, merely awaiting release. Shang Animation's secrecy has been commendable. There was no prior information circulating online, not even promotional material, leading directly to its premiere. When I attempted to purchase tickets, I discovered that the tickets for the next 3 days for the sequel have already sold out, which is quite disheartening. I'm in search of a ticket, preferably from an adorable and charming girl. Not limited to just the realm of Xia, the Ultimate Ruler of All Time sequel is being released globally. Audiences worldwide are equally electrified. Furthermore, the simultaneous translation feature of the global smart chat app has eradicated language barriers, allowing seamless communication among people across the globe. Currently, the hot topic of discussion on the global smart chat app is the release of the second installment of The Ultimate Ruler of All Time. It is astonishing. I once believed that the apex of the animation industry was dominated by Japanese productions. However, it is now apparent that Chinese animation, particularly Shang Animation, reigns supreme. The first season of The Ultimate Ruler of All Time and the film have decisively outperformed Japanese animation. That is the true eternal masterpiece. I wholeheartedly recommend everyone to watch the second installment of the grand film Dominion of Eternity. It is undoubtedly a worthwhile experience. I have just emerged from the cinema, and to avoid any potential spoilers, I shall refrain from divulging the intricate plot details. However, I can assure you that it is an exhilarating watch that will leave you thoroughly satisfied. Both the visual effects and the storyline surpass those of the first installment of Dominion of Eternity, making it truly formidable. It is heart-wrenching. I long to see it. Unfortunately, I was a step too slow, and tickets for Dominion of Eternity are sold out for several days ahead. Even individuals from Neon Country cannot help but express their admiration. Reluctantly, I must concede that the quality of Dominion of Eternity is indeed impeccable. Although I have yet to view the second part, I have heard it is equally impressive. Let us support Mozhang Animation in producing more outstanding animated works. Chapter 151: Overwhelming Popularity. Tickets sold out. The second installment of the film Dominance of Ages has made its grand debut, seamlessly continuing the narrative established in the first film. Notably, the first film remains in theaters, resulting in both the first and second parts being screened simultaneously. Audiences can even watch the first installment and immediately transition to the second, achieving an impeccable flow. Inside a cinema, what on earth is happening? Why are there so many people today? A young couple gazed at the packed theater, the woman momentarily taken aback. The scene was astonishingly overwhelming, reminiscent of someone released from a deep mountain forest after decades, having not experienced the allure of cinema. Hey, you had no idea, did you? Her boyfriend, with a mysterious smile, explained. It's due to the release of the second part of Dominance of Ages. These folks are likely hoping to purchase tickets on site. However, it's a futile endeavor, as tickets for the coming days are already sold out. That's remarkable, the woman exclaimed, her face reflecting astonishment. The first Dominance of Ages was indeed captivating, with special effects that were consistently exhilarating, rivaling even the finest Hollywood productions. The production costs must be staggering. However, she soon realized something amiss and glanced at her boyfriend with slight concern. Given the immense popularity of the second part, did we manage to secure our tickets? She added. For a film like this, not watching it at the earliest opportunity would be unbearable. Of course, her boyfriend, as if conjuring a magic trick, produced 2 tickets from his pocket, speaking with an air of nonchalance. I've been keeping a close watch on the news regarding the second installment of Dominance of Ages. I purchased our tickets online the moment they became available. Now, let us head inside. Upon hearing this, the woman's face lit up with joy as she wrapped her arm around her boyfriend's. Making their way towards the screening room, she murmured, I knew you were the best. Had they not procured their tickets in advance, they would have been thrust into the throngs of eager patrons with a slim chance of success. The sheer number of people present was staggering, rendering ticket availability scarce. If it were up to me, the man observed the sparsely filled screening rooms with a hint of exasperation. Most of the showings should be allocated to Dominance of Ages Part 2. After all, that is the film audiences are eager to see. The interest in other films pales in comparison. That makes sense. The woman nodded earnestly. Logically speaking, this was indeed the case. In a world governed by the survival of the fittest, only the strong deserve greater screen time. And Dominance of Ages Part 2 is undoubtedly a formidable contender. The fervor surrounding the second installment of the remarkable film Dominion of Eternity is undoubtedly built upon the solid foundation laid by its first season and initial movie. As the 2 individuals entered the screening room, they adeptly located their 2 adjacent seats on the ticket. Though not perfectly positioned in the center, they were still quite satisfactory. After all, the second part of Dominion of Eternity has become a sensational phenomenon, and hesitation would likely lead to a swift sellout. Choosing the perfect spot might soon prove impossible. What a bustling scene. The woman stood and surveyed the packed auditorium, murmuring in astonishment. It's completely full. Typically, a regular film is considered successful if it fills half the seats. Yet this screening was entirely occupied, highlighting the immense popularity of Dominion of Eternity. As the 2 settled into their seats, the film commenced. Meanwhile, in the prime viewing area of the auditorium, Suemo and Lu Ruorua sat with utmost seriousness. Suemo had not previously scrutinized the second part of Dominion of Eternity, but with the advent of AI-generated special effects, he felt no trepidation regarding the quality. This Dominion of Eternity is truly a sensation, Lu Ruorua remarked, gazing at the bustling hall. Unable to suppress her admiration, the demand has far outstripped the supply. Even with the cinema's efforts to increase the number of screenings, every showing was fully booked. It was utterly astonishing, a marvel beyond belief. It is no exaggeration to declare that Dominion of Eternity has achieved a status of cultural phenomenon, with its quality touching the zenith of the industry. Both its special effects and storyline are unparalleled. Indeed, Suemo responded with a hint of resignation. It's immensely popular. It had reached a point where even he struggled to procure tickets. ultimately relying on insider connections to secure 2 prime seats. As a significant benefactor behind Dominion of Eternity, such privileges were to be expected. Shoo! Lu Ruo placed a finger to her lips, whispering, "It's about to begin." Suddenly, a figure burst through the door, seemingly disregarding the ticket-checking process, as cinema staff shouted behind him, "Sir, you cannot enter without a ticket. Please step outside." The situation was dire. This individual had recklessly charged in without regard for protocol. "Of course, I will buy a ticket," the man declared, appearing exhilarated. As he handed a 100 yuan note to the cinema staff with utmost seriousness, "This is my ticket money. No change is necessary." But the tickets for Dominion of Eternity are completely sold out, the cinema staff lamented, feeling quite exasperated as they explained, "If you wish, you may come back another time." Naturally, this was merely a hollow suggestion, as the cinema had already sold tickets for several days ahead. Thus, do not mention coming tomorrow, even if it is the day after. All tickets will be sold out. The pressing matter at hand is to escort this unexpected gentleman out. Otherwise, it would disrupt the viewing experience for the audience here, which would be quite troublesome. No need. The man earnestly waved his hand and simply sat down in the aisle, stating, "I can remain here. I won't disturb anyone." It was truly exasperating, as he yearned to see the second installment of Supreme Command through the ages. Alas, all the tickets were sold out, leaving him with no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. "Sir, this does not comply with our cinema's regulations," a staff member said, pressing his forehead in seriousness. "Please accompany us outside." Meanwhile, he also intended to return the $100 he held in his hand, as that money was indeed quite burdensome. Chapter 152. Disregarding the rules, alleging monopoly. The second installment of the film The Unyielding Epic has remarkably inherited the exceptional qualities of its predecessor, achieving unprecedented global acclaim in an instant. It has become a phenomenon of both critical and box office success. The production team finds themselves in dire straits. Whilst the cinema chains are unable to conceal their delight, they have graciously allocated the majority of screening slots to the second part of The Unyielding Epic. And if circumstances permitted, they would have readily dedicated all their resources to it. After all, the first film was nothing short of astonishing. As long as there were screenings, they would be filled to capacity. The cinema chains are not inclined to focus on niceties. If there is profit to be made, they will undoubtedly increase the number of showings. Conversely, if a film fails to generate revenue, it may face an early withdrawal from theaters, much like Your Youth, My Memories. However, under normal circumstances, even if Your Youth, My Memories was undeniably a poor production, it would still manage to remain in cinemas for a while. Unfortunately, the current situation is vastly different, with screening rooms for The Unyielding Epic overflowing, while adjacent theaters showing Your Youth, My Memories remain eerily vacant. A mere wall separates these two starkly contrasting worlds. Within a clandestine conference room, numerous titans of the film industry convene. "Suemo has gone too far," one individual exclaimed, his expression dark and teeth gritted. "He is utterly disrupting the established order. The first film of The Unyielding Epic was already unbearable, and now the second part dares to follow seamlessly. It's simply outrageous. In such circumstances, it is evidently unreasonable." The notion of collective profit is a fundamental truth. Yet what is Suemo implying? A seamless transition to a third installment once the second has reaped its financial rewards? The mere thought sends shivers down their spines. The dread of being manipulated is profoundly unsettling. Since Suemo disregards the rules, we need not hold back. Another voice seethed with indignation. "Several of my films have collided with Suemo's The Unyielding Epic, and many have not even recouped their costs, suffering dismal box office results. This is nothing short of a one-sided slaughter. The overwhelming dominance of The Unyielding Epic casts a shadow over all concurrent films, causing even those of decent quality to falter under its impact. It is indeed a tragic affair. Yet, what can we do?" From a corner, a voice spoke with resignation. "Though Suemo's actions are contemptible, they are nonetheless forthright, devoid of any underhanded tactics. We can only blame our own inadequacies. If we are to engage in fair competition, we must surpass The Unyielding Epic in quality, and only then can we achieve a reversal of fortunes." Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the room. It is abundantly clear that the quality of the unyielding epic has reached an apex of unparalleled excellence. Even Hollywood films cannot compete with the overwhelming success of the blockbuster Supreme Dominance. The second installment of Supreme Dominance continues to exhibit formidable strength, eclipsing all contenders. Tickets for this cinematic marvel are in high demand, while others languish in dismal box office performance. This disparity is stark and striking. What does it matter if Supreme Dominance boasts exceptional quality? Soon, someone scoffed, such excellence must adhere to the rules. Sumo's actions are verging on monopolistic. If every release is seamless, it leaves no room for us. Monopolization is indeed a formidable concept, and with it comes the promise of staggering profits. However, the justification of monopoly seems tenuous at best. Yet, there are those who remain rational. Calmly assessing the situation, the global popularity of the Mo Shang Group's intelligent chat app is supported by the state. And it is merely the superior quality of Supreme Dominance. The authorities are unlikely to intervene directly. In truth, it is simply a matter of their skills falling short. The caliber of Supreme Dominance is exceptional, excelling in every facet. It is entirely reasonable to fall short against such a formidable opponent. It feels akin to facing an adversary with an unfair advantage. How can one possibly compete? Surrender might as well be the simplest option. The power of an individual is, indeed, minuscule. We must unite. Suggestions arose. If we band together against Mo, perhaps success is within reach. The crowd nodded in agreement, finding the notion quite sensible. Discussions continued. Meanwhile, the second installment of Supreme Dominance proved to be as successful as the first, achieving explosive box office returns and continuing its unstoppable momentum. It was no surprise that the sequel soared to new heights, setting yet another record. However, other films felt the repercussions. In the home of a prominent director, frustration boiled over. "Damn Supreme Dominance," he exclaimed, shattering his wine glass in anger. "How dare they?" Under normal circumstances, the first installment of Supreme Dominance should have already concluded its run. I timed my release perfectly, only to be blindsided. To his astonishment, the first film had not yet exited theaters, and now the sequel was upon them, crushing all in its path. His film collided directly with Supreme Dominance, Part 2, resulting in a dismal performance, barely achieving 1/10 of the projected box office. If this trend continued, he would struggle to recoup his investment. Enraged, he logged into his personal account to voice his grievances. The seamless transition of Supreme Dominance is a blatant violation of rules. At this rate, Mo Shang Animation will monopolize the box office. Comments quickly flooded in below. It is truly amusing. If we were to follow your reasoning, then exceptional films need not be released, as they would undoubtedly overshadow the box office of inferior productions. Rather than lamenting here, it would be far more productive to contemplate how to create superior cinematic works. If your creations could surpass the allure of dictatorial eternity, one might find it difficult to utter such sentiments. How ludicrous, indeed. Such statements are simply preposterous. How can one even express such thoughts? Of course, a minority of netizens have voiced their support. There is a growing concern that if this trend continues, the film industry may truly fall under the monopoly of Mo Shang Animation. Who knows what peculiarities might arise at that point? The dominance of a single entity is hardly beneficial. A multitude of voices competing fosters the advancement of the industry. Chapter 153. United Boycott. The topic has garnered considerable attention. Yet rational netizens still constitute the majority. Both the first and second installments of the dictatorial epic film series are impeccable in terms of quality and narrative. The special effects are consistently exhilarating, with every strand of hair exuding the essence of wealth. Viewers possess the right to choose the films they wish to see. If one truly disapproves of the success of the dictatorial epic, they could simply create a superior film and triumph over the series in a legitimate manner, rather than resorting to online outbursts in an attempt to expel quality with mediocrity. The discerning public can easily identify a poor film. Take, for instance, the earlier work Your Youth, My Memories, starring Lee Mingzhi, which was heavily promoted as a potential masterpiece. However, upon its release, it quickly revealed its true nature, and even the leading actor's performance fell flat. His awkward acting and uninspired plot were especially glaring, with Lee Mingzhi maintaining a perpetual expressionless demeanor. His voice and lip movements often misaligned. Those in the industry could readily discern that he likely did not memorize his lines but merely recited numbers, later overdubbed in post-production. Ultimately, a lackluster film remains just that, unworthy of recognition. In stark contrast, the dictatorial epic film series excels in every regard. The online discourse reflects a unified sentiment. It would be prudent for these so-called prominent directors to enhance their own skills rather than complain about the formidable competition. Moreover, to claim that the rules are being broken is rather audacious. If your film achieves substantial box office success, does that not also violate the rules? By this reasoning, anyone more skilled than you is also undermining the rules, which renders those rules rather trivial. Perhaps this situation could even inspire the creation of more exceptional films. The situation is decidedly lopsided. Within the home of a prominent director, frustration mounts. "Damn it," he exclaims, forcefully tossing his phone onto the couch, gritting his teeth. Mo is flipping the table. Being a step ahead is genius, while being 100 steps ahead is sheer madness. The dictatorial epic embodies this madness. Both the first and second films are unassailable box office successes. This is evidently unjust. The one who stands out is often targeted. Such ostentatious displays by Mo Shang Animation are bound to attract scrutiny. Yet, individual power is feeble, and even the desire to counter Mo Shang Animation feels futile. Though I may not be able to take you down, a towering tree inevitably draws the wind. You have likely already been marked. He ominously muses. Let us see if you can still smile then. The stakes that Mo Shang Animation has touched are exceedingly high. If only the first installment of the dictatorial epic had achieved remarkable success, it might have gone unnoticed, merely a fleeting box office champion. Such dark horses are not uncommon. In fact, they are quite numerous. However, in the grand scheme, these dark horses become the rare exceptions. Nonetheless, Mo Shang Animation's actions have indeed begun to encroach upon the established rules. The first installment of the film Dominion of Ages has yet to conclude its run. And while its fervor has waned, the seamless transition into the second installment has taken many by surprise. The production quality remains impeccable. Yet how can such a situation be deemed acceptable? It is not merely the directors of concurrent films who harbor grievances. All producers are bound to express their dissatisfaction. Although the actions of Mozhang Animation are undeniably bold, the principle of shared profit is an undeniable truth. To monopolize the market will surely invite collective animosity. Due to the seamless connection between the first and second films of Dominion of Ages, Mozhang Animation has amassed a significant portion of the box office revenue during this period. Should a third installment follow, they may well contemplate a shift in their business model. After all, competing against Mozhang Animation could lead to devastating losses, with merely recovering production costs considered a remarkable outcome. In most cases, the losses are catastrophic, particularly for your youth, my memories, where the investors are likely to be in despair. With an investment of $1 billion and a salary of $160 million for actor Li Mingzhi, the film ultimately grossed a mere $80 million, resulting in a loss of $980 million after the production company recouped only $20 million. The actions of Mozhang Animation have sparked widespread outrage. Once the renowned director came to terms with the situation, he felt a sense of relief, resolutely stating that Mozhang will undoubtedly face severe repercussions. The established rules of the industry dictate that even if Mozhang Animation produces few works, typically one per year, their prolific output has been astonishing, akin to a sow in full production. They have even managed to create 2 outstanding animated films in seamless succession. Who knows if they are already preparing a third installment, based on the narrative of the original novel Dominion of Ages. Producing dozens of films could be achieved with relative ease. Should this come to pass, it could plunge the film industry into darkness. The production of animated films differs significantly from traditional live-action cinema, as it requires no on-location shooting, relying primarily on special effects, which Mozhang Animation appears to execute independently and without hindrance. Within a conference room, numerous titans of the film industry have gathered, forming an alliance to collectively oppose Sumo. Despite their previous rivalries, they have united against a common adversary. Is there no strategy in place? One voice lamented, Sumo's actions have crossed the line, aiming to seize the entire cake for himself. The second installment continues to flow seamlessly, leaving no room for competitors. Films released concurrently with Dominion of Ages are destined for dismal fates, as even those that initially seemed promising will be utterly eclipsed by Dominion of Ages. After experiencing the superior special effects and narrative, turning to ordinary films becomes an exercise in futility, devoid of any allure or interest. Thus, it is evident how reprehensible Sumo's actions truly are. He is utterly unworthy of being considered a person, should Sumo's influence continue to expand unchecked. It is conceivable that cinemas may eventually transform into mere showcases for Emo Shang Animation's cinematic endeavors. Suddenly, someone spoke out with righteous indignation. Therefore, I propose that we unite immediately to report this to the relevant authorities. Surely, they too would not wish to see Emo Shang Animation monopolize the industry. Such a scenario would indeed be terrifying. We might as well rename cinemas to animation screening halls. Indeed, we absolutely cannot sit idly by. The crowd, filled with righteous indignation, gritted their teeth and declared, Emo Shang Animation must be held accountable. Chapter 154. New product launch. New business news of the situation quickly reached Suemo. He chuckled awkwardly, recognizing the precariousness of the moment. With the higher-ups cracking down on monopolistic giants, taking reckless risks was ill-advised. If this trend continued, Emo Shang Animation could indeed maintain a seamless operation. After all, with the advent of AI special effects generators, the most labor-intensive aspect of production could be effortlessly bypassed. Coupled with the support of significant intellectual properties, the creation of outstanding animated works became an expected norm. However, with great prominence came heightened scrutiny, inevitably infringing upon the interests of many. Suemo foresaw that while the authorities might not take direct action against him, their dissatisfaction was inevitable. No one wished to witness a singular entity dominate the landscape, as that would merely substitute one form of monopoly for another. Even Penguin Music had been singled out for monopolistic practices, being ordered to relinquish exclusive music copyrights within a specified time frame. The company promptly capitulated, issuing a public statement expressing its commitment to compliance and immediate rectification. Consequently, exclusive music copyrights vanished without a trace. In the past, accessing certain music often necessitated downloading a specific application, which was undeniably tedious. However, following the implementation of stringent measures from above, this situation saw significant improvement. Since hoarding resources was no longer viable, Suemo had an epiphany and proposed, let us share the wealth. Thus, he decisively convened a product launch conference, broadcasting it live for all to witness in the official Emo Shang Group livestream. The announcement sparked fervent discussions across the internet. After all, previous launch events by Emo Shang Group had been nothing short of sensational, with their social media platform even managing to outmatch Penguin in a direct contest, ultimately emerging victorious. International social media giants found themselves overshadowed, as the power of real-time translation rendered language a non-issue, transforming the Earth into a true global village, fostering closer connections among humanity. The subsequent release from Emo Shang Animation was nothing short of awe-inspiring, with the blockbuster film Dominion of Eternity sweeping the global box office. Now, with another launch conference on the horizon, the anticipation was palpable. What could it possibly entail? Were there insiders ready to leak details? What enigmatic surprises awaited at the Emo Shang Group's conference? Why had there been no prior announcements? It seemed to materialize out of thin air, a testament to the company's impeccable confidentiality. The excitement was palpable, with only half an hour remaining until the conference commenced, and the truth would soon be revealed. The wait was excruciating. Were there truly no insiders? Someone, please, divulge the specifics of the conference. I am the insider, and I have obtained all pertinent information regarding the Emo Shang Group's product launch. The new product they are unveiling is a controllable nuclear fusion device, enabling all of humanity to experience genuine clean energy. Meanwhile, the official live broadcast room of the Mozhang Group has simultaneously commenced. This live stream is accessible globally, allowing international users to watch directly via the global smart chat app, complete with simultaneous interpretation, ensuring that no language barriers impede their experience. The number of viewers in the live room surged skyward as if propelled by a rocket. Even major players like Penguin have begun to take notice of Mozhang Group's broadcast. expressing concern over what unexpected product Sumo might unveil next. It is prudent to be forewarned, lest one's heart be caught off guard by an unforeseen surprise. As half an hour swiftly elapsed, the Mosang Group's product launch officially began, welcoming friends from around the world to partake in this momentous occasion. With formidable confidence, Sumo addressed the camera, stating, Mosang Group will officially establish Mosang Special Effects Company, which will undertake global post-production visual effects. The grand screen behind him illuminated with the flourishing characters of Mosang Special Effects Company. As soon as the words were spoken, the live room's comments exploded with excitement. Mosang Special Effects Company? Global post-production visual effects? Is it on par with the effects of Supreme Indulgence? Some viewers felt a tinge of disappointment, albeit not overwhelming. If future films were to feature effects akin to those in Supreme Indulgence, they would undoubtedly be spectacular. Even if the narrative fell short, breathtaking visual effects could still make it worthwhile. Impressive, truly formidable. We support Mosang Group. Meanwhile, at Penguin's headquarters, Shagua and numerous executives were intently watching the Mosang Group's product launch. Upon hearing about Mosang Special Effects Company, they were struck with confusion, feeling somewhat out of sync with Sumo's ambitions. Shagua distinctly remembered that Mosang Group originated in the fashion industry. Why were they now not only venturing into the realm of social software, but also establishing Mosang Animation and now Mosang Special Effects Company for global post-production visual effects? What was the intent behind this? Was Sumo aiming to infiltrate every industry? With such grand aspirations, was he not concerned about overreaching? Perhaps there was potential for collaboration between Penguin and Mosang Special Effects Company. Suddenly, one executive proposed, after all, the visual effects of Supreme Indulgence are top tier, consistently maintaining an unparalleled standard. Even Hollywood may struggle to achieve such excellence. Penguin has its own foothold in the film industry, with Penguin Video being a leading domestic platform. Securing post-production visual effects from Mosang Special Effects Company would undoubtedly enhance our offerings, resulting in a plethora of exceptional works emerging like bamboo shoots after rain. Shagua nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in the suggestion. However, he refrained from making an immediate decision, instead responding thoughtfully, let's observe for now. If this so-called Mosang Special Effects Company truly possesses the capability, then Penguin would certainly welcome collaboration. After all, there are no eternal enemies, only enduring interests. In the face of profit, past grievances can be easily set aside. The Mosang Group's product launch continued to unfold. Special effects are charged based on their type, delivering results that rival the pinnacle of Hollywood excellence. Yet the cost is merely a fraction, only 1/10. With a smile, Sumo remarked, for specific pricing, please refer to the grand screen. Immediately, the large display unveiled an introduction to the pricing of various special effects categories. Category D effects. Suitable for urban dramas and art films, feature minimal effects with a price tag of $50 million. Category C, appropriate for martial arts genres. Offers standard effects at a cost of $100 million. Category B, designed for fantasy, immortal, and science fiction realms, includes a greater number of effects priced at $200 million. Category A, ideal for high-energy sequences with copious effects, commands a fee of $500 million. Lastly, the S category, representing the utmost in special effects, is exclusively reserved for the Mosang Group's internal use. Chapter 155. The reimagining of the chi-infused horse. Upon hearing the news, various parties were taken aback. Could it be that they, too, could accomplish grand endeavors with minimal expenditure? To possess effects that rivaled Hollywood's finest for merely a couple $100 million? It is worth noting that hiring a popular leading actor typically costs between $1 to $200 million. However, once the budget is allocated to these stars, how much remains for actual production? This is precisely why so many subpar effects exist. There's simply isn't enough funding to create quality visuals. The production of special effects is notoriously lavish, with quality directly correlating to expenditure. Furthermore, following the incident involving Lee Ming-jer, major players in the industry have become increasingly cautious, hesitant to engage high-profile stars for fear of substantial financial loss. However, with the emergence of the Mosang Special Effects Company offering exquisite effects at a fraction of the cost, circumstances could shift dramatically. Even if the lead actor falls short, the potential for box office success and profitability remains high. In a certain conference room, numerous producers and cinematic titans gathered to discuss strategies against the Mojang Group. Yet, the emergence of Mojang's special effects altered the dynamics significantly. Was their prowess truly as formidable as claimed? One skeptic voiced disbelief, stating, "The production of effects has always been proportional to the financial outlay." Furthermore, would Sumo truly be so benevolent? It seems rather dubious. As for Sumo's capabilities, there was no doubt. The resounding success of the film Dominance of Eternity was largely attributed to its spectacular effects, which maintained a consistently high energy level with every strand of hair exuding the scent of wealth. Let us observe further. Another voice chimed in. If this is true, it could be excellent news for us. Soon, the interest of various film companies began to surge. With such affordable and high-quality effects at their disposal, would they still need to fret over box office performance? Even if they could not rival Dominance of Eternity, they could still reap benefits from the overflow. Such an opportunity would surely be lucrative enough to fill their coffers. The film industry was on the brink of transformation. The global live broadcast conference of the Mojang Group continued. Next, let us appreciate the classic special effects from a renowned television series, The Chi-Infused Horse. Sumo signaled for the large screen behind him to display visuals, while the audience in the live stream could clearly witness the explosive effects of the Chi-Infused Horse. The montage was a multi-camera edit that showcased the special effects in all their glory. Upon witnessing this, attendees in the live stream couldn't help but shake their heads in disbelief. What a cringeworthy display of effects. It hardly qualified as even a 5-dime effect. More accurately, it could be described as a 1-dime effect. The sight was so appalling that it nearly caused those who had dined the previous evening to regurgitate their meals, truly nauseating. After experiencing the stunning effects of the second installment of Dominance of Eternity, to now behold such lackluster visuals was enough to induce a sense of despair. What on earth was this travesty? Had all the funds been squandered on hiring young stars? Was this not merely a class assignment outsourced to university students? Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Penguin Corporation, Little Horse's expression was somewhat grim. Sumo's actions seemed rather excessive. It is important to note that the drama Horse of Fury was produced with investment from Penguin. In other words, Sumo was using the production by Penguin as a cautionary tale. Although the effects were indeed dismal, it was inappropriate to publicly ridicule it in such a manner. At that time, due to limited funding, most of the budget was allocated to hiring the lead actors, resulting in subpar special effects. A senior executive from Penguin responsible for the project awkwardly explained, however, due to the popularity of the IP, we still made a substantial profit. Such major IPs, regardless of their quality, generally turn a profit. Moreover, Penguin's promotional efforts were quite effective, ensuring profitability was not a concern. Little Horse cast a glance, but remained silent, shifting his gaze to the live broadcast on the large screen. The abysmal special effects of Horse of Fury were widely recognized. If it weren't for the strong IP and Penguin's formidable online dominance, it would likely have flopped long ago. Most viewers found these effects intolerable. Sumo chuckled softly and announced, "Next, we shall showcase the special effects reimagined by Mojang Special Effects Company." The big screen illuminated with images. It was still the storyline of Horse of Fury, but after the effects were redone, viewers were left astonished and entranced. Even if the lead actor's performance was lacking, the exceptional special effects elevated it to the level of a worthy production, even a remarkable drama. The internet was already in an uproar. No way. Am I seeing this correctly? This is the same drama? The previous effects were painfully awkward, combined with the lead's subpar acting. It was utterly unwatchable. But now, it's entirely different. The effects are explosive, simply exhilarating. Even the lead's performance seems less awkward now. It was astounding. Who would have thought Horse of Fury could be presented in such a manner? Had the original effects been entrusted to Mojang Special Effects Company, it would undeniably have achieved legendary status and become a classic. Due to the abysmal quality of the original effects, many viewers had given up after merely half an episode. If the entire production featured such remarkable effects, it would have been nothing short of spectacular. There were suggestions that Penguin should release a remastered version of Horse of Fury, allowing Mojang Special Effects Company to handle the effects, which would undoubtedly yield immense profits. Someone upstairs was truly brilliant. The feasibility of the idea was quite high. If it were to materialize, I would certainly support it. The Mo Shang Group's press conference continued. If the original Horse of Fury rated a mere 4. Su Mo smiled slightly at the camera and inquired, after the special effects have been reimagined by Mo Shang Special Effects Company, what score would you give? The previous effects of Horse of Fury were akin to a college student's half-hearted classroom assignment, utterly intolerable. In stark contrast, the reimagined effects from Mo Shang were astonishingly different, consistently breathtaking, with each frame exuding the essence of financial investment. They rivaled the pinnacle of Hollywood's special effects standards. The protagonist's acting pales in comparison. The visual effects alone constitute a breathtaking spectacle. The barrage of comments in the live stream is a frenzy of activity. If the previous iteration of Dookie Transformation rated a mere 4, the revamped version undoubtedly ascends to a commendable 7. When considering solely the effects, it certainly surpasses 9. An 8 is indisputable. Previously, witnessing Dookie Transformation was a source of embarrassment, yet now it feels as though one is ablaze with excitement. The production company has indeed underestimated the potential of this series. In earlier renditions, the wings of Dookie Transformation resembled mere chicken wings, whereas now they are a dazzling display of effects. It can be said that these are two entirely distinct series. I bestow it a perfect 10. Chapter 156. The Dawn of Mo Shang Effects. A Transformation 99 points, leaving just 1 to avoid arrogance. If future film and television special effects reach this caliber, they will surely captivate audiences rather than induce slumber. A perfect score devoted entirely to the effects. Truly an everlasting marvel. Su Mo surveyed the barrage of viewer ratings. Predominantly scores of 7 and 8, with a plethora of 9s. Exceptional scores soared into the stratosphere. In summary, the remastered Dueling Spirit Horse post-Mo Shang Effects was an entirely different production compared to its predecessor. The former rendition had lulled viewers to sleep, whereas the reimagined version ignited a fervor, prompting an irresistible urge to leap into the frame and unleash chaos. The explosive special effects during battle sequences constituted a visual feast. The outcome was patently clear. Su Mo chuckled softly, stating, "As long as you collaborate with Mo Shang Effects Company, you can assuredly achieve the finest effects at minimal expense." Resounding applause echoed throughout the venue. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Penguin, the astonishment was palpable. Brother Ma could not restrain his admiration and promptly instructed, "As soon as the press conference concludes, contact Su Mo immediately to reset the television effects for Dueling Spirit Horse, matching the quality showcased at their event. There are no eternal enemies, only everlasting interests." The special effects produced by Mo Shang Effects Company were of exceptional quality, rivaling the finest in Hollywood. Most crucially, however, was the pricing, merely 1/10 of the industry standard. Indeed, with ample funds, any effect could be rendered. Given proper financing, even the illustrious three-body series, heralded as the pinnacle of science fiction, could be brought to life. The caveat remained: funds must be secured. Penguin was affluent, yet prudent in expenditure. Despite facing setbacks in the social media arena against the global chat app, WeChat and QQ remained prevalent communication tools. The head of Penguin Video nodded affirmatively, acknowledging, "Understood. If we can secure the support of Mo Shang Effects Company, it will be a formidable alliance." The film industry is poised for a monumental transformation. Penguin's vice president, Gua Tianhua, couldn't help but express, "Hollywood may soon feel the pressure. Should domestic special effects rise to prominence, we could rival those grand cinematic productions." The conference attendees concurred, recognizing the potential benefits of collaborating with Mo Shang Effects Company, while the fate of Hollywood held little concern for them. At that moment, the internet landscape in Xia country had erupted. Various media outlets fervently reported, proclaiming that Mo Shang Effects Company could herald a renaissance in the domestic film industry. Internationally, it had already stirred significant waves. The global chat app had rendered language a non-barrier to communication. Upon witnessing the live broadcast of the press conference, foreign audiences were astounded. "Goodness, is this for real?" It is advisable for various film production companies to collaborate with Mo Shang Special Effects Company, as the excellence demonstrated in dominance through the ages has substantiated their prowess. One can only imagine the uproar this will cause in Hollywood. The remarkable special effects have significantly reduced Mozhang Group's pricing. With unwavering support for Mozhang Special Effects Company, it appears that future cinematic endeavors need not worry about issues surrounding visual effects. Everyone is astounded, perceiving Mozhang Special Effects as invincible. The costs are merely a fraction, yet the quality remains impressively formidable. The film industry is in a tumultuous upheaval, presenting both a perilous crisis and a monumental opportunity. Seizing this chance could undoubtedly lead to substantial profits. When positioned advantageously, even a pig can soar with the wind. The press conference continues, with Sumo showcasing an older film featuring outdated special effects from that era. The narrative is commendable, yet the effects, when viewed through a contemporary lens, are quite jarring. Of course, the limitations of technology at the time meant that many effects were achieved through practical methods. Upon watching the original, netizens promptly voiced their opinions. Such effects might have been acceptable decades ago, but they are glaringly inadequate by today's standards. If released in theaters now, they would likely face scathing criticism. The transition from simplicity to extravagance is evidently easier than the reverse. Can such effects even be revitalized? While transforming into horses is a relatively recent work, this older film hails from decades past. Curiosity abounds regarding how the effects will appear post-restoration by Mozhang Special Effects Company. Soon after, the restored classic begins to screen. The once awkward effects have transformed into a visual feast that is genuinely pleasing to the eye. For instance, the flame effects previously resembled a chaotic array of red paper fluttering about, but after the restoration, they have evolved into a roaring inferno, exuding an impressive aura. It seems as though the entire film has undergone a renaissance, and even through a modern lens, it appears remarkably well crafted. It could very well achieve substantial box office success if released in theaters. The inferior effects have been metamorphosed into exceptional artistry through Mozhang Special Effects Company's restoration. Netizens are ecstatic, showering the project with unanimous acclaim. It is truly astonishing. One cannot help but acknowledge the formidable capabilities of Mozhang Special Effects Company. Their achievements are nothing short of extraordinary. The potential of new films is boundless, and it is highly recommended that all film companies partner with Mozhang Special Effects to ensure profitability. Gone will be the days of enduring the awkwardness of outdated effects. It is inconceivable that Mozhang Special Effects involvement will revolutionize the film industry, leaving those companies unable to adapt to the times behind in the relentless march of progress. Through a series of stark contrasts, Mozhang Special Effects Company's competence has garnered universal recognition. Within a conference room, the eyes of numerous producers and executives in the film industry widened in astonishment, clearly acknowledging the undeniable brilliance of the situation. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Some sighed, recognizing that Sumo is indeed an exceptionally astute individual, fully aware that seamlessly launching cinematic works would encroach upon the interests of many. Thus, he promptly established the Mozhang Special Effects Company to undertake visual effects production. With its superior quality and competitive pricing, it is poised to dominate the entire film industry's special effects sector. Consequently, the Mozhang Group's influence within the film industry is set to soar, potentially positioning it as the leading force in the sector. After all, those who defy its authority risk being denied special effects services, leaving them to lament their fate. A transformation is upon us. Chapter 157. Mozhang Special Effects, a new era. However, this is indeed a fortunate development for us. In a corner, someone spoke with a cheerful demeanor. According to Sumo's introduction, the special effects produced by Mozhang Company rival the finest in Hollywood, and in some cases, even surpass them. Yet, the cost is merely a tenth of the price. This means we can procure superior special effects at a significantly lower expenditure. If the effects are impressive, can we still be concerned about box office performance? As long as the film does not insult the audience with its shortcomings, it will undoubtedly captivate viewers at the very least. That makes perfect sense. Another individual exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. This is undoubtedly a golden opportunity. If we seize it, profits will be absolutely assured. The crowd nodded in fervent agreement. Thus, the Film Alliance swiftly disbanded, with many seeking out Sumo to entrust the special effects production to Mozhang Group, requesting Mozhang Special Effects to handle the post-production. Achieving the original grandeur of effects at merely a tenth of the cost is nothing short of a lucrative bargain. In such circumstances, failing to commission Mo Shang's special effects for production would be akin to having one's wits thoroughly scrambled. Indeed, a folly of monumental proportions. In stark contrast, Hollywood giants were left dumbfounded. What just transpired? Why did the tide shift so abruptly? It is essential to recognize that their competitive edge lay in their extravagant effects, each frame reeking of opulence. While their narratives often fell short of brilliance, many Hollywood blockbusters could be deemed rather lackluster, simplistic, and juvenile. Abandoning their special effects would render their films inferior to those of Xia country. What could be done now? Mo Shang Special Effects Company had become a global sensation, with numerous film companies clamoring for collaboration. Even Penguin made an appearance, commissioning Mo Shang Special Effects to create their special effects. Their trial piece was the previously awkwardly animated Dueling Ma. It is noteworthy that Penguin's operational agility is remarkable. They were the first to establish a partnership with Mo Shang Special Effects. There are no eternal enemies, only enduring interests. In the face of undeniable benefits, Penguin set aside grievances. After all, they had no alternative. Presently, Penguin's social media platform had been thoroughly overshadowed by global intelligence chat, facing relentless competition. Were it not for Penguin's entrenched presence in Xia country, their downfall would have likely been imminent. Moreover, global intelligence chat had long since directed its focus toward the global market, rather than confining its vision to Xia country. It had ascended to become the pinnacle of social media platforms, leaving Facebook and Twitter in its wake, rendering Penguin's situation even more dire. Under these circumstances, Penguin had essentially resigned to their fate. Given their inability to compete with global intelligence chat, collaboration became a matter of course. Consequently, the reimagined special effects version of Dueling Ma premiered on Penguin Video. Upon its release, it sparked an immediate uproar. My heavens! Initially, it seemed like a mere jest. Yet Penguin truly sought out Mo Shang Special Effects to revamp the effects for Dueling Ma. Remarkable. I have just finished watching the first episode after the effects reset, and it feels as though it belongs to an entirely different series compared to the previous version of Do Chi Hua Ma. The earlier rendition, despite the appealing young actors, was quite an eyesore. However, the revamped version, adorned with a myriad of splendid special effects, can only be described as unparalleled. It is simply extraordinary. Even the youthful protagonist appears more affable now. The visual effects and scenery are astonishingly natural. It feels as though the prior version of Do Chi Hua Ma was utterly dreadful, while the current one is undoubtedly a masterpiece. It seems the acting skills of the lead have also improved. The effect reset of Do Chi Hua Ma has vividly showcased the prowess of the Mo Shang Special Effects Company, and I fervently hope to witness more films with such explosive effects in the future. If the storyline and the characters could also improve, it would be nothing short of perfection. The revamped Do Chi Hua Ma has burst forth with unprecedented vitality, securing the top spot on the television rankings. Regardless of whether one had previously watched Do Chi Hua Ma, it is impossible not to exclaim in awe. Truly formidable. Consequently, other domestic film and television companies have also completed their commissioned special effects, thanks to AI special effects generators. The Mo Shang Special Effects Company can produce effects without exhausting the talents of their specialists, effortlessly matching the pinnacle of Hollywood's special effects standards. Even commonplace flame effects vary in price. In an instant, outstanding domestic films have sprouted like mushrooms after rain, all featuring effects produced by the Mo Shang Special Effects Company. For the audience, this is nothing short of a grand feast. All the film effects are extraordinarily lavish and executed with remarkable naturalness, as if they were always meant to be that way, devoid of any abruptness. At the entrance of a cinema, a young couple gazes at the multitude of dazzling movie posters, beginning to feel distressed. Oh dear, there are simply too many excellent works recently. The woman rubs her temples, slightly pained, and remarks, I am experiencing a dilemma in decision-making. Of course, there was a time when she faced such dilemmas, but back then, it stemmed from the scarcity of good films, akin to sifting through a heap of garbage for something watchable. Now, it involves making a difficult choice among a plethora of outstanding films. This is all thanks to the Mo Shang Group. Her boyfriend cannot help but exclaim, It is no surprise that the entire film industry has been transformed by the Emotion Group. It seems we will seldom encounter subpar effects in the future, as shoddy effects will undoubtedly become a relic of the past. We are entering a new era. For the audience, this is undoubtedly a boon that outweighs any drawbacks. Unless one possesses peculiar tastes and revels in watching poorly made films, everyone should feel delighted. With that in mind, let us watch this horror film. After some hesitation, the woman finally points at the poster of the woman in red and smiles, saying, "Since the special effects have undergone a comprehensive upgrade, I wonder how the horror film will fare." Based on the typical quality of previous horror films, a dash of ketchup was sufficient to evoke fear. What might happen with the backing of the motion effects company? Perhaps it is best to refrain. The boyfriend beside her glanced at the poster, shivering slightly as he shook his head, saying, "Horror films are already terrifying enough. A movie with such extraordinary effects is likely to induce a heart attack." Although the endings often feature astonishing twists, whether they are dreams or mere illusions, the fear is undeniably real. The woman, observing her timid boyfriend, decisively proclaimed, "We shall watch this horror film. I am curious to see just how impressive the effects truly are." A sense of rebelliousness had emerged, one that even divine intervention could not sway. The more he discouraged her, the more resolved she became. With a resigned sigh, her boyfriend acquiesced and dutifully went to purchase the tickets. Chapter 158, Counterattack on Hollywood. Why don't we take a look at this horror film? Not far away, Lou Ruoruo cheerfully pointed at the horror movie poster featuring a woman in red, playfully remarking, "It's been ages since I've watched a horror film. I'm quite indifferent to it." Suemo chuckled lightly, casually inquiring, "But are you certain you won't end up in tears from fright? This isn't the same as those films with ketchup-like effects. It's produced by the Emotion Special Effects Company." Just gazing at the poster evoked a chilling sensation, as if one were being scrutinized by an indescribable entity. Even the notoriously awkward Chi Hua Ma effects, after being revamped by Emotion, had dazzled audiences and ignited the atmosphere. As for the horror film before them, it would undoubtedly send shivers down one's spine. "Humph," Lou Ruo adorably pouted, defiantly asserting, "I'm not afraid at all. It's just a horror film. How frightening can it possibly be? It's nothing extraordinary." "Well then, let us hope you don't end up in tears," Suemo teased, unable to resist pinching her cherubic cheeks. The cinema was bustling with unprecedented liveliness, each film blossoming like a riot of colors, infused with vibrant energy. Inside the screening room, the horror film commenced. "It's merely an ordinary horror film." Lou Ruoruo feigned composure, attempting to downplay her nerves. "At most, the special effects might be slightly better. There's nothing genuinely terrifying about it. Moreover, due to the peculiar policies in our country, real ghosts cannot be depicted. So the spirits in horror films are merely illusions, figments of the imagination. Can such illusions truly incite fear? They are hardly intimidating." Suemo, sipping his cola with a smile, turned his gaze toward the grand screen. The movie had begun. The opening scene featured a bloodied hand suddenly grasping at the screen, as if trying to break through and reach the audience. Instantly, the screening room was filled with a cacophony of screams. What a striking start. It was indeed quite frightening. Even Suemo found himself slightly startled, glancing over at Lou Ruoruo with a bemused expression. At that moment, Lou Ruoruo's eyes widened in terror, as if witnessing something extraordinarily horrifying, her breath quickening. "Humph." Noticing Sumo's gaze, Lou Ruoruo stubbornly declared, "It's nothing remarkable. Just the usual scare tactics." Even in earlier horror films, there were plenty of instances where they tried to frighten the audience right from the start. The director likely wants to draw the viewers into the experience swiftly. "That's good." Suemo nodded in agreement. However, it was evident that the special effects for this horror film had also been commissioned from Emotion. While the visuals seemed unremarkable, they were incredibly natural, as if a bloodied hand truly sought to reach out from the screen, grasping at the viewers' necks. On the other hand, with the backing of Moshang as special effects, domestic cinematic works had finally caught up in terms of visual quality, even capable of overwhelming Hollywood entirely. After all, Hollywood's special effects merely boast extravagant combat scenes, while the exceptional effects from Moshang can deliver continuous high energy without any dull moments. How can they compete? Films from Xia country can commission Moshang for post-production effects, And not only are the prices reasonable, but the quality of the effects is also of the highest industry standards. Yet, what about those Hollywood studios? They have to rely on balding special effects artists to produce their effects, which is both time-consuming and labor-intensive, making their progress exceedingly slow. They simply cannot compare to the prolific output of Mo's Hang, akin to a sow giving birth. It is indeed a lamentable situation. In no time, domestic special effects have erupted into a significant breakthrough. Numerous outstanding films have achieved remarkable box office success, receiving overwhelming acclaim from audiences. Unstoppable. It turns out that special effects hold such paramount importance. Films that once seemed mediocre have transformed into visual feasts with the enhancement of Ma Xiang's effects. Mo's Hang Group has completely revolutionized the film industry, while foreign companies remain obstinate. Those who cannot keep pace with the times are destined to be left behind. It is noteworthy that many domestic films have already ventured beyond borders, reaping global box office success thanks to Mo's Hang Group's exceptional post-production effects. Ma Xiang's special effects are truly divine. Excellent works naturally garner universal admiration. Films that were already impressive, when coupled with Ma Xiang's effects, not only thrive domestically but also excel internationally. Many films are beginning to push back against the dominance of Europe and America, supported by Mo's Hang Group's effects. The tide has completely turned. It was once European and American films that inundated Xia country, but now it is a different story, with domestic films penetrating Europe and America. In response, foreign audiences are wholeheartedly in agreement. Goodness gracious. Xia country's films are simply mesmerizing. Returning to local films feels utterly insipid. What about the film companies of the empire? Why do they not collaborate with Mo's Hang? Are they all stuck in their antiquated ways? Ignoring Mo's Hang Group's affordable and high-quality effects while burdening their own artists is simply absurd. One can only hope for an influx of Xia country's outstanding films, as they are simply not enough to satisfy the demand. Are Hollywood's film companies oblivious? As if kicked by a mule, they remain stagnant in a rapidly evolving landscape. Failing to keep up with the times may lead to their demise. Xia country's exceptional films are already in high demand. Did they not feel any sense of urgency? Supporting Xia country's cinema is a delight. It is simply irresistible. With Ma Xiang's effects enhancing Xia country's films, they are feverishly raking in box office returns globally. Consequently, Hollywood is reeling, helplessly watching as Xia country's films claim a share of their market. They feel overwhelmed yet powerless. After all, Ma Xiang's prolific output is unstoppable, and a plethora of outstanding Xia country films enhanced by Ma Xiang's effects are emerging like mushrooms after rain. One could say that the tide has turned. Faced with Ma Xiang's formidable capabilities, Hollywood's film companies find themselves at a loss, wanting to act but unable to do so. In the adjacent cinema, the horror film had reached its midpoint, with the theater echoing with lingering screams that seemed to resonate endlessly. Suemo took another sip of cola, only to realize that the cup was nearly empty. Beside her, Lu Ruo had already turned pale with fright, resorting to the art of self-deception by closing her eyes during the pivotal scenes. Enhanced by exceptional special effects, this otherwise unremarkable horror film had transformed into a genuine gem. What is the essence of a horror film? Naturally, it is to instill fear. This film has undoubtedly achieved its purpose. The chilling atmosphere, enhanced by superb special effects, elevated the entire horror experience to a new level. Chapter 159, The Hollywood Crisis. Not so impressive. Lu Ruo inhaled deeply, her gaze fixed on the film that had already entered its closing credits. It's merely an ordinary horror film. Had it not been for her slightly trembling form and ashen visage, her assertion might have held more weight. Suddenly, the face of the woman in red loomed close to the camera, her lifeless eyes seemingly fixated on every soul in the theater. A chorus of screams erupted once more, reverberating throughout the screening room. One would expect that the acknowledgement phase of the credits would bring an end to any frights. Yet the director ingeniously opted for a close-up of the protagonist, clearly up to no good. Caught off guard, Lu Ruo swiftly turned, burying herself in Sumo's embrace. Her mental defenses had already begun to crumble, and that final horrifying image served as the last straw. Do not fear, it is all merely fiction. Suemo gently patted her back, his voice a soothing balm. Did the credits not state that it was all just an illusion? Such things cannot pass censorship if they are not. I naturally am not afraid, Lu Ruorua gradually calmed, her eyes reddening as she stubbornly declared, "It is just a slightly more frightening horror film." "Very well." Suemo chose not to dismantle her bravado but stood up instead, saying, "The movie has concluded. Let us return." In truth, Lu Ruorua fared better than most. Many patrons had long succumbed to fear, their legs trembling and minds in a daze. Observing this, Suemo could only shake his head in resignation. There was little he could do. The special effects of such films were entrusted to the expertise of Mozhang Special Effects, creating an immersive experience that was hard to resist. Even Suemo felt the temperature around him drop significantly, though he knew it to be a mere illusion. A residual effect of the horror film. For instance, an empty room could feel as though it were teeming with unseen presences. Once they exited the cinema and inhaled the fresh air, Lu Ruorua finally began to regain her composure. Following the previous incident, she had grown increasingly attached to Suemo, even taking to lingering at his home. The pair embarked on a cohabitation journey, a trivial matter for a legally recognized couple. Meanwhile, as Mozhang Films and Mozhang Special Effects soared in popularity, the Mozhang Group grew ever more formidable. Coupled with the explosive success of Smart Chat and bespoke services, Mozhang Group had firmly established itself as a global powerhouse. Notably, the emergence of Mozhang Special Effects left Hollywood in a state of disarray. Mozhang Special Effects churned out work with extraordinary efficiency, obliterating Hollywood's competitive edge. With a pricing structure lower than their production costs and superior quality effects, they had rendered Hollywood's offerings obsolete. What was there left to compare? It was far better to return home, wash up, and retire for the night. The pinnacle of special effects, crafted with 3 billion renminbi by Hollywood, paled in comparison to Mashang's 500 million renminbi creations, an utterly unmatched rivalry. In a state of desperation, numerous titans of Hollywood found themselves compelled to forge an alliance to collectively confront the formidable Mashang Group. The individual might of any singular entertainment giant proved insufficient to challenge the current dominance of the Mashang conglomerate. The visual effects from Mashang have elevated the cinematic works of Shagua to unprecedented heights, garnering widespread acclaim across the globe. This has significantly encroached upon the profits of many Hollywood giants, necessitating a united front against this encroachment. Within a conference room of the Empire, the urgency of the situation was palpable. The head of DreamWorks surveyed the assembly with a grave expression and declared, "If this continues, Hollywood's standing in the film industry will be perilously threatened." Even within the empire, the audience's recent preference has shifted away from Hollywood blockbusters to the imported films from Shagua. Since the release of Unilateral Eternity, there has been a profound affection for Shagua cinema, coupled with the enhancements provided by Mashang's effects. It feels as though they are operating under an unfair advantage, rendering domestic films virtually incapable of competing. Even the simultaneous releases from Hollywood have performed disappointingly at the box office, far from their previous successes. It is crucial to understand that the quality of our films has not diminished. Rather, the competition has become overwhelmingly fierce. Even the mightiest of Hollywood cannot withstand the sheer numbers brought forth by Shagua cinema. "Indeed, we cannot remain passive," exclaimed the head of Universal Pictures, seething with indignation. "It is precisely due to the superior effects from Mashang that one of my recent blockbusters has floundered at the box office, failing to reach even a tenth of the projected earnings." Historically, Hollywood films have been renowned for their explosive visual effects, accompanied by straightforward narratives. This formula has consistently yielded success, as a screen filled with dazzling effects can leave audiences mesmerized, keeping them in an exhilarating state throughout the viewing experience, a veritable feast for the senses. Yet, how shall we retaliate? The head of Columbia Pictures furrowed his brow, expressing his exasperation with a heavy sigh. Mashang's effects are not only cost-effective but also produced at an astonishing pace. We simply cannot compete. While the visual effects of Hollywood giants are commendable, they pale in comparison to the sheer brilliance of Mashang's work. Take the Unilateral Eternity series, for instance. It is ruthlessly impressive. The screen is a barrage of spectacular effects, each frame exuding the aura of wealth, maintaining a consistently high-energy experience from beginning to end. Under such circumstances, Mashang's effects appear to be tantamount to cheating, presenting an insurmountable advantage. With the opposition enjoying invincibility and instant success, even the relatively strong Hollywood giants find themselves utterly defenseless. Perhaps we should seek assistance from the Empire's officials. The head of Fox pondered thoughtfully, his voice calm. I believe the Empire's authorities would also be disinclined to witness an overwhelming influx of Shagua films dominating the market. These are not merely films. They serve as instruments of cultural infiltration. This phenomenon poses a significant threat not only to the titans of Hollywood but also to the imperial authorities. Cultural invasion is indeed a formidable concern. Should the younger generation of the Empire grow up watching films from the Summer Nation, it is likely that the ideologies portrayed therein would become deeply entrenched in their minds. Clearly, the imperial officials are also reluctant to witness such an occurrence. This is quite reasonable, indeed. The head of DreamWorks was also struck by this realization and excitedly remarked that if the imperial authorities are willing to take action to ban films from the Summer Nation, our predicament may improve at least somewhat. Chapter 160. The Empire cannot afford to play anymore while it may be impossible to return to the pinnacle of its former glory. There remains a possibility to salvage the box office within the Empire's own borders, or rather, across the entire Western world. Under the pressure exerted by the Empire's authorities, the entirety of the Western realm would fervently resist films from the Summer Nation. After all, a significant majority of Western nations are but vassals of the Empire, dutifully following its lead, with their economies intricately entwined with the Empire's influence. One might be overthinking the situation. Shortly thereafter, an executive from Warner Brothers stepped forward to temper expectations, stating, in the early stages, if the Empire's authorities had decisively banned films from the Summer Nation, there might have been a chance for success. However, the circumstances have drastically changed. The Empire must now consider numerous implications, and the consequences of a ban are burdensome. Indeed, the traditional skills of the Empire's populace lie in protests and demonstrations. Any action taken by the Empire's officials that incites public dissatisfaction could trigger fervent protests, creating quite the spectacle. But how can one ascertain the outcome without attempting? The head of DreamWorks clearly understood this principle yet remained unwilling to concede, firmly asserting, it is imperative to recognize that films from the Summer Nation not only affect the Empire's domestic cinema but also represent a form of cultural invasion. Can the Empire's authorities truly afford to remain passive? Cultural invasion, akin to a gentle spring rain, infiltrates quietly and insidiously. Should it succeed, the benefits would be tremendous. Consider the animated works from the Neon Nation, which fervently aired across various countries decades ago, becoming the cherished childhood memories of a generation. In this light, the cultural incursion from the Neon Nation proved remarkably successful, which is precisely why its government ardently supports the animation industry. However, in recent years, the Neon Nation's animation prowess seems to have faltered, yielding few impactful and exceptional works, instead gaining notoriety for more risky productions. This, too, could be seen as an unconventional form of cultural export. Indeed, attempting something is far more prudent than idly waiting. The head of Universal Pictures resolutely declared, we must directly confront this cultural invasion and compel the Empire's authorities to safeguard local film productions. The objective is to ensure a complete ban on films from the Summer Nation, thereby minimizing the threat posed by their special effects. In light of this, the Warner Brothers executive inhaled deeply and suggested, let us proceed to a vote. The minority shall yield to the majority. The assembly nodded in agreement, and the voting commenced in earnest. An overwhelming 90% opted for a direct ban on films from the Summer Nation. Even if the prospects seem bleak, one must try to know the outcome. It appears that the majority endorses this perspective. The head of DreamWorks, feeling a surge of excitement, exclaimed, let us unite in our request for the Empire's authorities to impose a ban on films from the Summer Nation. Their coalition represented a formidable force within the Empire's film industry, compelling the authorities to take notice. It is only natural to protect the development of domestic enterprises. Much like the practices observed in Shagua, where the government erected a formidable firewall to safeguard the growth of domestic internet enterprises, creating a pristine digital environment, it is evident, when viewed through the lens of the present, that this decision was remarkably astute. The flourishing of Shagua's internet companies, which have birthed titans such as Penguin, underscores the merits of such a policy. While there are both advantages and disadvantages, the benefits decidedly outweigh the drawbacks. It is worth noting that in certain nations, the entire internet ecosystem relies on foreign-developed software, thereby exposing their vulnerabilities to the world. Should malicious intent arise, it would be a trivial matter to exploit these weaknesses. Recently, Hollywood magnates have united in their demands for the imperial government to ban films from Shagua. However, before any official response could be issued, the news leaked online, igniting a significant uproar. The audacity of this request is truly disgraceful. The citizens of the empire erupted in outrage, denouncing the Hollywood elites for their repugnant behavior. It is abundantly clear that their own inadequacies have prompted them to seek a ban on exemplary Shagua cinema. How can they possess such a lack of shame? Since experiencing Shagua's cinematic offerings, the so-called blockbusters from Hollywood have become utterly lackluster, devoid of substance, leaving only visual effects to be admired. Without those effects, the narrative is nothing more than an insipid, unpalatable confection. I implore you, do not suggest that we may never again witness the brilliance of Shagua films. The thought alone drives me to madness. Let us rally against the drivel of Hollywood and support the cinematic creations of Shagua. Should the imperial government dare to concede, I would be the first to protest vociferously. The audacity of these Hollywood moguls is astonishing. Cultural invasion? What a preposterous justification. If they wish to prevent the proliferation of Shagua films, they ought to produce superior works to compete rather than lament their plight. The prohibition of Shagua films under such unfounded accusations is utterly intolerable. The outcry from the online community is overwhelmingly against this ban. Those who have already savored the delights of Shagua cinema have become its ardent admirers. To suggest that they may no longer have access to such exceptional films is simply unacceptable. Thanks to the global chat application, news of the situation swiftly reached Shagua, inciting further indignation among its citizens. How dare they? The Hollywood elites exhibit a flagrant disregard for decency. To ban our films is to invite their own downfall, an act of sheer folly. It is my estimation that the situation is far more complex than it appears. The discontent among the populace of the empire is palpable, and the government must heed the voice of the people. Just as water can support a vessel, it can also capsize it. Even the imperial authorities cannot afford to act unilaterally. It is noteworthy that when Western films were introduced into Shagua, there were no outright bans. At most, certain scenes deemed inappropriate for children were edited. How could the imperial government dare to impose a blanket prohibition? As the world watches in anticipation, the global audience has turned its gaze toward the empire, eagerly awaiting the official pronouncement regarding its decision. Will it refuse to impose a ban? Or will it resolutely exclude summer country films from its borders? This is an exceedingly challenging choice, fraught with peril, as a misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. After all, the populace of the empire is notably tempestuous. Inciting public outrage could prove difficult to quell. A substantial sacrifice may be required to appease the seething masses. Meanwhile, the summer country films currently screening in the empire have experienced a remarkable surge in box office sales due to this unfolding situation, with all tickets for the next 3 days already sold out. If one hesitates any longer, they may find themselves unable to witness these films at all. Chapter 161. Despair in Hollywood. In the expansive conference room of the empire's White House, a palpable sense of dread permeated the air. One suggested, "It is better to endure short-term pain than prolonged suffering. We should simply ban all films from the summer nation." In a corner, a figure rose, speaking with righteous fervor. Currently, films from the summer nation have become instruments of cultural invasion. The majority of screenings across our empire's cinemas feature these films, while our domestic productions languish in dismal box office returns. If this continues, the consequences will be dire. Our relationship with the summer nation has never been amicable, and the empire's governance over the years has fostered a sentiment of animosity among many of our citizens towards them, a development that the authorities are quite pleased to see. However, with such a deluge of films from the summer nation, public perception is bound to shift insidiously. How can we permit such a situation? Rather than allow this to persist, it would be more prudent to enact a sweeping ban on all films from the summer nation. Yet, the morality of such an action was questionable. Numerous individuals had profited from the Hollywood titans. The empire is, after all, a quintessential capitalist state. Under the pressure of financial influence, many matters can be rendered quite uncomplicated. If the financial resources are substantial enough to sway the entire nation, they could even impact the elections of national leaders. I oppose this. Another voice rose in protest. A blanket ban on films from the summer nation is evidently inadvisable. The influence of their cinema is deeply entrenched. Without just cause, public outrage is bound to ensue. The tenacious citizens of the empire will not rest until their grievances are addressed. Resistance has become inevitable, and protests have already become second nature. It is even possible that banners of dissent are prepared, merely awaiting the empire's decision. Should the ruling not satisfy them, it would create a striking spectacle. If the authorities remain obstinate, the situation could escalate rapidly, reaching a critical tipping point. Silence enveloped the conference room. It was clear that this dilemma was unavoidable. Legitimate justification was imperative. Employing baseless accusations would certainly not be accepted by the populace. Meanwhile, in another conference room within the empire, frustration boiled over. Damn it. Who leaked this information? The head of DreamWorks seethed, his countenance dark. Protests are erupting everywhere, demanding that we must not ban films from the Summer Nation. This affair was supposed to unfold quietly, yet it has ignited a storm of discontent. As a result, films from Hollywood are facing severe backlash, with their box office performance plummeting. Many theaters, sensing the shift, have swiftly pulled Hollywood films from their schedules, redirecting their screenings to Summer Nation productions. In an instant, films from the Summer Nation appear to be experiencing a final crescendo, with box office numbers soaring in a steep ascent. For cinemas, this situation is a bittersweet dilemma, fraught with anxiety over the empire's potential impulsive decision to ban Summer Nation films. In the eyes of the cinema industry, a robust box office translates to profit, and the films from the Summer Kingdom have been performing exceptionally well, with every screening sold out. Moreover, their prolific output allows for seamless transitions between projects, enabling advanced ticket sales for several upcoming films. It is nothing short of a grand celebration. The films from the Summer Kingdom must be banned. The head of Universal Pictures inhaled deeply and coldly stated, "Otherwise, we will truly be left without a way forward." With the backing of exceptional special effects, the Summer Kingdom's films seem to operate on a different level, rivaling Hollywood's top-tier effects, complemented by rich narratives that leave the empire's populace yearning for more. When one turns back to observe those Hollywood blockbusters, they appear rather mundane by comparison. Perhaps this reflects the adage, "It is easy to transition from frugality to luxury, but arduous to revert from luxury to frugality." Alas, the imperial authorities have yet to provide a clear response. The head of Warner Brothers furrowed his brow and scoffed. "We have invested so much money, yet no results have emerged." Coupled with the intensifying protests from the public, the imperial officials can no longer afford to disregard the sentiments of the populace. After all, water can both carry a boat and capsize it. Even the empire's leaders must heed public opinion, which now overwhelmingly supports the films from the Summer Kingdom. Should the imperial authorities dare to act unilaterally, they would undoubtedly face backlash, potentially resulting in a humiliating retraction of their stance. In the conference room, a profound silence once again enveloped the gathering. As leading figures in Hollywood, they are acutely aware of this reality. The longer the delay, the slimmer the chances become for the empire to impose a ban on Summer Kingdom films. Had the imperial officials acted decisively at the outset to enforce a blanket ban, it likely would not have provoked significant dissent. However, the circumstances have drastically changed. The influence of Summer Kingdom cinema within the empire has grown immensely, becoming a source of spiritual support for many who would not passively witness a ban. The adversary is undeniably formidable. The head of Columbia Pictures sighed in resignation and slowly remarked, "With the enhancement of special effects from the Mershang Company, we simply cannot compete. Even if we disregard the narrative and focus solely on the effects, Hollywood would still face a crushing defeat. After all, it is impossible for Hollywood to sustain explosive special effects throughout an entire film. At most, there are a few action scenes that can ignite excitement. In contrast, Mershang is a different breed altogether, producing spectacular effects that are nothing short of madness. And as long as the budget is sufficient, maintaining high energy throughout is not an issue." What is truly happening? The head of Fox, face etched with frustration, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Is it possible that the effects produced by Mershang are conjured from thin air? Otherwise, how could their efficiency be so astonishing? It is known that the current market is saturated with Summer Kingdom productions, all utilizing Mershang's special effects. While the top-tier effects are only a fraction of the offerings, there remains a significant quantity. With such an abundance of effects, even if Mershang's special effects artists were akin to workhorses, they could not achieve this alone. The quality of effects is directly proportional to the expertise of the artist involved, and the more refined the effects, the more time-consuming the process becomes. Typically, the creation of top-tier visual effects necessitates over 6 months of post-production to achieve exquisite and dazzling results. However, Tanny Group astonishingly accomplishes this in a remarkably brief period, producing effects that far surpass those completed in 6 months. One might jest, why bother? Just go home and rest. Perhaps Mojang Visual Effects has uncovered a method for rapid effect production. The head of DreamWorks speculated that this would elucidate why Mojang Visual Effects is so prolific. Moreover, Mojang's pricing is merely a tenth of the cost for effects of comparable quality, truly a testament to integrity. Consequently, many films from Shagua are entrusted to Mojang for their post-production visual effects, offering exceptional cost-effectiveness. Chapter 162. If you cannot defeat them, join them. The individuals gathered in the conference room once again found themselves engulfed in contemplation. It was evident that some were struggling to comprehend the situation. After all, the current visual effects are painstakingly crafted by artists who seem to conjure them from thin air, a process that is not only time-consuming and labor-intensive but also incredibly stressful. Thus, the prowess of a visual effects artist appears to correlate with the degree of their baldness. The more bald they become, the stronger they seem to grow. Ultimately, the meeting yielded no conclusive insights, leading everyone to decide to await the official verdict from the Empire. Meanwhile, discussions across the Empire's internet escalated dramatically. What is happening? Is the Empire's official stance one of indifference? Is this decision truly so arduous? Surely, the choice must be to refrain from banning films from the summer country. After all, there exists no legitimate justification for such an action. With no words left to counter, the Empire's officials remained inactive. Should they dare to impose a ban on summer country films, they would soon face the consequences. It appears that the Empire's focus has perhaps strayed. If there is concern about the domination of summer country films, then why not encourage the Hollywood moguls to enhance the quality of their productions? Resorting to underhanded tactics is nothing short of thuggish behavior. How utterly disgraceful. Brothers, let us take to the streets in protest. Consequently, vibrant scenes began to emerge in the major cities of the Empire. Armed with banners, they fervently chanted slogans, support summer country films, reject baseless accusations. Eventually, the Empire's officials could no longer withstand the pressure and publicly declared that they would not impose a ban on summer country films. They also kindly urged domestic film giants to elevate their cinematic standards. It seemed that the matter had reached a satisfactory conclusion. The Empire's netizens erupted in jubilant celebration. Victory! They would once again relish exceptional summer country films. Clearly, the power of the people remains remarkably potent. Cheers ensued. To calm their nerves, many chose to indulge in a summer country film. The cinema chains within the Empire were nearly moved to tears, filled with overwhelming joy. They could finally resume their profitable ventures. For the cinema chains, concerns over cultural invasion were of little consequence. They were simply aware of the immense popularity of summer country films, which promised explosive box office returns, thus ensuring substantial profits for the theaters. On another front, members of the Hollywood elite soon began to betray their own. The head of Universal Pictures sought out Mojang Effects, offering financial compensation for their services. With the request to have the Empire ban summer country films having failed, they could not afford to remain passive. After all, Mojang Effects offers high-quality services at reasonable prices. Moreover, Mojang Effects did not limit their expertise to just summer country productions. Their services were available globally. Thus, it was entirely feasible for them to commission Mojang Effects for post-production work, saving costs in the process. Considering the budget constraints, creating visual effects independently is not only laborious but may also yield unsatisfactory results. However, investing a modest sum to engage Mojang Effects for production would yield vastly different results. Their effects are akin to the precise output of a cold, unfeeling machine, leaving no room for error, truly a stress-free solution. The efficiency of Mojang Effects is remarkably high, and their production speed continues to accelerate. Upon witnessing the finished product, The head of Universal Pictures was immediately taken aback, murmuring in astonishment, "Impressive, truly impressive." The affordability was undeniable, yet the special effects reached an unparalleled standard, seemingly having attained the pinnacle of the industry. Particularly in terms of detail, it was as if hundreds of visual effects artists had lost their hair overnight. When the film officially premiered, the box office exploded, and the acclaim was overwhelmingly positive, igniting fervent discussions online. What was happening? Had Universal Pictures finally experienced a revelation? This newly released blockbuster appeared remarkably commendable. The narrative was profoundly thought-provoking, and the visual effects were nothing short of exceptional. Yet, it felt somewhat detached from Universal's typical stylistic approach. The effects bore a striking resemblance to those produced by the esteemed Mozhang Effects Company. Upstairs. "Do you not watch the credits?" one remarked. "This new film from Universal is indeed crafted by Mozhang Effects." "Ah, that clarifies everything. It is indeed commendable. If the new films from those Hollywood titans maintain such high standards, I would be more than willing to view them. Perhaps even more so than the films from Xia Country, which align better with my tastes. What of the other Hollywood giants? Are they still stagnating in complacency? It is well known that the Empire has explicitly stated it will not ban films from Xia Country. In such a scenario, do they still wish to struggle in vain? Perhaps they ought to learn from Universal Pictures, simply commissioning Mozhang Effects for post-production. That would resolve matters swiftly, with a slight enhancement of the storyline. Competing with those Xia Country films would pose no challenge at all. Indeed, films from Xia Country are necessary, as are local productions from the Empire. Both must coexist. Universal's actions epitomize the adage, if you cannot defeat them, join them. Faced with insurmountable odds, surrender seems preferable to inaction. Observing this, the other members of the alliance were filled with indignation. "Damn it," the head of DreamWorks exclaimed, glaring at the vacant seat of Universal's leader, teeth clenched. "How could this happen? We agreed to unite against Mozhang Effects. Why the sudden betrayal?" Such actions were utterly contemptible. Yet, they found themselves powerless, after all. The Hollywood giants had always maintained a competitive relationship, and this alliance was merely a temporary arrangement born out of necessity due to Mozhang Group's influence. This meant that the bonds of the alliance were as fragile as sand, capable of crumbling at any moment. "What shall we do now?" The head of Fox pondered for a moment, his expression grim. The Empire has already refused to ban films from Xia Country, while Universal, in collaboration with Mozhang Effects, has achieved tremendous success. The box office for Universal's new film has skyrocketed, and the praise is exceedingly favorable, even surpassing their previous works. As these words sank in, the group fell silent once more. It seemed they were faced with only two paths: to either resolutely resist Mozhang Effects, risking inevitable obsolescence, or to adapt. Those who fail to progress with the times will invariably be crushed by the relentless wheels of history. Another option, akin to that of Universal Pictures, is to engage in a profound collaboration with Mozhang Effects, entrusting the entirety of post-production visual effects to them. However, would this not be a considerable blow to one's pride? The individuals exchanged glances, each seemingly resigned to the notion of compromise. In the face of financial constraints, how much is pride truly worth? Moreover, Mozhang Effects offers exceptional quality at a reasonable price. Thus, delegating the post-production visual effects to them would ultimately result in significant savings. Consequently, many Hollywood magnates found themselves cursing Universal while simultaneously seeking out Mozhang Effects, investing their resources in securing their services for visual effects. As a result, Mozhang Group nearly monopolized the global visual effects market. With each film released worldwide, Mozhang reaped substantial financial rewards, reveling in their success. Chapter 163, The Food Safety Scare. Meanwhile, Suemo and Lu Ruo continued to relish their sweet little life together. "So, shall we watch another horror film next time?" Upon returning home, Suemo gazed at the now fully recovered Lu Ruo, chuckling softly as he inquired, "The horror films to come are bound to be increasingly terrifying. After all, in the future, the special effects produced by Mozhang would monopolize the entire film industry. Mozhang Special Effects is an entity that the entire cinematic realm dares not provoke. With the aid of AI-generated effects, achieving an immersive horror film experience is entirely feasible. In fact, the effects currently on display have been deliberately toned down. The truly terrifying visuals could render one unconscious. Thus, the special effects in these horror films are merely sanitized versions. Nonetheless, they still elicit screams of fright. Even Lu Ruarua, known for her tough demeanor, was visibly shaken. The unexpected terror conveyed the director's wicked sense of humor. It would not be surprising if some were already online, cursing the director's family. It is really nothing much. Having recovered, Lu Ruarua exhibited remarkable resolve. She patted her flat stomach and declared, "I'm hungry," due to the previous film's overwhelming fright. She had not realized her stomach was protesting with hunger pangs. Now, with her composure restored, the sensation of hunger surged forth. "What would you like to eat?" Suemo affectionately stroked Lu Ruarua's hair and replied, "I will prepare something right away." Although he was the chairman of Imo Shang Group and no longer troubled by financial concerns, Suemo occasionally enjoyed cooking for himself. It served as a splendid means to enhance their bond. Let me think. Lu Ruarua tilted her head adorably in contemplation and, without hesitation, exclaimed, "I want braised pork." Upon this thought, she could not help but swallow hard, appearing utterly charming. "Then today, I shall show you my culinary skills." Suemo turned towards the kitchen, but upon surveying the fridge's contents, he could only shake his head in resignation. "It seems we are out of meat." After the last meal, they had not replenished their supplies, and thus, it was all gone. Ordinarily, they had a dedicated service delivering top-quality ingredients right to their door. However, perhaps they had consumed the meat too swiftly, and the replenishment had not yet arrived. No meat? Lu Ruarua, upon seeing this, touched her flat belly, clenched her fist, and declared resolutely, "Then let us go to the nearby supermarket together. It's not far at all." Her stomach was vociferously protesting, eagerly desiring the savory braised pork. "All right." Suemo nodded in agreement. The nearby Dahua supermarket was a sizable establishment, and the quality of its ingredients should be assured. With their decision made, Suemo and Lu Ruarua promptly set out with enthusiasm towards Dahua supermarket. Upon entering the supermarket, they headed straight for the meat section. "It looks quite good," Lu Ruarua remarked, surveying the array of delectable meat options. "We can make braised pork now." Under the peculiar illumination of the supermarket, each piece of meat appeared remarkably fresh. The process of purchasing meat proceeded smoothly, as the cuts seemed appealingly fresh to the naked eye. Thus, Suemo casually selected a rather decent-looking piece of pork belly and happily returned home with Lu Ruo. "I'm so hungry." Lu Ruo's stomach protested increasingly, anxiously exclaiming, "Braised pork, braised pork." If prepared correctly, braised pork could achieve an exquisitely tender texture, with the fatty portions melting in the mouth without being greasy, and the lean meat succulently soft rather than dry. Paired with a bowl of fragrant white rice, it would be nothing short of a culinary delight. However, as Suemo prepared to wash the meat, he furrowed his brow. The pork belly, which had appeared fresh in the supermarket, now exhibited a significantly altered hue. Fresh pork typically showcases a red or light pink color, with white fat. Yet, the piece before him had turned a reddish brown, seemingly on the verge of spoilage. "What is happening?" Lu Ruoruo, observing the discolored pork, echoed his confusion. How could it look so fresh in the supermarket, yet turn out like this at home? Did it spoil during the journey? But that seemed implausible. Their travel time had been minimal, hardly sufficient for such rapid deterioration. "It must be the lighting." Suemo inhaled deeply and explained slowly. "That type of light emits a deceptive red glow. Meat exposed to this light appears vibrant and fresh. I had suspected this, but instinctively thought that a major supermarket would not make such a mistake, hence I did not investigate further. Yet, the situation has proven quite unexpected." "How infuriating." Lu Ruoruo reacted indignantly, gritting her teeth. "Not only is the color problematic, but it also emits a foul odor, clearly rendering it inedible. What on earth is going on?" Suemo, equally perplexed, frowned. "Dahua supermarket is quite substantial. How could such an issue arise? Are we simply unlucky to have chosen this piece among many?" It was evident that the meat they had brought home had spoiled and was odorous. It seemed that their hopes for braised pork were dashed. Both were taken aback. How could a large supermarket sell meat that smelled foul? The matter was undoubtedly complex, especially considering that all the meat over there bore the same coloration. Lu Ruoro, rubbing her protesting stomach, remarked indignantly. This implies that the spoiled meat is not isolated to this piece, but rather a widespread issue. How strange, utterly strange. How could such a large supermarket sell spoiled meat? Do they not fear the collapse of their reputation? In contemporary society, food safety is a grave concern. If exposed, that supermarket could face bankruptcy. Why would they engage in such practices? Is the profit truly so substantial? There is definitely something amiss. Sumo's gaze sharpened. Nodding firmly, we cannot let them get away with this. Lu Ruo evidently shared his sentiment. Thus, the two individuals resolved to investigate, for food safety issues are of paramount importance. These matters are intricately linked to the well-being of the populace. Consuming spoiled meat can lead to grave consequences. The onset of acute gastroenteritis is a distinct possibility, accompanied by varying degrees of nausea, vomiting, bloating, and diarrhea. Food safety is not a trivial concern. If large supermarkets can be so careless, what of the smaller establishments? It is safe to presume that the problems are even more pronounced there. The avarice inherent in human nature breeds numerous unsavory practices. In pursuit of profit, individuals may trample upon the law without hesitation. Only when the truth of such incidents comes to light do they awaken to reality. Yet this realization often stems not from a genuine understanding of their misdeeds, but rather from a fear of facing legal repercussions. Chapter 164. They must not be let off. Lu Ruo stepped forward with unwavering resolve, declaring, "Leave this matter to me. I shall investigate it thoroughly and ensure that the truth is revealed." As a champion of justice, it was imperative for her to delve into such matters. The world deserved clarity and righteousness. You intend to investigate? Suemo responded with surprise, his concern evident. Perhaps it would be best to refrain. I can easily enlist someone for the task. After all, at Sumo's level, many issues had ceased to be problematic. A mere command could lead to a comprehensive inquiry being conducted by his subordinates. Do not worry about me, Lu Ruo exclaimed with spirited confidence, waving her hand dismissively. I am quite clever. Besides, there is a unique sense of accomplishment in personally unmasking such evil. It is akin to the legendary heroes of antiquity, who would revel in their exploits. Reluctantly, Suemo acquiesced, yet he resolved to keep a vigilant eye on Lu Ruoro's actions. The world was fraught with peril, and it was wise to remain cautious. Thus, Lu Ruoro, brimming with determination, began to devise her plan. Her first objective was to gather detailed evidence to bring them down completely. Perhaps I could infiltrate the enemy's ranks. She suddenly proposed, a spark of inspiration igniting her words. Then I could obtain irrefutable evidence of their sale of tainted meat. With solid proof, they would have no defense. That is exceedingly dangerous, Suemo cautioned, shaking his head. What if you're discovered? They clearly possess a sense of impunity. Modern society is not as perilous as you presume. Lu Ruorio retorted, her sense of justice unabated. Moreover, how can one capture a tiger without entering its den? This is the only way to secure their criminal evidence. She was almost giddy with excitement at the prospect of exposing the wickedness herself. Suemo could only facepalm in resignation, realizing Lu Ruo's memory seemed rather selective. How quickly she had forgotten the recent assassination incident. Were it not for his intervention, the consequences could have been dire. Then let us procure a pinhole camera. Suemo contemplated briefly before conceding. I will assist you in acquiring one. Journalists often employ such devices for undercover work. After all, entering with a large camera would likely result in you being carried out on a stretcher. That would be perfect. Lu Ruoro nodded, her enthusiasm rekindled. This time, we shall undoubtedly secure the crucial evidence. Once we have it, this major supermarket will be on the brink of ruin. Should this escalate online, the repercussions will be even more severe. Furthermore, the mastermind behind it all will face the full weight of the law. Suemo, with a bitter smile of resignation, had no choice but to assume the role of an invisible guardian, ensuring Lu Ruoro's safety. Everything was in place, and Lu Ruoro secured a part-time job at Dahua Supermarket, bringing along her pinhole camera. Inside the supermarket, Lu Ruoro donned her work uniform and muttered to herself, "Let me see what secrets this supermarket harbors." Once her shift commenced, she discreetly slipped into the fresh produce section. To her dismay, she discovered the staff handling meat that had already begun to emit a foul odor. Lu Ruo's expression soured as she inhaled the unmistakable stench of decay, a wave of nausea washing over her. How abhorrent! It became evident that the supermarket was fully aware of the questionable quality of the meat, yet continued to sell it. Slightly spoiled overnight meat was sold at a discount, while moderately spoiled meat was merely rinsed and put back on the shelf. As for severely spoiled meat, it was ground into minced meat or used for sausage. After all, once minced and mixed with other ingredients, it became nearly indistinguishable. Observing the staff's actions, Lu Ruoro's heart sank. Could this practice truly go unpunished? It was utterly outrageous. In pursuit of profit, they had cast aside their integrity. Of course, it won't cause any issues. We've always operated this way, a staff member, noticing Lu Ruoro's beauty, replied without hesitation. Otherwise, we would incur losses, wouldn't we? We've been doing this for ages without a single problem. With such a mindset, they naturally believed that future occurrences would remain trouble-free. Generally speaking, even if an ordinary consumer purchased slightly spoiled meat, they would struggle to identify it. As for the seasoned shoppers, they would never patronize such a place for their meat needs. Thus, this method of operation posed no risk, which explained their prolonged immunity to repercussions. Hearing this, Lu Ruo felt a wave of revulsion, yet she mustered a forced smile and inquired, "Do you consume this meat?" While eating spoiled meat might not lead to immediate death, it would undoubtedly result in an upset stomach. Spoiled meat harbors numerous bacteria that proliferate in food, causing it to decompose. Consequently, consuming such tainted food introduces a plethora of bacteria into the body, which multiply in the intestines, often containing toxins that can trigger gastrointestinal inflammation, fever, vomiting, and diarrhea. In severe cases, gastric lavage may be necessary. Haha, we definitely don't eat it. The nearby staff member chuckled in response to Lu Ruoro's smile. After all, the meat is already spoiled. How could we eat it? One must preserve oneself while selling it. Lu Ruoro was left speechless. What kind of convoluted reasoning was this? How could they speak so brazenly about harming others? Did their conscience not ache? However, it would not be long before their laughter turned to silence. Once this crucial evidence is unveiled, justice shall inevitably prevail. Subsequently, Lu Ruoro smiled and said, thank you. But I shall refrain from eating in the future. I must attend to my matters now." With that, she hurriedly departed. After all, with the evidence secured, it was paramount to leave swiftly. However, to her dismay, the inconspicuous pinhole camera suddenly malfunctioned and fell to the ground. The once cleverly concealed device became glaringly obvious once it was stripped of its disguise. Upon witnessing this, Lu Ruoro felt a surge of dread. Had she been discovered? Curse it! Was this truly a pinhole camera? Soon, several individuals approached, swiftly seizing the fallen camera and, after a meticulous examination, their expressions darkened as they fixed an accusatory gaze upon Lu Ruoro, demanding, "Who are you? A reporter?" The Daha supermarket, having evaded scrutiny for many years, undoubtedly wielded considerable power. Chapter 165. Threatening Lu Ruoro, Sumo arrives originally. Only seasoned employees, well acquainted with the operations, were permitted access to the fresh produce processing area. This measure effectively minimized the risk of secrets being unveiled. In fact, there had been instances where journalists attempted to infiltrate the premises for investigation, but they were promptly discovered. Observing this, the others wasted no time and reported to the manager, clearly demonstrating their adeptness in handling such situations. "What do you intend to do?" Lu Ruoro, noticing the unfolding events, felt a twinge of panic yet feigned calmness as she asserted, "I am not a journalist." This statement held a kernel of truth. Lu Ruoro was indeed not a journalist, but rather a vigilant champion for justice, striving to expose the injustices of the world. Not a journalist? Then what is this? A skeptical individual scrutinized Lu Ruoro, coldly brandishing the object in his hand. Do ordinary supermarket employees carry pinhole cameras with them? To be frank, disbelief was palpable. The manager, swift in his actions, soon arrived with reinforcements, effectively blocking Lu Ruo's escape route. This is a society governed by the rule of law. Lu Ruo inhaled deeply. Her teeth clenched as she proclaimed, "Do you intend to restrict my personal freedom? In this open world, do you dare to resort to murder and silencing?" With a grim expression, the supermarket manager, Han Jingyi, meticulously examined the pinhole camera and remarked, "If you are not a journalist, who would believe you?" Bringing in a pinhole camera is clearly an attempt to capture evidence of their wrongdoing. While not on par with heinous crimes such as murder or robbery, the long-term sale of spoiled meat bore severe consequences. Should this information be exposed, the fate of this large supermarket would be irrevocably sealed. Even the staff handling the spoiled meat paused their work, encircling Lu Ruoruo with astonishment. What? This girl is a journalist? It was utterly inconceivable. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed somewhat rational, considering Lu Ruo had been persistently inquiring about pertinent issues. Moreover, there was a crucial factor. Lu Ruo possessed an exquisite beauty, even in the supermarket uniform. Her youthful and vibrant aura could not be concealed. She resembled a distinguished university student, raising questions about her presence in a supermarket. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Lu Ruoruo instinctively took a step back, gritting her teeth as she reiterated, "I have already stated, I am not a journalist." She genuinely was not a journalist. She was merely a righteous member of the public. "I do not care whether you are a journalist or not." Han Jingyi tightened his grip on the pinhole camera, his anger intensifying as he coldly ordered, "Delete everything you have recorded, or you will face dire consequences." He was uncertain whether Lu Ruoruo had already captured something incriminating, perhaps even uploaded to the cloud. If the information were indeed exposed, it would spell catastrophe for the supermarket. Humph. Lu Ruoruo, equally stubborn, lifted her chin defiantly and responded, "Deleting is out of the question. You are the ones committing a crime. The process of handling that spoiled meat is utterly shocking. The overnight meat, slightly spoiled, is sold at a discount, while the moderately spoiled, with a pronounced odor, is washed and then sold. As for the severely spoiled meat, with an unbearable stench, it is ground into minced meat or used for sausages." Such thoughts filled Lu Ruoruo with increasing indignation. How could such a supermarket continue to operate? With so much spoiled meat, one wonders how many people have been harmed. "Young lady, I am merely offering you a word of caution," Han Jingyi warned, his gaze growing increasingly cold. He threatened, "If you delete all the videos now, I can consider this matter closed." His tone shifted to a menacing growl. "But if you continue to resist, I will ensure you face the consequences." The stakes were far too high to allow this young girl to ruin everything. The onlooking supermarket employees shared unkind glances, clearly aligned with the supermarket's interests, compelled to protect their own positions. "Little girl, you should delete it quickly." Some, noticing Lu Ruoruo's beauty, began to persuade her, "You cannot do something that jeopardizes our livelihoods." If Lu Ruoruo exposed the situation, they would all face unemployment. "I will not delete it, not even if it costs me my life," Lu Ruoruo retorted, her temper flaring. "Do you not feel a pang of conscience for engaging in such activities? You wouldn't dare eat that spoiled meat yourselves, yet you have the audacity to sell it? Have you no decency left?" The thought enraged her further. She had envisioned savoring tender, melt-in-the-mouth braised pork, only to have it snatched away by this unscrupulous supermarket. It was utterly despicable. "You are courting disaster," Han Jingyi exploded, stepping forward threateningly. To obstruct someone's livelihood is akin to murder. He was furious, ready to resort to violence, as he was tightly bound to the supermarket's fate. If the supermarket were to collapse, he would surely face dire repercussions. Lu Ruoruo's eyes widened in shock, instinctively taking a step back. To her astonishment, a group of well-dressed individuals entered with great authority, surrounding Han Jingyi's men. It was Su Mo witnessing this scene. Han Jingyi was left speechless. Su Mo stepped protectively in front of Lu Ruoruo, casting a cold gaze at the now terrified Han Jingyi, and slowly said, "You just claimed someone was courting death?" Han Jingyi immediately faltered, misunderstanding. Faced with overwhelming numbers and the intimidating presence of professional bodyguards, he deemed it wise to concede. "Misunderstanding?" Su Mo looked down at the trembling Han Jingyi with disdain, his voice icy. "I beg to differ. Had I arrived even a moment later, it seems Lu Ruoruo would have faced physical harm." The thought deepened the chill in his gaze. A flicker of resentment crossed Han Jingyi's eyes as he clenched his teeth. "What do you intend to do?" He was acutely aware of his precarious position. If the situation escalated, the presence of spoiled meat would be impossible to conceal. With an impassive expression, Su Mo replied coolly, "Let us see how you perform." It was evident that he had no intention of letting him off the hook. Han Jingyi, feeling helpless and resentful, cast a glance at Suemo. With a firm stomp of his foot and a surge of determination, he slapped himself across the face not once, but twice. The sharp sound echoed in the air, creating an atmosphere so tense that one could hear a pin drop. The previously imperious manager was now inflicting punishment upon himself. Suemo observed the unfolding scene with an icy demeanor, remaining silent. His formidable presence emanated from within, rendering Han Jingyi's face ashen. The situation was becoming increasingly precarious. If this continues, I will call the police. Han Jingyi, filled with indignation, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "What you are doing is—" "Go ahead, call the police." Suemo interrupted him coldly, adding, "It would be best to summon the Industrial and Commercial Bureau and the Drug Administration as well." Chapter 166, Business Suspension and Inspection. The sale of spoiled meat is a grave issue. According to Sumo's investigation, the sale of spoiled meat in this supermarket is not a recent occurrence, but has been ongoing for quite some time. The proprietor behind this establishment is undoubtedly destined for incarceration. Suemo could hardly fathom the rampant sale of spoiled meat, an act that blatantly disregards the law. How dare they engage in such nefarious practices instead of focusing on enhancing customer traffic? Upon hearing this, Han Jingyi fell into a deep silence. What a joke. How could we possibly report this? If we do, it would expose everything. The air around them was thick with the faintly rancid odor of spoiled meat, evoking a sense of nausea. These individuals were truly despicable. Liu, undeterred, stepped forward, indignantly proclaiming, "How can they dare to sell such spoiled meat? Have they no conscience left?" Suemo continued to shield Liu behind him, calmly stating, "Then let us report them. These people have completely lost their moral compass, and it is utterly impossible for them to awaken to their wrongdoings." Suemo envisioned that if they simply left without taking action, the supermarket would remain unchanged, persistently selling spoiled meat, albeit in a more covert manner. After all, having tasted the exorbitant profits, returning to legitimate business practices would be more unbearable than death itself. Easy money often comes with a price, and typically, such ventures are marked by the law. Of course, Sumo's exceptional methods of earning money were an exception, as they were legitimate and far more profitable than selling spoiled meat. Damn it! Han Jingyi, no longer intimidated, glared fiercely at Suemo and gritted his teeth. Are we truly going to cut off their livelihood? Severing someone's means of income is akin to murdering their family. Such an act is undeniably unscrupulous. We could easily overlook this and pretend nothing happened. Han Jingyi cast a resentful glance at Liu, seething with anger. As long as we delete all the video evidence, everyone would be content. Why meddle in affairs that don't concern you? I simply cannot comprehend it. If you truly find it intolerable, why not just refrain from purchasing meat from this supermarket? Suemo coldly regarded Han Jingyi, unfazed, as he picked up his phone to call the authorities. Damn it! Han Jingyi, realizing the gravity of the situation, tore off his facade, reaching out to snatch Suemo's phone. Reporting this would spell disaster, exposing the entire matter of the spoiled meat. However, Han Jingyi overlooked the presence of Sumo's bodyguard, who effortlessly restrained his hand like a vice. The sharp pain surged through Han Jingyi as he struggled to break free, but it was futile. The bodyguard merely held him back, not taking any further action. Humph! Liu interjected. If you wish to keep your misdeeds hidden, you must refrain from committing them. Such a morally reprehensible act must be exposed. Suemo successfully reported the incident, and help would arrive shortly. It was over. Han Jingyi, upon witnessing the scene, slumped to the ground, murmuring, "It's utterly finished." The person before him clearly sought total annihilation, showing no mercy whatsoever. Han Jingyi could only glare at Suemo with resentment, for with so many black-clad bodyguards surrounding them, escape was not an option. Soon, the relevant authorities arrived, visibly taken aback by the situation. Why were there so many men in black? Were they filming a new version of Young and Dangerous? What was happening? The person in charge, feeling apprehensive, cautiously inquired, "What are these men in black doing?" With such a multitude present, the thought of a conflict was daunting, and every individual appeared to be a well-trained, ferocious beast. My girlfriend discovered that they were selling spoiled meat as fresh, and they even threatened her, Suemo explained, raising his hands in frustration. The official finally sensed something amiss, as the air was still permeated with the foul stench of deteriorating meat. Coupled with Su Mo's words, the conclusion became all too evident. Han Jingyi, like a frostbitten eggplant, withered in despair, his mind in a haze. There was no turning back now. It was over, utterly over. We were forced into this. The staff handling the spoiled meat stammered, sweating profusely. The supermarket made us do it. Panic spread among the supermarket employees. What were they to do? This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. How had it all been exposed so inexplicably? Take them away. The official, angered by the stench in the air, commanded, bring them back for a thorough investigation. How could such a large supermarket dare to openly sell spoiled meat? It was utterly lawless. Was there no justice? No legal recourse? Damn it. Han Jingyi cast a resentful glance back at Su Mo and Lu Ruoruo, gritting his teeth and declaring, this matter is far from over. If it weren't for that woman's meddling, we wouldn't be in this situation. The supermarket could still sell spoiled meat. Must they ruin our livelihoods? Han Jingyi was utterly perplexed. Yet he could only sit in the police car, simmering with resentment. Finally, it was resolved. Lu Ruo let out a sigh of relief, clenching her small fist in indignation. These people are truly despicable. They dare to sell meat they wouldn't even consume themselves? Their consciences are utterly corrupt. Let us go. Su Mo chuckled wryly, gently ruffling Lu Ruo's hair. We'll head home to enjoy some braised pork. The ingredients have already been delivered, ensuring their freshness. The braised pork will be melt in your mouth tender and not greasy, while the lean meat will be succulent without being dry. Just as Su Mo prepared to leave, the system's voice resonated. Check-in is available here. Would you like to proceed? Su Mo felt a twinge of surprise, yet he silently affirmed, check-in. He found himself somewhat eager for the rewards that would accompany it. The last time, the AI special effects generator had proven to be a veritable goldmine, enabling the Moshon Group to nearly monopolize the global special effects industry, compelling numerous thinning-haired special effects artists to pivot their careers. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at Dahua Supermarket and received the technical documentation for a portable AI food safety testing device. This compact device, no larger than a pen, features a light that can be inserted into food for testing. A blinking green light indicates safety and edibility. A yellow light signifies slight quality degradation and advises against consumption, while a red light denotes high risk and prohibits use. Additionally, it can relay detailed testing results to a mobile application. Chapter 167. The Revolutionary Technology in Food Safety Testing. Equipped with a one-click reporting function, allows direct reporting of results to regulatory authorities. How remarkable! Su Mo exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment. This is akin to having a pillow when one is sleepy. Food safety is of utmost importance. The sale of spoiled meat is not confined to just one vendor. Discovering a single cockroach in your home suggests that, unseen, there may be at least 1,000 more lurking about. Spoiled meat is likely just the tip of the iceberg, and the underlying darkness is far more extensive. Lu Ruoruo, observing Su Mo's sudden halt and peculiar noises, inquired, "What is the matter? Aren't you eager to return home for some braised pork?" "It's nothing." Su Mo chuckled lightly, striding forward. "Let us go home for some braised pork." The AI food safety testing device, with its sign-in rewards, is bound to become immensely popular. After all, matters concerning food, clothing, housing, and transportation are significant issues. As people's lives become increasingly affluent, their concern for food safety naturally intensifies. That is wonderful. Lu Ruoruo immediately cast aside all her worries, following Su Mo like a little foodie, even murmuring about the braised pork. Once home, Su Mo took it upon herself to cook, preparing a pot of delectable braised pork that elicited laughter. The tender texture, with fatty meat melting in the mouth yet not overly greasy, and the lean meat being soft and succulent, made it utterly delightful. Lu Ruoruo, with grease gleaming on her lips, patted her belly and exclaimed, "One more bowl, please." Meanwhile, the scandal involving Dahua Supermarket was finally exposed online, igniting considerable public reaction. Netizens were abuzz with discussions. "Damn, I bought pork from Dahua Supermarket too. Something felt off at the time, but I thought a major supermarket could never have issues. This is utterly revolting. How dare they? Even if they sell fresh meat, their profits would be substantial. Why resort to such risky behavior? Upstairs, selling fresh meat is far more lucrative than selling spoiled meat. Greed can corrupt even the most reputable. When the lure of profit is substantial enough, people will take dangerous risks. It's terrifying. Such news is truly unsettling. Food safety is a matter that affects everyone, and no one can escape its repercussions. Subsequently, Suemo engaged someone to produce an AI food safety testing device based on technical documentation for various tests. Upon inserting the device into fresh vegetables, it emitted a green light, indicating safety for consumption. Continuous testing followed, yielding an impressive accuracy rate of 95. How extraordinary! Lu Roro, equally astonished, exclaimed, "With this, unscrupulous vendors will think twice before brazenly selling questionable food products." The existence of the AI food safety testing device serves as a Damocles sword hovering over all food vendors. Even those tempted to sell problematic food must exercise caution. Should they be exposed, it would lead to their utter disgrace. Seeing this, Suemo decisively instructed Shagua to establish a department for food safety testing devices, acquire factories, and commence mass production. Strive to promptly introduce the AI food safety detection device into the market. This innovation not only has the potential to transform the entire food industry, but also promises substantial profits for Suemo. Although the profit margins may not rival those of AI-generated special effects, it undoubtedly serves as a lucrative venture. Furthermore, it will enhance the influence of the Mo Shang Group, extending its reach even further. This development is evidently beneficial for the future growth of the Mo Shang Group. Meanwhile, as incidents of spoiled meat being sold as fresh continue to surface, the issue is gaining traction and eliciting widespread response, even ascending to the top of trending topics, overshadowing the trivial matters concerning numerous celebrities. After all, no amount of paid trending can suppress the voice of the public. There is a growing concern among consumers regarding the safety of the food they consume. If even large supermarkets can engage in such practices, one can only imagine the severity of the situation in smaller establishments. It is indeed alarming. What was once thought to be a secure and healthy choice in cooking fresh ingredients is now called into question. The audacity of major supermarkets selling spoiled meat is astonishing, leaving one wary of the integrity of ingredients sourced from lesser-known places. It is utterly disgusting. I recently saw a news report revealing that severely spoiled meat was processed into sausages and meatballs, which has left me hesitant to eat. How infuriating. Is there truly no way to eradicate such occurrences? Which large supermarket could possibly sell spoiled meat as fresh for such an extended period without some form of oversight? If there is no protective umbrella for accountability, I find it hard to believe. It is imperative to hold local food safety officials accountable for their gross negligence. Such incidents seem unavoidable, leading me to suggest that one should rely on their mothers to purchase groceries, as they possess ample experience to discern the quality of meat with just a glance. Is there truly no portable food testing device that can assess the quality of food at any time? Perhaps such a device is still a distant dream, not to be realized for another half-century. How disheartening. It appears that the responsibility for ensuring food safety must rest with the government, imposing stringent regulations to deter unscrupulous merchants. There is a pervasive anxiety regarding food safety among the public. In the presence of strong seasonings, unless one possesses a particularly acute sense of taste, it is nearly impossible to detect whether ingredients have spoiled. The consequences of consuming compromised food can range from mild discomfort to serious health issues requiring hospitalization. This pervasive concern weighs heavily on everyone. However, there seems to be no definitive solution to this predicament. In the face of significant profit, there will always be those willing to take risks. Utilizing fresh ingredients entails elevated costs, while slightly spoiled ones can have expenses. Coupled with robust seasonings, the degradation becomes nearly undetectable, allowing profits to soar without easy detection. It is a tempting proposition indeed. Ultimately, the conscience has been compromised. Time, like a fleeting horse, has swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month has elapsed. The online community, too, is forgetful. The uproar surrounding the spoiled meat has long been relegated to the recesses of memory. In its stead, the trending topics are now dominated by trivial matters concerning various celebrities. For instance, a renowned star suffered a minor injury while filming a popular variety show, leading to an outpouring of discussions. How heart-wrenching it is for my dear brother. The production team has displayed a shocking lack of empathy. Did they not notice that my brother was bleeding? It took them a staggering 3 minutes and 35 seconds to provide a band-aid, which is utterly irresponsible. Chapter 168. Product launch. Do you understand the extent of my brother's efforts? He bled, yet they still haven't rushed him to the hospital? If they delay any longer, it will be too late. To the one upstairs, I seriously suspect you are a hater. The news of spoiled meat has long been forgotten. After all, it cannot change anything. One can only remain vigilant. At this moment, the Mozhang Group unexpectedly announced a product launch event for tonight. This is monumental news. It's worth noting that the last event from Mozhang Group showcased Mozhang Special Effects Company, which undertakes global special effects production. Consequently, Mozhang Special Effects has revolutionized the entire film industry, drastically reducing the cost of special effects single-handedly. Even Hollywood has opted not to produce their own effects, but instead entrusted them to Mozhang Special Effects. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Realizing they could not obliterate Mozhang Special Effects, they decisively chose to join forces. They calculated that producing effects in-house would be time-consuming and labor-intensive, and the results would likely not match those of Mozhang Special Effects. Most importantly, the cost would far exceed Mozhang's quotes. In such circumstances, why even attempt it? They promptly delegated all film-related special effects to Mozhang Special Effects, continuously refining the plot details. From that point on, box office revenues surged, reaching unprecedented heights. A saying emerged in the film industry: follow Mozhang Special Effects for success. The global film industry flourished as a result, with a plethora of outstanding works emerging. For the audience, it was an exhilarating visual feast. And now Mozhang Group is preparing to hold another product launch? What groundbreaking products might they unveil? This has stirred a tempest online, overshadowing trivial matters involving celebrities, swiftly climbing to the top of trending topics within mere minutes. Their prowess is undeniably formidable. Discussions abound. Are there insiders? Someone reveal the secrets behind Mozhang Group's upcoming product launch. Is it perhaps a controllable nuclear fusion device capable of liberating humanity from the energy crisis? Surely, one must be dreaming. To witness such a thing in one's lifetime would be an extraordinary stroke of luck. It is utterly implausible. Could it be a virtual reality game? That also seems quite appealing. How has it become increasingly absurd? Such feats are simply unattainable. The headquarters of Penguin is in utter disarray. Mozhang Group has become a looming shadow over them. The mere mention of Mozhang Group evokes the terror of being dominated by a global intelligent chat app. It is truly frightening. In the opulent conference room, have there still been no updates? Brother Shagua listened to the reports beside him, his expression grim. Coldly, he remarked, "Is this your efficiency?" Previously, he had instructed his team to closely monitor the movements of Mozhang Group, so they could prepare appropriate responses in advance. Initially, it was presumed that the Mozhang Group was progressing steadily, yet unexpectedly, they have unveiled a remarkable surprise. The product launch conference is imminent, yet those conducting the investigation have received no information whatsoever. How could this be? It is well known that the release of new products typically follows a gradual process, often accompanied by whispers of insider news. Given the stringent confidentiality measures employed by Mr. Ma and Sumo, it is indeed perplexing. As the atmosphere grew tense, Gua Tianhua swiftly intervened to ease the situation, asserting that the products to be unveiled at this conference must be of significant weight. The previous release from Mozhang Effects had completely revolutionized the film industry, compelling numerous middle-aged visual effects artists to shift careers. This firmly established Mozhang Group's dominance within the cinematic realm. After all, who would dare oppose the Mozhang Group? Knowing they could simply refuse to produce visual effects for their competitors? Such a move would be utterly devastating. With keen interest, everyone awaited the Mozhang Group's conference. Shagua, feeling the pressure, expressed his concerns, hoping that there would not be any conflicts with our penguin industry. If so, it would undoubtedly be an unforeseen calamity. Mozhang Group is known for its unconventional strategies. Their foray into the social software arena previously catapulted global intelligence chat to become the largest social platform worldwide, outmatching QQ, WeChat, Facebook, and Twitter. Such prowess is indeed formidable, and it would be unwise to allow them to emerge as rivals once more. The news of the Mozhang Group's product launch was disseminated globally through global intelligence chat. After all, it is their own conference. A small promotion seems acceptable. As anticipation mounted, night fell, and the Tianyi Group's product launch officially commenced, broadcasting live worldwide. Viewers could effortlessly tune in via global intelligence chat. As the live stream began, tens of millions flooded in, a number that continued to surge without any sign of abating. The previous Mozhang effects had left audiences astounded. And there was a collective hope for another surprise. What might this conference reveal? A warm welcome was extended to friends worldwide attending the Mozhang Group's product launch. Sumo appeared on screen, smiling as he announced, "The new product we present today is a food safety testing device." The moment he finished speaking, the barrage of comments erupted. What? Not a controllable nuclear fusion device. This is utterly disappointing. A food safety testing device. I found myself typing a question. What is that? Not a virtual reality game either? How disheartening. Is it a specialized device for detecting food safety? That piques my curiosity. Hurry up and just tell me the price. Meanwhile, at the Penguin headquarters, Xiaoma felt the tension rising, 2 lines of worry forming on his forehead. How to put it? Sumo truly remains an enigma. Not long ago, he was a formidable presence in the film industry, and now he has ventured into creating a food safety testing device? Testing food safety? This seems rather inconsistent with the Mozhang Group's high-end, sophisticated technological image. However, it did not take long for Xiaoma to regain his composure. It appeared that the Mozhang Group had indeed originated from the garment industry, which is quite grounded in reality. What on earth is Sumo up to? Gua Tianhua finally let out a sigh of relief, bewildered, and inquired, "Is this really not a joke?" It was nothing short of bewildering behavior. Sumo's actions seemed to defy all conventional reasoning, and the industries he ventured into were nothing short of bizarre. One might even speculate that Sumo could lead the Mozhang Group into the realm of selling animal feed or fertilizers tomorrow. And they would likely be met with no surprise whatsoever. For Sumo embodies limitless possibilities. Let us observe and see. Xiaoma took a deep breath and slowly remarked, "Let us see what Sumo is truly up to." Chapter 169. The Mozhang Group. Ready to soar. The grand unveiling of new products by the Mozhang Group is undoubtedly an event of great significance. Their press conferences are nothing short of sensational. The last Mozhang special effects presentation revolutionized the entire film industry, providing cinema enthusiasts around the globe with a visual feast of unparalleled excellence. The affordability of these special effects has allowed for greater financial resources to be allocated towards plot development and acting, resulting in a remarkable surge in the quality of films and television dramas. Indeed, even if the storyline and performances are mediocre, the infusion of Mozhang special effects can transform any production into a visual spectacle. In my hands lies the latest cutting-edge technological marvel from the Mozhang Group, the AI food safety testing device. Sumo presented the AI food safety testing device before the camera, calmly explaining, "This is a portable food testing apparatus, no larger than a pen, adorned with indicator lights. Simply insert it into the food to conduct the test. A blinking green light signifies safety and edibility. A yellow light indicates slight quality degradation and is not recommended for consumption, while a red light denotes high risk and should be avoided. Additionally, it can transmit detailed results to a mobile application and features a one-click reporting function to alert regulatory authorities about spoiled food." The live broadcast showcased special effects highlighting the AI food safety testing device, which indeed resembled an ordinary pen, radiating an aura of advanced technology and sophistication. As Sumo concluded her presentation, discussions erupted across the internet. The recent incident involving spoiled meat resurfaced in public consciousness. Had this AI food safety testing device been available then, it could have been exposed much sooner. It appears to possess remarkable capabilities. Will we no longer need to worry about food safety when venturing out? I am solely concerned about the price. Please do not approach me if it exceeds 4 digits. The timing of the release of the AI food safety testing device, coinciding with the recent spoiled meat scandal, raises suspicions of coincidence, does it not? A food testing device the size of a pen seems somewhat dubious. It is essential to recognize that traditional food testing processes are quite intricate. Typically, one must extract samples. And common methods such as solvent extraction rely on differing solubilities of the substances being tested and any interfering agents to separate them. Another method, organic matter decomposition, employs high temperatures to oxidize and decompose the organic matter within the sample, releasing elements such as C, H, and O as CO2 and H2O, thereby allowing for the subsequent determination of metal elements and other constituents. There exist numerous testing methodologies, all of which are relatively cumbersome and necessitate specialized instruments. Yet, this AI food safety testing device claims to yield results merely by being inserted into food. How can this be possible? After all, the processes involved in professional-grade food testing are comparatively complex. If it were indeed feasible to rely solely on a pen-sized device for accurate testing, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Is this truly achievable with current technology? The press conference continues. Words alone do not suffice. Let us conduct a genuine test. Sumo revealed an immensely powerful smile and calmly stated, "Only by bringing out a mule or a horse can we discern the truth." Consequently, a demonstration commenced, showcasing the efficacy of the AI food safety detection device, juxtaposed against the results from professional equipment used by the Food and Drug Administration. The barrage of comments erupted in excitement. Impressive. It seems Sumo possesses considerable confidence in the capabilities of this AI food safety detection device. If its accuracy is indeed remarkably high, could it not rival the evaluations conducted by professional institutions? The anticipation was palpable as the data was swiftly compiled, revealing a synchronization rate of 95 between the AI device and the FDA's specialized equipment. Furthermore, repeated tests using the AI device yielded astonishingly high accuracy levels. For everyday use, it was already more than sufficient. The online community had long since been stirred into a frenzy, resonating across the globe. Such strength. What could be the underlying principle? One could not help but feel a sense of curiosity. Has technological prowess reached such heights? This operation certainly seemed perplexing. Is this truly the kind of technology that can emerge in our era? Regardless of the technology, what matters is its practicality. My focus now lies solely on the price of the AI food safety detection device. If it comes at an exorbitant cost, it would likely be rendered tasteless, unaffordable for the affluent and out of reach for the common folk. Meanwhile, viewers from abroad, engrossed in the live broadcast, expressed their astonishment. Although the AI food safety detection device may not possess the miraculous effects of certain other products, it undoubtedly has the potential to elevate global food safety standards. The Emotion Group truly is formidable, a master of cross-industry innovation. Purchasing it would alleviate concerns over spoiled food. Support for the Emotion Group and the AI food safety detection device is paramount. On another front, at the headquarters of Penguin, Shagua fixated on the live stream of the Emotion Group's conference, observing Sumo's articulate discourse. It appeared that Sumo was indeed earnest, and the AI food safety detection device was genuine. What does this signify? Tianhua pondered, muttering to himself. Is this some sort of twisted amusement from Sumo? The emergence of the AI food safety detection device would undoubtedly instigate seismic changes within the food industry. However, for the internet-centric Penguin, the impact would be minimal, posing no significant threat. Moreover, Penguin does not operate any nationwide chain selling spoiled food, thus sparing them from concern. We are unaffected. Shagua could not suppress his relief, smiling as he remarked, yet those establishments peddling spoiled goods are in for a rough time. Nonetheless, this is indeed a fortuitous development. It is a tremendous boon for the nation and the people. For Shagua, this was wholly welcome news. As long as his own interests remained unscathed, he would adopt a stance of indifference towards Sumo's endeavors. As the two exchanged knowing smiles, their attention returned to the product launch event of Moshang Group. Surely, the moment everyone had been anticipating was the pricing announcement. Without any hesitation, Sumo declared, the AI food safety detection instrument is priced at $599 per unit. This revelation sent ripples of excitement through the online community. Typically, food safety tests can cost around 100 yuan per instance, with many exceeding several hundred, making the process both time-consuming and labor-intensive. In contrast, the price of the Moshang Group's AI food safety detection instrument stands at an astonishingly affordable $599 per unit, and it is reusable. If one were to conduct multiple tests, wouldn't that essentially mean recouping the investment? This is bound to lead to an explosive demand. Chapter 170, The Unreliable Dining Giant, a price of $599? Surprising yet somehow expected. It is certainly an amount affordable to the average person. Quite impressive. I had presumed that such high-tech products would cost in the thousands. To discover that one could acquire it for merely $599 is astonishing. The AI food safety detector is now available globally. It can be found on all major e-commerce platforms. It quickly became a sensation. Within 2 days, most people had received their orders. Those who had their devices could not contain their excitement, sharing images online. With just one acquisition, they could conveniently test their groceries after shopping. Alas, I just conducted a test, and to my dismay, the pork I purchased triggered a yellow light on the AI food safety detector, indicating that it was already beginning to spoil. Not to mention, the vegetables I bought that very morning appeared exceedingly fresh to the naked eye, yet they too flashed a yellow light. Utterly detestable. Food safety is no trivial matter. I urge the relevant authorities to enhance their oversight and to impose stricter penalties on vendors selling spoiled goods. The AI food safety detector is gradually becoming a staple in households across the nation. Many young individuals are now equipped with these devices, testing their ingredients upon purchase. This practice effectively eliminates the vast majority of spoiled foods. Furthermore, the emergence of food safety detectors has unveiled that numerous products in everyday life are, in fact, substandard items. Even well-known brands are not exempt from various issues. Many enterprises have faced penalties, and numerous individuals have been apprehended. Yet, despite these measures, the problem remains unmitigated. People can only strive to select products from reputable brands, as there is generally more assurance associated with them. Moreover, established brands have no need to compromise their integrity for a fleeting profit, as the risks far outweigh the benefits. A steady, sustainable approach is far more prudent. Meanwhile, within the dining giant, Jufeng Cuisine, Sun Kiki gazed at the lavish array of dishes before her, unable to suppress a swallow. As a culinary enthusiast, she holds a profound reliance on exquisite food. She often indulges herself with a treat following payday, and even on days when her spirits are elevated. She rewards herself with a sumptuous meal, never compromising her appetite. The aroma wafting through the air was tantalizing. Sun Kiki picked up her chopsticks and sampled some crab meat, savoring the flavor. However, she soon sensed something amiss. This crab meat seemed somewhat off. Sun Kiki's palate surpasses that of the average person, and her standards for food are exceedingly high. Yet, how could a dining giant like this have such a flaw? Contemplating this, she reached for the shrimp on the adjacent plate, and her brow furrowed in dismay. Clearly, the shrimp was also problematic. Next, she tasted other dishes, and her expression grew increasingly grim, soon giving way to indescribable anger. It is worth noting that Jufeng Cuisine is a renowned dining giant with chains worldwide, boasting substantial recognition. But what is going on here? Is this a deliberate affront to patrons? Could it be that there is something amiss with my sense of taste? Sun Kiki, thoroughly perplexed, naturally retrieved the AI food safety tester from her bag and proceeded to examine each dish before her. The results emerged swiftly. Out of 5 dishes, 4 were found to be problematic, with only one cold dish receiving a green light. Among the 4 dishes flagged, one displayed a red light, indicating a high risk of severe spoilage and rendering it inedible. Consuming it would inflict significant harm upon the human body. Damn it! Sun Kiki's anger was unmistakably etched across her face, her body trembling with rage. How could such a national chain of restaurants dare to engage in such practices? It was as if their conscience had been devoured by dogs. Had there been only one dish that lit up the yellow light, one might have dismissed it as an accident. Yet, the current situation was entirely different. Out of 5 dishes, 3 illuminated yellow, and one more flashed a red light indicating it was unfit for consumption, leaving only one cold dish with a green light. It could be directly inferred that this establishment, Jufeng Cuisine, had consistently been utilizing spoiled ingredients. After all, if it weren't for someone as discerning as Sun Kiki, the deceit might have gone unnoticed. The aromas were indeed enticing, yet beneath the rich seasonings lurked a subtle stench of decay. Sun Kiki had even questioned the integrity of her own taste buds. However, Upon receiving the detailed report from the AI food safety tester, the truth became abundantly clear. This restaurant was indeed fraught with significant issues. Exposure was imperative. With a fierce sense of justice, Sun Kiki took out her phone to compose an article, simultaneously uploading the results from the AI tester. Gritting her teeth as she declared, "This is utterly atrocious. It is worth noting that this culinary giant has been in business for quite some time, which implies they have likely been selling spoiled food for an extended period. Terrifying, simply terrifying." Sun Kiki, who enjoyed sharing various culinary delights online, possessed a following of over 2,000. Following her revelations, a storm of controversy erupted. The comments section exploded with reactions. "My God, I was just at Jufeng Cuisine a couple of days ago, and I returned home with a stomachache, thinking it was just my unfamiliarity with seafood. It turns out it was spoiled ingredients. How disgusting. How could a national chain like Jufeng Cuisine fall into such disrepute? It was beyond imagination. I will boycott Jufeng Cuisine. I will never eat there again. The prices are exorbitant, and at the very least, they should use fresh ingredients. How dare they deceive consumers with spoiled food? Absolutely unforgivable. I urge the relevant authorities to intervene and shut down Jufeng Cuisine. Establishments like this should not exist, profiting with a corrupt conscience." The topic gained increasing traction, poised to ascend the trending charts. Food safety is no trivial matter, especially for a commercial giant like Jufeng Cuisine, where the repercussions of spoiled ingredients can be significantly dire. Sun Kiki has returned home, feeling somewhat queasy. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone pierces the silence. Sun Kiki furrows her brow. It is an unfamiliar local number. However, given its unknown nature, she promptly hangs up, suspecting it to be yet another tedious sales call. The phone rings again, persistent in its insistence. With a sense of resignation, Sun Kiki answers, her tone less than amiable. "Hello. Who is this?" She had anticipated savoring delightful dishes, only to find herself confronted with nearly entirely spoiled food, utterly ruining her appetite. She didn't even dare to touch the plate of cold dishes that was emitting an ominous green glow. What if it were one of those rare 5% of undetected hazards? Chapter 171. The Perilous Giant. Is this Miss Sun Kiki? The manager of Jufeng Cuisine inquired politely on the other end of the line. "I am the manager of Jufeng Cuisine." Given the burgeoning public sentiment, it was imperative to address the matter swiftly. Should it escalate to trending status, the repercussions could be dire. The mention of Jufeng Cuisine caused Sun Kiki's tone to turn frosty, as she tersely replied, "Is there something you need?" Her impression of the establishment had soured considerably, leading to her less than cordial demeanor. 5 dishes had undergone inspection by an AI food safety device. 3 of them flashed a yellow light, indicating slight spoilage and advising against consumption. 1 dish even illuminated a red light, signifying a high risk and declaring it prohibited for consumption. The remaining green light signaled merely a cold dish. Under such circumstances, it was evident that Jufeng Cuisine had deliberately employed spoiled ingredients, resulting in a severely tarnished reputation. To deceive consumers by utilizing spoiled produce was infuriating to Sun Kiki, who coldly stated, "If there's nothing else, I will hang up." With that, she terminated the call, fully aware of the manager's intentions, likely to persuade her to delete her post. However, that was out of the question. To remain uninformed, one must not commit any wrongdoing. Sun Kiki had no intention of retracting her post or letting Jufeng Cuisine off the hook for their unscrupulous practices. Beep, beep, beep. An insistent phone ringing pierced the air once more, a testament to their tenacity. Sun Kiki let out a cold laugh, hanging up the phone again and promptly blocking the number. Perhaps this would afford her a moment of peace, though such a notion was evidently naive. Jufeng Cuisine would not relent easily. Upon realizing they had been blocked, they swiftly changed numbers and called again. Beep, beep, beep. The jarring ringtone echoed yet again. Sun Kiki answered with a stormy expression, icily stating, "What do you want?" She had no desire to engage further with the representatives of Jufeng Cuisine. Justice would reveal itself in time. The establishment's conscience had clearly been consumed by a dog. Among the 5 dishes, 4 were problematic. Was this not a clear indication of Jufeng Cuisine's deplorable standards? Such behavior was utterly unforgivable. Miss Sun Kiki, the previous incident was merely a misunderstanding. The manager of Jufeng Cuisine feigned sincerity, his delivery masterful. It was an error made by our former chef, who mistakenly prepared spoiled ingredients. It was entirely unintentional. As compensation, we are willing to offer you 100,000 yuan, provided you delete the posts online and help clarify the misunderstanding. Unfortunately, the one who ties the knot must also untie it. Should Sun Kiki acquiesce to the clarification, the resolution would be simplified. Jufeng Cuisine would then issue a public statement, perhaps even employ some online influence to shape the narrative, and the matter would be laid to rest. As for whether they would continue using spoiled ingredients in the future, undoubtedly, they would persist. After all, where else would the immense profits come from? How would the owners afford their luxurious cars and homes? At most, they would momentarily switch to fresh ingredients. As the fervor subsides, things return to their usual state. After all, Jufeng Cuisine, as a culinary giant, has conducted its own investigations, even when utilizing substandard ingredients. A mere increase in seasoning can render the abnormalities undetectable to the average person. Moreover, fatalities are out of the question. The worst outcome is merely a case of diarrhea. And in more severe instances, a hospital visit for gastric lavage. Such matters are trivial. A misunderstanding? Sun Kiki scoffed softly, replying coolly, I cannot believe in such coincidences. It is important to note that Sun Kiki has also perused the comments of netizens. While the flavors of Jufeng Cuisine are indeed commendable, patrons often find themselves afflicted with digestive issues post-meal. This alone is sufficient to reveal the underlying problem. Jufeng Cuisine has been habitually utilizing deteriorated ingredients. This has essentially become a confirmed fact. Yet, the so-called manager of Jufeng Cuisine dares to claim this is merely a misunderstanding? Surely, that is a ludicrous assertion. A sum of 100,000 is undeniably tempting, but it would not compel Sun Kiki to compromise her integrity. Of course, if the figure were to escalate to tens of millions, she would likely not hesitate to delete the post and issue a clarification. Even a public apology would be acceptable. However, it is evident that Jufeng Cuisine is unwilling to part with such a substantial amount. There are far too many coincidences in this world. This is indeed a misunderstanding. The manager of Jufeng Cuisine, suppressing his inner fury, maintained a courteous demeanor as he inquired, what would it take for you to reconsider? If you agree to delete the post and clarify the misunderstanding, the 100,000 can be transferred immediately. There was no need for concern that Sun Kiki would accept the money and remain inactive. After all, as a leading entity in the culinary industry, Jufeng Cuisine boasts a well-established legal department. I refuse, Sun Kiki declared without hesitation. The eyes of the public are discerning. I hope you do not underestimate their intelligence. A misunderstanding? Absolutely not. Is it truly necessary to persist in this manner? The manager of Jufeng Cuisine inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth. You could effortlessly acquire 100,000 with just a simple gesture. Why be so obstinate? For Sun Kiki, there is no personal loss. If you are concerned about consuming substandard ingredients from Jufeng Cuisine, you need only refrain from dining here in the future. Why refuse? Is it merely a matter of insufficient funds? Sun Kiki discerned the urgency in his tone and responded coolly, food safety is no trivial matter. When Jufeng Cuisine made these choices, they should have foreseen the current predicament. Substituting fresh ingredients with spoiled ones to serve customers may appear flawless, yet it poses significant risks for future development. Now, those risks have fully manifested. Perhaps Sun Kiki's assertions lack direct evidence. But with the report from the AI food safety inspection device, it becomes irrefutable proof. Young lady, being stubborn is not a virtue. The manager's tone grew increasingly frosty as he seethed. Are you truly unafraid? Sun Kiki is merely an ordinary person, while Jufeng Cuisine is a culinary behemoth. In such an imbalanced situation, it is akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a mighty tree, a futile endeavor destined for self-destruction. To confront capital with the frail body of an ordinary person is a task as daunting as ascending to the heavens. There is little left to say. The indignant Sun Kiki, brimming with a sense of justice, was not swayed by such tactics. She coldly remarked, you should act with caution. With that, she abruptly ended the call. Even if Jufeng Gourmet were to face bankruptcy, it would solely be due to its own reckless actions. Substituting fresh ingredients with spoiled ones, an act of sheer folly. The manager of Jufeng Gourmet, upon hearing the dial tone after the call was terminated, was immediately engulfed in fury, exclaiming, "How dare they take my goodwill for granted?" A hush money of 100,000 yuan was already a considerable display of sincerity. Yet, the other party remained obstinate, verging on self-destruction. As a titan of the culinary industry, dealing with an ordinary individual should be a mere trifling matter. Chapter 172. Unsavory Tactics. I crave braised pork. Lu Ruo lamented, patting her belly as she cast a pitiful glance at Suemo. The soft, glutinous texture, with the fatty meat melting in one's mouth without being greasy, and the lean meat tender without being dry, was simply irresistible. Suemo could only manage a helpless smile as he opened the refrigerator, only to be taken aback. It appeared that making it was out of the question. The meat supply had once again dwindled to nothing, rendering the preparation of braised pork impossible. There was no remedy. The consumption of meat in recent days had been excessively high, and replenishment was lagging behind. Lu Ruo peered into the fridge, but soon an idea struck her. In that case, let us venture out to buy some. We might as well see if, after the launch of the AI food safety detection device, we can still find spoiled meat. It was known that since the introduction of the AI food safety detection device, the prevalence of spoiled ingredients had significantly diminished. At the very least, sellers were no longer as brazen as before. Indeed, Suemo pondered for a moment before nodding. Then let us set off. He was rather curious to see if the issues surrounding food safety had indeed improved. The introduction of the AI food safety detection device was not merely for profit. Its purpose was also to mitigate the presence of spoiled ingredients. While it might not be possible to eradicate them entirely, a considerable reduction was essential. Thus, Suemo and Lu Ruo cheerfully made their way to the supermarket. The once thriving Dahua supermarket had completely collapsed. The mastermind behind it and the relevant officials had all been sentenced, and naturally, Dahua supermarket was no more. In its place stood a new supermarket. Let us head straight to the fresh produce section. Lu Ruo, brimming with anticipation, tugged at Suemo as they rushed toward the fresh produce area. Within this section, an array of meats was available, and the faint, unpleasant odor of spoiled meat that had previously lingered in the air was now absent. Everything appeared remarkably fresh. Lu Ruo surveyed the offerings with great care, resting her chin on her hand, and stated earnestly, "It seems there has indeed been an improvement." After all, the AI food safety detection device was no laughing matter. A simple home test would reveal any spoilage with crystal clarity. Suemo nodded in agreement, selecting a particularly appealing piece of pork belly, which he promptly purchased. Following this, they gathered a plethora of ingredients in the supermarket. Suemo also noticed a curious trend. It seemed there were more elderly women shopping for groceries. Could this be an indication of the freshness of the ingredients? After paying, Suemo stepped out of the supermarket and retrieved the AI food safety detection device, eager to commence testing the quality of the vegetables they had just bought. The results were uniformly green lights, indicating no issues and confirming their safety for consumption. Next, he proceeded to test the recently acquired piece of pork belly. Green light. Wow, it truly has improved. Lu Ruo exclaimed in astonishment. All the ingredients are flawless. The difference compared to the previous spoiled meat is like night and day. Indeed, Suemo could not help but smile, responding lightly, quite satisfactory. It appears that the advent of the AI food safety detection device is indeed of great significance. Thus, those unscrupulous merchants will find themselves with thieving intentions but lacking the audacity to act, resulting in a notable decrease in the use of substandard ingredients. It is, in essence, a thorough rectification of the murky restaurant industry. Meanwhile, in the realm of the internet, the incident involving Jufeng cuisine's spoiled ingredients has gradually escalated, finally reaching the lower echelons of trending topics. Even the whistleblower, Sun Kiki, has garnered significant attention, with her follower count skyrocketing from just over 2,000 to above 100,000. At this juncture, the previously reticent official account of Jufeng Cuisine has resolutely issued statements asserting that there are no issues whatsoever, claiming all utilized ingredients are fresh and that allegations of spoilage are mere slander. They have even shared recent invoices, seemingly quite convincing, portraying themselves as the aggrieved party. The comments section swiftly saw a shift in sentiment. with individuals proclaiming their belief in Jufeng cuisine's innocence. I knew Jufeng cuisine was wronged. After all, it is a formidable giant in the culinary world. How could it possibly resort to using spoiled ingredients? This is nothing but malicious defamation. I stand with Jufeng cuisine. If they truly used spoiled ingredients, it would have been discovered long ago. The invoices confirm that there is no possibility of such spoilage. I suggest suing Sun Kiki. The lengths people go for clout are truly appalling. The current generation is utterly despicable. As a loyal patron of Jufeng cuisine, I firmly support them. Their flavors are genuinely delightful. While I may experience discomfort after every meal, it is undoubtedly a matter of my own constitution, not the quality of the ingredients. Jufeng cuisine must not be subjected to such vilification. Furthermore, numerous scandalous revelations about Sun Kiki have surfaced online. She is a veritable siren, maintaining relationships with 5 individuals simultaneously, a true master of time management. One cannot help but admire her audacity. Can one truly believe the fabrications of such a deceitful woman? A plethora of allegations have emerged, presented with such conviction as if witnessed firsthand. Even purported victims have come forward. Sun Kiki, you have betrayed my affections. Where are the vows of eternal devotion? Where has our steadfast bond gone? Despite this, I could still find it in my heart to forgive you, provided you sever all ties with those other 4 individuals, and we could return to our initial state. Spectators have eagerly taken their seats, exclaiming in delight. Some oblivious onlookers have even chimed in, the female siren. Truly impressive. Even at this juncture, some refuse to back down. It is utterly abhorrent. I have heard that Sun Kiki, that scoundrel, has swindled a great deal of money. Thus, she showcases various culinary delights online, all funded by deceit. Let the suspense linger a bit longer. Something feels amiss. Is there a twist in the tale? This shouldn't be the case. The incriminating messages with the scoundrel have been exposed. Can such a wretched person truly be forgiven? I advocate for direct legal action. Let the scoundrel repay her debts. Observing the unfolding drama within a certain rented apartment, Sun Kiki gazed at the comments circulating online, her body trembling with indignation. As someone who had remained single since birth, how had she inexplicably been labeled a sea king? In truth, she had never even dated, earning her the title of a perpetual leftover woman. The tactics employed by Jufeng cuisine were indeed quite cunning. Gradually, Sun Kiki quelled the fury within her and clenched her teeth, pondering, could it be that one could truly wield such power? When temptation failed, they resorted to unscrupulous means. If she were to express regret, there would be a hint of it. After all, had she not taken that 100,000 yuan, she would not be entangled in the current predicament. Acquiring that sum could have been a boon, so why not embrace it? Yet, if given another chance to choose, she would resolutely decline once more. And why? You may ask. Simply due to a flicker of righteousness in her heart. Chapter 173. Seeking assistance from Mo Shang. Naturally, many netizens have raised their doubts. The purchase order released by Jufeng Cuisine appears to provide insufficient evidence. It should be noted that, according to the disclosed information, there are also results from the AI food safety detection device. How does Jufeng Cuisine intend to explain this? The accuracy rate of the AI food safety detection device reaches an impressive 95%, based on the testing results. 4 out of 5 dishes from Jufeng Cuisine have been flagged for issues. Shouldn't Jufeng Cuisine come forward to clarify this? Currently, the internet is rife with negative information regarding Sun Kiki, seemingly shadowed by the presence of Jufeng Cuisine. We implore Jufeng Cuisine to provide a detailed explanation rather than attempting to divert the topic. In response, Jufeng Cuisine resolutely stood its ground with a firm reply. They asserted that their ingredients are completely unblemished, claiming that the so-called food safety detection devices are fraudulent, ineffective, and utterly incapable of serving as evidence. Since they cannot address the issues surrounding the AI food safety detection device, they chose to outright deny its validity. In Jufeng Cuisine's view, the AI food safety detection device is merely a gimmick, and the testing data is undoubtedly fabricated. Under such circumstances, can it even be considered valid evidence? It is utterly preposterous. Moreover, Jufeng Cuisine has employed various tactics to suppress the rising heat of the controversy. The initial fervor surrounding the topic swiftly diminished, causing it to plummet from trending status. Additionally, Jufing Cuisine orchestrated the promotion of several more favorable trending topics, such as a certain celebrity inadvertently biting their tongue while dining. The comments beneath were overwhelmingly filled with fervent fan responses. "Oh dear, it must hurt a lot. Our dear brother is so dedicated. He must take care of his health in his spare time. Hurry to the hospital. This is no trivial matter." This effectively quelled the negative trending discussions about Jufing Cuisine. Furthermore, Jufing Cuisine mobilized a multitude of accounts to collectively report negative remarks. Coupled with their pressure, they succeeded in having Sun Keek's Expo's article removed, rendering it virtually non-existent online. Various negative sentiments regarding Jufing Cuisine were supplanted by articles attempting to exonerate the brand. Jufing Cuisine, a national chain restaurant giant, guarantees food safety and quality while excelling in flavor. One's life would be incomplete without a visit to Jufing Cuisine. With its delightful presentation, aroma, and taste, Jufing Cuisine is undoubtedly a hidden gem. Numerous hired commentators fervently extolled the virtues of Jufing Cuisine, as if it were the epitome of culinary delight. Even though a small fraction of negative commentary about Jufing Cuisine still lingers on the internet, it fails to stir any significant turbulence. How is it that all negative news regarding Jufing Cuisine has vanished? The behind-the-scenes capital truly wields remarkable influence. Believing it can control everything, it is essential to remember that there are always greater forces at play. Moreover, it is utterly outrageous that Jufing Cuisine dares to directly refute the AI food safety detection device from Mo Shang Group. This is infuriating. One cannot help but feel a sense of suffocating frustration, as if manipulated by capital. Surely, the initial whistleblower, Miss Sun Kiki, must also be feeling quite distressed. An endless stream of scandalous rumors has inexplicably transformed her into a renowned femme fatale, a rather ironic twist of fate. At this moment, within a modest rental apartment, Sun Kiki feels utterly helpless yet gradually finds her composure. Speaking to herself, she reflects, Jufing Cuisine may indeed be a titan in the culinary world, but it cannot wield absolute power unchallenged. This is the Summer Nation, not an empire of capitalism. Alone, one cannot hope to contend with such vast capital. As her thoughts crystallize, she mutters, "It seems I have no choice but to resort to that method. I must contact the Mozhang Group and seek their assistance. One must strive for dignity, just as a monk seeks enlightenment, even if it is merely to uphold a fragment of justice within my heart." Jufing Cuisine must not be allowed to evade accountability. Upon receiving the news, the Mozhang Group promptly takes it with utmost seriousness. Xiao Shui informs Suemo, who nods in agreement, dispatching individuals to investigate the matter. Suemo is acutely aware that the AI food safety inspection device is virtually infallible. Therefore, if there are discrepancies, the fault lies unequivocally with Jufing Cuisine. The audacity to substitute spoiled ingredients for fresh ones, served to unsuspecting patrons, is simply outrageous. Do they truly believe that a culinary giant can operate without fear? It appears they have gravely miscalculated. The larger one grows, the more meticulous one must be. In earlier, modest days, one could perhaps get away with a few slip-ups without drawing attention. Yet, when exposed to a wider audience, the stakes are drastically heightened. Mistakes will be magnified infinitely. Moreover, with a behemoth like Jufing Cuisine, forgiveness is even less likely. Shall we personally investigate Jufing Cuisine? Lu Ruo exclaims, brimming with righteous fervor. Let us take the AI food safety inspection device and ascertain whether there are indeed issues. The opinions circulating online are ultimately too one-sided. Witnessing the situation firsthand will significantly enhance credibility. Simultaneously, Lu Ruoro's sense of justice surges. Indeed, Suemo contemplates for a moment, then affirms, "Let us embark on this mission. The truth shall be revealed in due course." Jufing Cuisine may deceive human taste buds with robust seasonings, but it cannot fool the AI food safety inspection device. Thus, they set forth to champion justice. Within half an hour, Suemo and Lu Ruoro arrive at the nearest Jufing Cuisine branch. The establishment's DCOR is indeed grandiose, presenting an impressive faade. The foot traffic is substantial, and after nearly 10 minutes of queuing, they finally gain entry. Given their purpose of inspecting the quality of dishes, a limited selection would not suffice. Consequently, Suemo orders nearly 20 dishes in one go. The server, witnessing this, refrains from comment, Assuming Suemo wishes to flaunt his affluence before the lovely young lady, a scenario not uncommon. Before long, nearly 20 dishes adorn the table, their presentation quite appealing. Luruoruo gazes at the array of culinary delights, unable to resist swallowing hard as she remarks, "The aroma is equally tantalizing. If one were not informed in advance, it would be utterly inconceivable to associate it with spoiled ingredients. Let us commence the testing." Luruoruo skillfully retrieved the AI food safety inspection device from her bag, murmuring, "If the dishes are safe, we can indulge ourselves." Indeed, the array of dishes presented a tantalizing aroma. If everything proved satisfactory, it would be a shame to waste such culinary delights. Suemo maintained a subtle smile, gesturing, "Let us begin. What will the outcome be?" Although this particular branch may not epitomize the entirety of Jufeng cuisine, it certainly offers a glimpse into the broader picture. We shall ascertain whether Jufeng cuisine has deteriorated at its very core. Chapter 174, All Exposed. Presenting a melancholic ode to the giants, the first target of examination was a bowl of seafood soup that exuded an exceptionally enticing aroma. The delightful scent alone was enough to whet one's appetite. It is no wonder that Jufeng cuisine has risen to the ranks of culinary giants. They evidently possess some skill. Luruoruo, with a grave expression, inserted the AI food safety detector into the seafood soup, awaiting the results. Even Suemo felt a tinge of tension. Suddenly, the yellow light on the detector flickered. This indicated that the ingredients of the seafood soup had begun to deteriorate slightly. It appeared that Jufeng cuisine's foundation was far from pristine. Luruo immediately lost all appetite, letting out a wry smile as she continued to insert the AI food safety detector into the shrimp beside her. The result was the same. The yellow light flickered, indicating slight spoilage. Darn it! Luruo's anger began to rise as she gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "2 consecutive dishes exhibiting slight spoilage. Could this be mere coincidence?" The likelihood seemed slim. It was more probable that this was intentional. After all, utilizing spoiled ingredients significantly reduces costs. Fresh ingredients, on the other hand, are a different story. One cannot compare the profits earned from spoiled ingredients. Take, for instance, the infamous Dahua supermarket, which sold tainted meat. It had already crossed the point of no return. Having tasted the sweetness of illicit gains, they found it impossible to relinquish such readily accessible profits. Ultimately, they would become ensnared in a deeper predicament, unable to turn back. Jufeng cuisine appeared to be trapped in a similar situation. Was every dish compromised? Luruoruo's expression turned to one of astonishment as she indignantly remarked, "I have already tested 5 dishes with the AI food safety detector, and the results show that 4 of them are slightly spoiled, with 1 dish marked red, high risk, reaching the level of being inedible. How absurd is this? Has the conscience of such a culinary giant truly deteriorated to this extent? Let us test all the dishes." Suemo inhaled deeply and sighed. This is indeed terrifying. Has the mind of the major shareholder behind Jufeng cuisine gone awry? It has already reached such a deplorable state. Moreover, Jufeng cuisine specializes in mid to high-end offerings. Even if all ingredients were fresh, they could easily reap substantial profits. What could possibly motivate them to resort to using spoiled ingredients? Suemo expressed his utter confusion. Greed truly is humanity's inherent flaw. It is simply outrageous. Luruoruo, filled with indignation, completed the testing of all dishes and exclaimed, "Out of a total of 20 dishes, 15 exhibited slight spoilage indicated by yellow lights. 3 were marked red for high risk, and only 2 dishes received a green light, signifying they were safe to consume. What an absurd outcome. How can a nationwide culinary giant like Jufeng cuisine be so unscrupulous, serving spoiled ingredients as if they were fresh, placing them unhesitatingly on customers' tables? Who granted them such audacity? Are their protective umbrellas truly that formidable?" Simultaneously, Suemo received a message from Shagua. The results of the investigation had just come in. Through the AI food safety detection device, issues have been identified in various Jufeng dining establishments across the nation. Most cases indicated a yellow light, signifying slight deterioration, while a few were marked with a red light, indicating high risk and prohibiting consumption. Consuming food that merely flashes a yellow light might only result in mild gastrointestinal distress. However, ingesting food flagged with a red light could necessitate a hospital visit. Overindulgence in such high-risk items might even lead one to the brink of death. Jufeng dining truly seems to be courting disaster. Su Mo inhaled deeply and remarked coldly, the chain stores nationwide are plagued by the same issues. It appears they are fundamentally rotten to the core. They have brought this upon themselves and deserve their fate. If Jufeng dining wishes to self-destruct, then let it perish. Let the truth be exposed. This revelation ignited a tempest online. It is indeed alarming that Jufeng dining grapples with such severe food safety concerns. The frightening truth is that Sun Keek's earlier expose was genuine, albeit suppressed by Jufeng dining. The audacity of Jufeng dining to engage in such reckless behavior, deliberately utilizing spoiled ingredients while charging exorbitant prices, is utterly reprehensible. The evidence from Moshang Group is irrefutable. What further defense can Jufeng dining offer? It is imperative that the authorities take immediate action to shutter all Jufeng dining locations and file lawsuits against those responsible. I am utterly disgusted. I recently dined at Jufeng and, thankfully, suffered only from mild diarrhea. At the time, I did not connect the dots, but in retrospect, it is evident that I consumed spoiled food. Moshang Group's revelations differ significantly from Sun Keek's feeble claims. Moreover, Moshang Group inherently generates buzz, and upon unveiling this incident, it swiftly ascended the trending charts. In their fury, numerous netizens confronted Jufeng Dining's official account, demanding explanations. What transpired? They owe us an account. While Sun Keek's allegations may have been met with skepticism, Moshang Group's influence lends undeniable credibility to the current claims. Public opinion swiftly turned against Jufeng Dining. Soon, netizens from all corners of the country began utilizing the AI food safety detection device, revealing alarming results. The news spread like wildfire, sparking intense discussions. It is shocking that Jufeng Dining continues to deny the allegations, employing only spoiled ingredients, truly an affront to decency. I personally ordered an extensive array of dishes at Jufeng Dining, and the findings were largely consistent with Moshang Group's disclosures. The majority were indeed spoiled, with some being classified as high-risk and unfit for consumption, an absolute disgrace to the culinary industry. The call to boycott Jufeng Dining is growing urgent. They must close their doors. The public's outrage has erupted, and it is unstoppable. Food safety is no trivial matter, and Jufeng Dining's actions have evidently crossed a line that the public cannot tolerate. However, Jufeng Cuisine stands resolute, boldly asserting that the purported results from the so-called AI food safety testing device are flawed. They maintain that there are no issues with any of their food products. Below, one can observe a surge of online supporters and individuals lacking discernment rallying in support of Jufeng Cuisine. They question how food safety assessments could possibly rely solely on a device the size of a pen, deeming it utterly absurd. The alleged testing results are simply untrustworthy. As a longtime patron of Jufeng Cuisine, I wish to clarify that after years of consuming their food, I have encountered no issues whatsoever. Is this not sufficient to vindicate Jufeng Cuisine? If the results were derived from a professional analysis, it might be understandable. But what is this trivial pen-sized food testing device? It truly borders on the ludicrous. Chapter 175. Short-selling the culinary giant. Each party presented their own arguments. Jufeng Cuisine vehemently refuted the so-called AI food safety testing results issued by Moshang Group, ardently proclaiming the impeccable quality of their food. To Jufeng Cuisine, the purported AI food safety detector was merely a gimmick. Perhaps it could deceive the uninformed, but it certainly could not be accepted as credible evidence. This conviction was the cornerstone of Jufeng Cuisine's audacity. The online discourse was rife with speculation. What was truly unfolding? Who was right between Jufeng Cuisine and Moshang Group? As a culinary behemoth, Jufeng Cuisine faced scrutiny, and the AI food safety testing device had already undergone market validation. There was a pervasive skepticism surrounding the reliability of such a diminutive testing apparatus. Furthermore, Jufeng Cuisine found itself increasingly apprehensive, opting to replace all questionable ingredients with fresh produce. The situation had escalated significantly. Should regulatory authorities conduct a surprise inspection, the consequences could be dire. How outrageous! Lu Ruoro exclaimed, her indignation palpable as she surveyed the online commentary. Jufeng Cuisine is stubbornly maintaining their innocence. Reports of AI food safety testing results from various locations had surfaced, casting a shadow over Jufeng cuisine's practices. If only one outlet had faced such allegations, one could dismiss it as an anomaly. However, with all Jufeng cuisine establishments implicated, the matter took on a more sinister tone, suggesting a directive from headquarters. This implied that Jufeng cuisine had fundamentally decayed from within. Their arrogance could not persist for long. Suemo, however, remained unfazed, remarking coolly, "The results of the AI food safety testing can be denied, but what are the findings from the Drug Regulatory Agency? Can they still stubbornly refuse to acknowledge that?" Suemo had anticipated Jufeng cuisine's shamelessness and felt no surprise. After all, their tactics were seasoned, having served questionable ingredients to patrons for an extended period. It was likely that they had resorted to using subpar ingredients long ago to cut costs, skillfully masking any abnormalities beneath a cloak of rich seasonings. As for gastrointestinal distress, wasn't that merely a matter of individual constitution? Jufeng cuisine exhibited a brazen confidence, unyielding in their stance. Humph. Lu Ruruo clenched her fists, her teeth gritted. Jufeng cuisine is merely reaping what they sow, blinded by greed. Given their stature as a culinary giant, there was no need for such underhanded schemes. Even with the use of absolutely fresh ingredients, their premium pricing would still yield substantial profits. Why risk it with spoiled produce? Ultimately, it is their avarice that has led them astray. I hope this incident serves as a wake-up call to the food industry. Suemo exhaled slowly, reflecting. Let us strive towards a future where food safety concerns diminish. The AI food safety detection device, while undoubtedly a means of profit, also serves the noble purpose of enhancing food safety, helping to reduce instances of spoiled food and instilling a sense of caution in unscrupulous vendors. With the possession of such a device, the food inspection process can be significantly expedited. One merely needs to insert the AI device into the food and await results in a brief interval. Under these circumstances, would merchants dare to continue deceiving consumers? Perhaps some might, yet the frequency of such occurrences would certainly diminish. If caught, they would face the harsh judgment of the law. Weighing the risks and benefits, many would choose to abandon their dubious practices. Meanwhile, the results from the Food Safety Authority had been released and were promptly exposed online by the Mozhang Group. Armed with irrefutable evidence, the relevant authorities took decisive action, shuttering all stores of Jufeng cuisine. Suemo, recognizing the windfall that had seemingly fallen from the sky, had already leveraged tenfold, shorting Jufeng cuisine with 500 billion. With such a relentless assault, it was hard to believe Jufeng cuisine could survive. The news sent shockwaves through the community, bringing immense satisfaction to the public. Hadn't Jufeng cuisine claimed the results from the AI food safety detection device were fabricated? What then of the Food Safety Authority's findings? Could they continue to deny the truth? It was laughable. Jufeng cuisine had indeed met its downfall, audaciously attempting to contend with Suemo, an act that could only be described as reckless. Even internet behemoths had faltered. How could a mere restaurant chain withstand the same fate? There had long been a sense that something was amiss with Jufeng cuisine. The presentation was undeniably attractive, and the dishes boasted a harmonious blend of color, aroma, and flavor. Yet one was often left with an upset stomach afterward. Jufeng cuisine's sheer audacity in pricing while utilizing spoiled ingredients revealed a greed that knew no bounds. Was it merely a matter of closing their establishments? Surely, Jufeng cuisine could not hope for a resurgence. Those who believed otherwise were sorely mistaken. Jufeng cuisine was thoroughly finished. Ultimately, Jufeng cuisine met its demise, declaring bankruptcy, while its shadowy proprietor was incarcerated. The true victor, however, was Suemo, who had shorted Jufeng cuisine with a staggering tenfold leverage of 500 billion, reaping immense profits in the process. Selling AI food safety detection devices may not have been lucrative. Yet Suemo mused, shorting Jufeng cuisine is indeed profitable. The speed of profit exceeds that of bank robbery. Moreover, all gains are legitimate, a testament to upright dealings. In a modest rental unit, Sun Kiki observed the news surrounding Jufeng cuisine with a sense of relief washing over her. Indeed, seeking assistance from the Mozhang Group had proven to be the correct choice. The use of spoiled ingredients by Jufeng cuisine had faced the judgment of the law. and it was likely that they would be consigned to obscurity. What truly moved Sun Kiki was that the Mozhang Group had publicly issued a statement to clarify the previous rumors circulating online about her. Accusations of being a female sea king or a fishing master were entirely fabrications orchestrated by Jufeng Cuisine, maliciously tarnishing her reputation. Sun Kiki had successfully cleared her name. Numerous individuals online have risen to defend Sun Kiki, expressing outrage at Jufeng Cuisine for their despicable actions of maligning the young girl by branding her a female sea king, which is truly appalling. The reprehensible Jufeng Cuisine deserves to be condemned for their reprehensible behavior. Thankfully, the Mozhang Group has taken a stand. Otherwise, she would have faced unwarranted accusations. It is infuriating to contemplate that such an innocent girl has been subjected to such slander, revealing the unscrupulous tactics of Jufeng Cuisine. Nonetheless, it can be viewed as a form of vindication, as the shadowy proprietor behind Jufeng Cuisine has been apprehended due to the use of substandard ingredients. Justice will not be delayed. Let us continue to vociferously condemn Jufeng Cuisine. Upon closer inspection, it appears that the same group of individuals is involved. It is indeed a chilling realization. Chapter 176, The Collapse of Jufeng. A bloodbath in the food delivery industry. The downfall of Jufeng Cuisine has left an indelible mark on the hearts of many, as food safety has emerged as a colossal concern. As a titan in the culinary realm, Jufeng Cuisine brazenly employed spoiled ingredients, masking them with a heavy hand of seasonings, rendering them nearly indistinguishable to the average consumer. Were it not for the advent of AI food safety detection devices, Jufeng would likely continue to evade accountability. The plethora of food safety issues has sparked widespread discourse. Although Jufeng has crumbled, does that imply the eradication of such troubles? It is indeed unsettling, invoking a fear that discourages dining out. It appears that these so-called culinary giants are unreliable. Despite their exorbitant pricing, they resort to using substandard ingredients. Is there a definitive way to eliminate such predicaments? If not, the demise of Jufeng will merely pave the way for countless replicas to arise. To those pondering solutions, it seems a nearly impossible endeavor. Human nature, inherently greedy, often succumbs to temptation in the face of immense profit. The only recourse lies in enhancing regulatory oversight to mitigate these occurrences to the lowest possible frequency. If dining out is fraught with peril, one might presume that ordering takeout poses no threat. Yet, one might be overthinking this. When compared to the tangible establishments, the issues surrounding food delivery could be even graver, with countless small workshops emerging. It is indeed frightening, as the exposure of various food safety scandals has left everyone feeling vulnerable. With the abundance of material wealth, society has evolved from merely seeking satiety to pursuing health. The trend of soaking goji berries in thermoses is not just a fleeting internet joke, but rather a growing phenomenon. Who does not yearn for longevity? In a modest rental, Sun Kiki felt the familiar pangs of hunger and ultimately decided to order takeout. The food delivery industry in Summer Country has reached an impressive level of sophistication. Typically, one can expect their order to arrive within half an hour, still warm and inviting. Foreigners would likely be envious, as ordering takeout abroad often entails waiting from morning until late afternoon or even evening. Sun Kiki gazed at the tantalizing images of the food and mused, "I just wonder if it truly tastes as delightful as it appears." The meat in the pictures seemed to overflow, yet in reality, the portion may only yield 2 or 3 pieces. After successfully placing her order, she settled in for a wait. In less than half an hour, the delivery arrived. Sun Kiki paused her show, eagerly unwrapping the packaging. As anticipated, the reality fell short of the enticing images. The actual dish was less than half the size of what was depicted. However, it appeared satisfactory. Sun Kiki beheld the aromatic yellow braised chicken rice before her, but suddenly shifted her thoughts. But I wonder if the ingredients are safe? It is worth recalling that Jufeng's dishes also boasted a delightful appearance and fragrance. Had Sun Kiki not possessed a discerning palate, she might have found herself in a precarious situation. And what of the yellow braised chicken rice before her? Is it the same situation? Reflecting on this, Sun Kiki's hunger dissipated significantly as she retrieved the AI food safety detector to assess the yellow braised chicken rice before her. The device emitted a flickering yellow light, indicating that the food had slightly deteriorated and was not advisable for consumption. Upon seeing the results, Sun Keek's expression darkened. What was happening? What had initially been mere speculation turned out to be true. It is worth noting that she had specifically ordered from the highest-selling establishment. Could there truly be issues even in such a popular option? This was rather alarming. If that were the case, the lower-selling takeout options might pose even greater concerns. The enticing aroma of the yellow braised chicken rice before her now failed to pique her interest, leading her to turn away and prepare instant noodles instead. After 3 minutes, her curiosity ignited once more as she inserted the AI food safety detector into the noodles for assessment. As expected, the green light illuminated, signifying that they were safe for consumption. How infuriating! Sun Kiki felt a surge of indignation as she gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "Instant noodles are fine. Yet the takeout is problematic. It is commonly regarded as junk food." The realization that the quality of takeout was even inferior to instant noodles was astonishing. Of course, takeout is often labeled as junk food by many. As Sun Kiki slurped her noodles, her frustration grew. She promptly opened her personal account to share her findings, alongside the results from the AI food safety detector. Due to various circumstances, her follower count had skyrocketed from an initial 2,000 to 200,000, rendering her somewhat of a minor celebrity. Consequently, her expos attracted a flurry of comments almost immediately. Is takeout now unsafe too? With the yellow light indicating slight deterioration. While not life-threatening, it could certainly lead to an upset stomach. What about the takeout platforms? Is there no oversight regarding such matters? Upon investigating the takeout establishment, she found it to be inundated with positive reviews. Did those individuals truly feel satisfied after their meals? It was disheartening. Some viewers, upon seeing Sun Keek's expos, froze in shock, gazing at the half-eaten takeout before them. No way. The bespectacled man muttered to himself, "This must be a rare occurrence." He then decisively retrieved his recently purchased AI food safety detector and began testing the remaining half of his meal. In light of the downfall of Jufeng cuisine, the AI food safety detector once again proved its credibility. Its sales surged once more. The results appeared swiftly, with a red light flashing, indicating slight deterioration and advising against consumption. What? The bespectacled man was left bewildered upon seeing the results, lamenting, "But I've already consumed half of it. Now I'm being told it has spoiled. How can one endure this?" He swiftly left a negative review and shared it online. However, the bespectacled man soon realized why has there been an increasing exposure of food delivery services online? Those despicable food vendors. I just utilized an AI food safety detection device. And to my horror, the delivery I received had already begun to deteriorate. It is truly alarming. Do they feel so brazenly untouchable? I have encountered similar issues. Does anyone know what is truly happening? These food merchants appear to have completely lost their conscience, audaciously using spoiled ingredients. It infuriates me. The gravest concerns regarding food safety undoubtedly reside within the food delivery industry. Since the advent of AI food safety detection devices, the barriers to food inspection have been drastically lowered. Foods that previously evaded human taste through heavy seasoning can now find no refuge under the scrutiny of AI food safety technology. Chapter 177. Food Safety. A heavy blow to takeout with the aid of AI food safety detection instruments. It has become effortless to ascertain whether spoiled ingredients are being utilized. Many seemingly enticing takeout options are merely superficial, as they often contain ingredients that are past their prime. While one may not experience significant issues after consumption, an inevitable bout of diarrhea is to be expected. Prolonged ingestion, however, could severely jeopardize one's health. There are even dedicated bloggers who have begun to live stream their revelations. Dear viewers in the live stream, let us employ the AI food safety detection device to uncover the magnitude of issues within the takeout industry, the blogger remarked, a smile adorning their face as they observed the rising number of online participants. I will order the best-selling dishes from the most popular local establishments. The comments flowed in fervently, with viewers expressing their support, lamenting the tumultuous state of the takeout industry and the inadequacy of platform regulations. Many takeout outlets are merely small workshops, lacking physical storefronts altogether. The situation should not be dire, as the items ordered are all from top sellers. Surely, they would not resort to using spoiled ingredients. Anticipation buzzed in the air, especially since the blogger noted that they ordered takeout almost daily, highlighting the seriousness of the issue. One commendable aspect of the takeout industry in China is its speed. In contrast to foreign countries, where one might have to place an order in the morning only to receive it in the afternoon, in China, delivery can be accomplished within half an hour. The wait is minimal. Within merely 20 minutes, 10 orders had already arrived. The delightful aromas wafting through the air were undeniably enticing. As the blogger inhaled deeply, they remarked, "Each dish is redolent with fragrance, stirring one's appetite irresistibly." After all, these takeout establishments are renowned, possessing a certain flair. Without such prowess, they could not thrive in the fiercely competitive takeout market. The viewers in the live stream had grown increasingly impatient, their comments urging the blogger to hasten the pace. "Come on, speed it up. Don't dawdle. Hurry up with the AI food safety testing, or we might just unfollow." There was an eagerness to uncover the results, accompanied by a tinge of concern. If these takeout meals proved problematic, would it not imply that those with lower sales figures encountered even graver issues? In contemporary society, takeout has become inextricably linked to people's lives. The rapid pace of living has naturally led to a burgeoning preference for takeout, with the rise of the industry causing a notable decline in instant noodle sales. All right, let us commence the testing. The blogger glanced at the comments before promptly retrieving the AI food safety detection device, proceeding to unveil all the takeout packaging. The delightful aromas filled the room, making it difficult to resist the temptation, especially on an empty stomach. The first item to be tested was the most popular dish in the vicinity, Huangmin chicken rice. The enticing aroma captivates the senses, and the exquisite packaging, adorned with foil for insulation, adds to its allure. The audience's anticipation begins to swell. Huangmin Jimi Fan. A dish that should pose no issues, appears to be quite appealing. Indeed, it looks rather delightful. I frequently order Huangmin Jimi Fan, hoping there will be no complications. The results from the AI food safety detector arrive swiftly. The indicator light now flickers yellow. The blogger, momentarily bewildered, murmurs, "This seemingly delectable Huangmin Jimi Fan has begun to show signs of slight spoilage." It is truly hard to believe. To the naked eye, this dish looks immensely tempting, especially with the added foil for warmth. Under such circumstances, it ignites one's appetite. How could there be an issue? The audience is equally astonished. What could be the matter? Is the Huangmin Ji also problematic? Oh, the Huangmin Ji I ordered previously looks identical. Does that imply it, too, is compromised? A wave of fear washes over me. This is the best-selling Huangmin Ji. How could this be? With such high sales, how dare they use spoiled ingredients? Have the merchants lost their conscience? Of course, some express skepticism. Could it be that the AI food safety detector's results are erroneous? After all, according to its promotional claims, it boasts a 95% accuracy rate. What if this is merely that 5% chance? Alas, this Huangmin Ji looks irresistibly scrumptious. Moreover, this dish is ubiquitous across the nation. If there is a problem here, then surely Huangmin Ji in other regions could also be affected. A 5% chance. The blogger, seeing the audience's messages, muses, "Let us conduct a few more tests." It is indeed possible that this is one of those 5% anomalies. However, if we test multiple times, the likelihood of issues diminishes significantly. After all, the probability of consecutive failures at 5% is exceedingly low. The outcome remains evident. The yellow light continues to flicker. Previous test results indicated no issues. Undeterred, I conducted 2 additional tests, yet the results remained unchanged. It appears there is indeed a problem. The blogger's expression turns serious as they calmly state, "The AI food safety detector's results have already been validated. Errors are unlikely," indicating that this Huangmin Ji is indeed compromised. After all, one side must be mistaken. The AI food safety detector is developed by the Mozhang Group, which has previously triumphed over the culinary giant Jufeng Cuisine, establishing the detector's results as authoritative. Given that the delivery Huangmin Jimi Fan displays a yellow light, it signifies slight spoilage, falling into the category of food not recommended for consumption. Should one choose to disregard this advice, while consumption may be possible, the consequence of an upset stomach is inevitable. The audience is left in shock. How infuriating. A dish with such high sales, and yet it harbors issues? If this is the case, who would still dare to order takeout? Although it may not be as perilous as a red light, it is nonetheless repugnant. Is the platform's oversight merely a farce? How can establishments utilizing substandard ingredients ascend the rankings? If this yellow braised chicken is merely slightly spoiled, what are the other takeout options? Expedite the testing process, for I am eager to learn the specific results. The issue of food safety must not be underestimated. Even the awareness of potential problems with takeout pales in comparison to witnessing the reality firsthand. In light of this, the blogger opened the packaging of another serving of yellow braised chicken beside them, stating slowly, "Let us now test the quality of this second best-selling yellow braised chicken." Chapter 178. The culinary packages. The barrage of comments surged wildly. "Hurry up. The top-selling braised chicken has issues. What about the second best? Please don't dawdle, or I will unfollow you immediately." The audience was growing increasingly impatient. Braised chicken is a dish ubiquitous across the nation, and countless establishments offer it for takeout. Whether in major cities like Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, or in smaller towns, the presence of braised chicken is nearly universal. It is indeed a household name. The leading braised chicken has already succumbed to scrutiny. What of the second best? Could it perhaps yield a pleasant surprise? The blogger glanced at the comments and promptly inserted the AI food safety detector into the second-ranked braised chicken for analysis. Time was of the essence. Delays could result in a mass unfollowing, a consequence too dire to contemplate. One must be cautious when tantalizing the audience. The test results emerged in an instant. A flashing yellow light signified that consumption was inadvisable. It too had met its demise. The blogger, upon reviewing the results, couldn't he help but lament, what a tragic turn of events. 2 servings of braised chicken, both the first and second best, compromised. How sorrowful indeed. The comments echoed this desolation. Did this imply that all takeout braised chicken was unreliable? With both samples failing, it seemed too coincidental to be mere chance. One might hesitate to order takeout again. The situation was dire. How could this happen? Had conscience been cast aside? Were they truly resorting to spoiled ingredients? What could possibly justify this? The blogger had previously noted that the prices were not inexpensive. Why then such negligence? Then came an eruption of outrage akin to a volcanic explosion. Where are the regulatory bodies? Are they merely idle? Why are such vendors not shut down? While mild spoilage may only lead to a stomach upset, it is still inexcusable. Such behavior is deplorable. Has their conscience been devoured by dogs? The high sales of these establishments only serve to amplify the fury. The more customers they deceive, the greater the harm inflicted. The revelation that both servings of braised chicken were problematic was indeed surprising. The blogger exhaled deeply, quickly shifting focus to other takeout options, resolutely stating, "Surely not all takeout is flawed? Perhaps it's not as grim as it seems, merely a stroke of bad luck." Of course, this was merely a comforting thought. Subsequently, the blogger continued to utilize the AI food safety detector to examine the remaining takeout items one by one. The issue soon became apparent. Yellow light, green light, red light. The blogger's expression grew increasingly grim as the results unfolded. Including the prior braised chicken, a total of 10 takeout items were assessed. The AI food safety detector revealed that 7 of them displayed a flashing yellow light, indicating mild spoilage. 1 showed a red light, marking it as high risk and unsafe for consumption, and only 2 items were graced with a green light, signifying they were safe to eat. The detection results are truly alarming. Is the chaos within the food delivery industry as severe as it appears? Only 2 out of 10 meals received a green light, meaning merely 1/5 of the deliveries are safe for consumption. Such a disheartening probability makes it nearly impossible to eat with peace of mind. It seems I must abandon the habit of ordering takeout from now on. The blogger, with a troubled expression, sighed and remarked, "Food safety is no trivial matter." In retrospect, this statement seems to have devolved into mere rhetoric, utterly unimplemented. The food delivery industry remains a chaotic realm. Even with the naked eye, one might assume that all 10 meals are flawless. The aroma is enticing, and they appear utterly delectable. However, under the scrutiny of the AI food safety detector, all facades are stripped away. Beneath the alluring exterior lies the grim reality of spoiled ingredients. The barrage of comments in the live stream had already erupted in outrage. These food delivery vendors are utterly reprehensible. How can they operate with such impunity? It's infuriating. They ought to be imprisoned and face legal consequences. Such a situation is maddening. If even the highly popular deliveries are compromised, what of the smaller establishments? Their prospects cannot be optimistic. It is imperative for the relevant authorities to intervene with firm measures to rectify the misconduct of these vendors. The festering sore hidden within the food delivery industry has finally come to light. It is filthy and grotesque, evoking a sense of revulsion. I seem to have stumbled upon a remarkable observation. As the blogger noted the steadily increasing viewer count, they began to speak. These two portions of braised chicken, aside from their plating and packaging, appear entirely identical in every other aspect. Color, aroma, and even the size of the meat chunks are remarkably consistent, as though they were products of the same establishment. They are nothing short of twin siblings. Yet, upon closer inspection, I realized they are undoubtedly from two entirely distinct shops. The blogger continued with a smile. This situation is particularly intriguing. The comments section surged with astonishment. It had gone unnoticed until now. The appearance of the two portions of braised chicken indeed seemed indistinguishable. Even the color of the sauce appeared identical. My goodness. It seems my own braised chicken takeout from yesterday resembled this, with only slight variations in the packaging. Could it be? Is there a more sinister explanation? I recall discussions from a few years back suggesting that takeout meals were often prepared from prepackaged kits. Could this braised chicken be made from such a kit? It appears that the online community is gradually uncovering the truth. This revelation is met with an even more profound sense of indignation. The previous scandal surrounding takeout meal kits seemed to have dissipated without resolution. I had assumed it had been addressed by the authorities long ago. Yet the reality is starkly different. It likely remains concealed in the shadows. The likelihood of meal kits being involved is increasingly plausible. The blogger, upon reading the comments, could not help but express astonishment. After all, these two portions of braised chicken look completely identical, with virtually no discernible differences. If it weren't for the flashing yellow light advising against consumption, I would have likely already indulged. Clearly, the issue of food safety remains a daunting challenge ahead. The blogger lamented. It seems to be utterly unsolvable. What difference does the advent of AI food safety testing devices make? At most, it merely tempers the audacity of those in the catering industry, yet it fails to eradicate the underlying issues. After all, even a culinary giant like Jufeng Cuisine resorts to inferior ingredients, let alone the smaller establishments. The situation is likely even more dire. As the discourse online intensifies, an increasing amount of information has come to light. A significant number of takeaway restaurants are found to be problematic. It turns out that the dishes they serve are not prepared in-house, but rather derived from purchased meal kits, subjected only to minimal reprocessing. Initially, this poses no real issue, provided that the production of these meal kits is sanctioned by the state. Chapter 179. A new venture as ill fortune would have it. The culinary kits encountered issues, consequently dragging down all businesses that utilized these kits. It is worth noting that the famed Huang Min Ji braised chicken relied on these culinary packages. And according to insider revelations, virtually every establishment across the nation serving Huang Min Ji employed the same type of culinary kit. This implies that all servings of Huang Min Ji were slightly spoiled. The topic gained unprecedented traction, even ascending to the trending charts, instilling fear in consumers who became hesitant to order takeout, erupting in outrage. How infuriating. Did I spend my hard-earned money merely to consume a culinary kit? While tolerating the kits was one thing, discovering that they too harbored issues was utterly intolerable. Such a situation is simply unacceptable. Where are the responsible authorities? Are they merely idly spectating? This predicament is certainly not a recent development. Is there truly no way to eradicate such occurrences? The disillusionment is profound. I suggest imposing severe penalties. Those who dare to utilize spoiled ingredients should be apprehended. I am utterly exasperated. I shall never order takeout again. Instead, I shall venture out equipped with an AI food safety detector to procure groceries, convinced that I can avoid purchasing spoiled ingredients. I envy those who can cook for themselves. Yet, many individuals lack the time to prepare meals. What then can be done? They are left with no choice but to continue consuming unhealthy food. At most, They may invest in an AI food safety detector, praying that their takeout does not consist of spoiled ingredients. Naturally, the probability of encountering spoiled food remains alarmingly high. Everyone is on edge. The issue of food safety has reached a critical juncture, inciting widespread panic among the populace. If no solutions are forthcoming, it may very well lead to an explosive outcry. Meanwhile, Su Mo and Lu Ruo were leisurely strolling through the streets, relishing their exclusive time together. The problems plaguing the takeout industry had been thoroughly exposed. Lu Ruo, scrolling through online news, voiced her concerns. Inadequate regulation has led to the rampant misuse of culinary kits. If the source of these kits is compromised, the entire takeout system will falter. These kits are uniformly produced by central kitchens, which significantly reduces costs. While this approach has its merits, the drawbacks are equally alarming. What has surfaced now is the grotesque reality of the culinary kits, revolting enough to induce nausea. It is an unfortunate predicament. Su Mo, equally exasperated, remarked, "We can only rely on the relevant authorities to enhance oversight. Merely depending on AI food safety detectors can only serve as a deterrent. To truly resolve the issue, decisive action from the state is imperative. If the government is willing to confront the matter head-on and enact stringent measures, it would undoubtedly prove effective." It is indeed disheartening. The valiant Lu Ruo set her phone aside and sighed. The situation has escalated to such severity. The issues in the takeout industry have long been exposed, yet they failed to create significant ripples. However, since the advent of AI food safety detectors, numerous flaws within the takeout system have been laid bare. The issue of meal kits has become a lingering historical dilemma. Fortunately, the situation has improved significantly. At least the major meal kit brands now possess complete documentation and production licenses. Nevertheless, various problems continue to arise. For instance, a recent revelation involves a cooking pot associated with these meal kits, which might leave the merchants feeling quite aggrieved. After all, meal kits are widely utilized. Who would anticipate that they could pose issues? Amidst their concerns, Lu Ruo and Su Mo stood up. Faced with such a predicament, Su Mo felt rather helpless. As they passed by a restaurant, he pondered how to address this issue effectively when suddenly, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. "Check-in available here. Would you like to proceed?" It was inexplicable, a ghostly whisper in his consciousness. Su Mo glanced around, perplexed. Could there really be a check-in opportunity here? It appeared to be just an ordinary restaurant. What could possibly be of value? Yet, Su Mo began to silently chant in his heart. "Check-in. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a B-level cutting-edge technology, the AI Kitchen Master Robot. It can wash vegetables, pick them, and cook. However, it comes with a hefty price tag, starting at $200,000. Such a cost is beyond the reach of an average household. And even middle-class families would likely refrain from extravagantly purchasing a cooking robot." Lu Ruo, observing Su Mo's sudden pause, inquired curiously, "What's the matter?" "Nothing." Su Mo chuckled lightly and replied, "I believe I may have found a solution." The AI Kitchen Master Robot seemed like a perfect answer to their dilemma. If it were employed to prepare meals, the issues could be resolved flawlessly, eliminating the need for meal kits entirely and allowing for rapid food preparation. A solution? Lu Ruo's eyes brightened with curiosity. What is it? It is important to note that such problems generally seem insurmountable, often requiring the government to intervene with forceful measures. Over time, this could lead to significant improvement. A subtle smile graced Su Mo's lips as he articulated, "Well, that is." Time passed swiftly, and half a month later, Tianyi Group launched Meishang Engshi, emphasizing healthy cuisine. Coincidentally, numerous restaurants and shops had closed due to food safety concerns, with many of the exposed establishments having shut down for good. Thus, Su Mo decisively acquired restaurants from companies like Jufeng Cuisine at a bargain price. He implemented the AI Kitchen Master for cooking, rendering human chefs unnecessary and achieving astonishing efficiency. Both dine-in and delivery services were available, catering to any dining preference. The announcement sparked immediate fervor and debate. The idea of utilizing robots for cooking seemed remarkably unreliable. What was happening? Had Su Mo's group truly veered off course with their skill development? What exactly was this AI Kitchen Master Robot? Remarkable. It was utterly impressive. One could almost forget that Meishang Group was initially a clothing company. Upon seeing the news, many were left speechless. While cooking robots do exist, the flavors they produce often leave much to be desired. It would be prudent for the Mojang Group to focus on the apparel industry instead. One cannot help but wonder if Suemo has been misled regarding this so-called AI kitchen master robot. It is indeed peculiar. Has anyone truly tested it? What were the results? Initially, there was widespread skepticism, leading many to disparage the concept. After all, previous iterations of cooking robots have produced rather disappointing culinary outcomes. Furthermore, their high costs have hindered widespread adoption. Consequently, it was widely assumed that Mojang Ungshi's so-called AI kitchen master robot would similarly falter. The general sentiment among netizens was that it would be quite unpalatable, perhaps even inedible. However, to everyone's surprise, the experience proved delightful. Chapter 180, a sensation across the internet. The robotic chef greetings. Everyone, I am Anan. Today, I am directing the camera towards the newly opened restaurant. Mojang Ensure. Its decor exudes a captivating technological aura, leaving a delightful impression. The live stream has already attracted hundreds of thousands of viewers, with the comments section inundated with excitement. There are whispers about the quality of Mojang Ensure. Yet one cannot help but wonder, is a robot capable of creating truly delectable dishes? There are doubts lingering, as one fears that the food may lack soul. The anticipation is palpable. Dear host, please hasten. The buzz surrounding Mojang Ensure is considerable, with numerous reviews already circulating. Were it not for prior knowledge, one might easily mistake these dishes for the creations of a renowned chef. Indeed, robots possess an unparalleled advantage in controlling cooking temperatures. While human chefs often rely solely on their experience, which explains why culinary skills tend to improve with age. Now, let us proceed to place our order. Glancing at the comments, Anan curiously enters the Mojang Ensure restaurant. The entire ordering process is automated, an absolute boon for those who grapple with social anxiety. The comments reflect a unanimous approval. Remarkable. Is this level of sophistication truly achievable? Fully automated ordering? But what of the servers? Are they robots as well? It appears promising. Yet if the dishes do not deliver, all of this will be in vain. Ultimately, the quality of the food is paramount. Otherwise, it would all be mere embellishment. The establishment is bustling, seemingly quite popular. Anan surveys the surroundings and quietly remarks, given the recent exposure of various food safety scandals, particularly in the delivery sector, a restaurant prioritizing health like Mojang Ensure is bound to attract favor. Even the previously esteemed dining giant, Jufeng Meisure, has faced scrutiny for using substandard ingredients, and the issues surrounding meal kits have sent shivers down many spines. Mojang Ensure stands as a beacon of hope amidst this darkness, gradually rising in popularity. Of course, the flavors must hold up, or all efforts will be in vain. After all, while many healthy ingredients exist, most tend to be rather bland. In no time, several dishes have arrived at the table. To Anan's surprise, the servers are not robots. Observing the departing staff, Anan cannot help but express disappointment. How disheartening. With AI kitchen master robots preparing the meals, why not employ robotic servers as well? Such an addition would undoubtedly enhance the immersive experience, evoking a sense of being transported to the future. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. Anan quickly shifts focus to the dishes before her and muses. Ultimately, the quality of the food remains to be seen. Will it truly be as exquisite as the online chatter suggests? According to various sources, the dishes at Mojang Ensure are said to rival those of the finest human chefs. The sensation feels as though it is all a fade. The comments are brimming with impatience. Hurry up. What does it taste like? The presentation appears promising, yet the aroma remains elusive. It could merely be an appealing appearance. But in reality, it might be a culinary disaster. Such a possibility exists. It surely cannot be too unpalatable. Have you not observed the diners around us, all wearing smiles? If the food were truly dreadful, how could anyone manage a smile? The establishment, Mojang Ensure, boasts a considerable number of patrons. And it is not even mealtime yet. If we were to wait for peak hours, one might expect to encounter a queue. There is no need for haste. Anan, slightly exasperated, cast a glance at the eager comments and retrieved an AI food safety detector from her bag. She stated earnestly, since Mojang Ensure emphasizes health, the quality of ingredients must surely be impeccable. Hence, I have brought along this AI food safety detector to assess the food before tasting it. If it flashes yellow or red, that would indeed be quite awkward. After all, Emoshang Ensure prides itself on health. Serving spoiled ingredients would be akin to tarnishing its own reputation. The comments erupted with excitement. Wow, an AI food safety detector? What an impressive tool. They cheered for the host. If the ingredients are subpar, what use is excellent flavor? Just like the previous dining giant, Ju Feng Mei Sure, which, despite its delightful taste, was notorious for using spoiled ingredients. In truth, this precaution seemed redundant. How could Emoshang Ensure possibly resort to using spoiled ingredients? While it might seem perplexing, a test would only serve to reassure everyone. Food safety is no trivial matter. It pertains to the lives of all. Recently, the government has placed great emphasis on food safety issues, imposing strict penalties upon discovery, leaving no room for leniency. Those businesses previously using spoiled ingredients are now engulfed in anxiety and fear. The consequences can range from closure to facing legal judgment and imprisonment. And chose to disregard the audience's comments and directly inserted the AI food safety detector into the Huang Minji before her. Indeed, this was the very dish that had garnered attention due to the spoiled ingredient scandal. The delivery businesses utilized prepackaged meals, and when the suppliers encountered issues, all businesses relying on those packages faced the same predicament. The Huang Minji was among the victims. The results of the test appeared swiftly, with a green light flashing, indicating it was safe for consumption. As expected, Emoshang Ensure truly possesses its merits. Witnessing this, Anin could not resist picking up her chopsticks, lifting a piece of chicken and placing it in her mouth. After a bite, she exclaimed in astonishment, This flavor is simply exquisite." The enticing aroma was already captivating, and the taste was nothing short of remarkable. If this scene were depicted in a culinary anime, it would surely evoke an explosion of delight. Is this truly the creation of a robot? Anin wore a radiant expression of happiness, momentarily lost in thought. Even if one claims it is crafted by a top-tier chef, it is entirely believable. Renowned culinary creations may appear simple to replicate, yet achieving excellence is a formidable challenge. Every nuance of heat must be meticulously controlled. Is this truly what the internet's jesters refer to as soulless cuisine? If so, perhaps a lack of soul is not so detrimental after all. As long as it delights the palate, that suffices. Observing Anin's demeanor, the barrage of comments erupted in excitement. Oh, is it truly that delectable? Could this possibly be the famed yellow braised chicken? Can one really experience such bliss from a dish like yellow braised chicken? Is the host not merely a shill for the restaurant? If so, their performance is woefully inadequate. Enough of the charade. It is utterly disingenuous. Chapter 181. Cuisine Without a Soul? Anin gazed at the barrage of comments in the live stream and shook her head resolutely, proclaiming, This is truly not a fade. Emoshang Ensure has remarkable culinary prowess. The dishes it produces are indeed delectable. They embody an exquisite harmony of color, aroma, and flavor, with every detail meticulously refined. Upon close inspection, the spacing of each green onion slice is precisely measured, akin to an exquisite work of art. It is undoubtedly a boon for those with obsessive tendencies. Now, the Huang braised chicken should pose no issues. Anin set down her chopsticks and picked up the AI food safety inspection device, methodically testing each dish before her. A uniform display of green lights illuminated the screen, signifying that not a single item had gone unchecked. This was the epitome of genuine green health. The comments section erupted in a frenzy. This is quite impressive. Even a slight spoilage here and there would be expected, yet achieving an all-green result is rather astonishing. It was no wonder that the affluent Emoshang group thrived, even within the culinary industry. Emoshang Ensure stood as a refreshing current amidst a sea of mediocrity. While others still relied on subpar ingredients, it consistently employed only the freshest produce. It seems that in the future, one must turn to Emoshang Ensure for takeout to ensure a healthy and delightful meal. Food safety is no trivial matter, and the public warmly embraced the value-for-money offerings of Emoshang Ensure. Various food bloggers clamored to report on it, and even state media from Xia country publicly commended the establishment. Consequently, Emoshang Ensure's reputation soared, and its growth was meteoric. Thanks to the utilization of AI kitchen masters for cooking, the establishment achieved high efficiency, low costs, a diverse menu, and exceptional flavors while ensuring health and safety. After all, the dishes at Mo Shang ensure are meticulously selected, guaranteeing optimal nutrition. Many international netizens have long been eagerly anticipating its arrival. They lamented on global chat forums. Why is Mo Shang ensure only available in Xia country? The overseas market must also be considered. The offerings appeared irresistibly delicious and wholesome, prompting suggestions to expand its storefronts globally, which would undoubtedly lead to substantial profits. Is there truly no international outlet? This is unjust. With the rapid expansion of Mo Shang ensure, it has now taken the world by storm. Safe ingredients, unparalleled flavors, and the sophistication of AI robots cooking have positioned it as a unique entity on the global stage. 2 weeks later, Mo Shang ensure began to infiltrate foreign markets, opening outlets in major cities worldwide. The development of Mo Shang ensure resembled a rocket launch, accelerating at an astonishing pace and overpowering all culinary giants. The establishment's reliance on AI kitchen master robots ensured a high degree of standardization. Furthermore, it was a one-time investment, eliminating the burden of high chef salaries. For the AI kitchen masters, a mere charging was sufficient. Standardization, green health, and an absence of spoiled ingredients are the fundamental reasons for the public's trust in Mo Shang ensure, positioning it as a potential leader in the culinary industry. This has instilled a profound sense of crisis among other culinary giants, prompting them to unite and form a culinary alliance to collectively counter the emergence of Mo Shang ensure. In a conference room within the Summer Nation, numerous leaders from the restaurant industry congregated to deliberate on detailed countermeasures. Without Mo Shang ensure, they could continue to profit effortlessly, for the populace has no alternative. Even if they are aware of potentially spoiled ingredients, what does it matter? As titans of the culinary world, they occupy almost monopolistic positions. However, since the arrival of Mo Shang ensure, the situation has undergone a dramatic transformation. The health-centric approach of Mo Shang ensure has caused consumers to turn their backs and flock to its offerings. This cannot be tolerated. It is absolutely unacceptable to allow Mo Shang ensure to continue its ascent. One individual rose, his visage darkened with concern, proclaiming, otherwise, the future of the restaurant industry may very well belong entirely to Mo Shang ensure. At that point, there will be no place left for us. Even now, with the ongoing growth of Mo Shang ensure, their stock prices have begun to decline, clearly indicative of its impact. What recourse do we have? From a corner, someone exhaled heavily, expressing palpable frustration. Mo Shang ensure emphasizes health and possesses AI culinary master robots that significantly reduce costs. Even if we engage in a price war, we would be unable to withstand it. Should we enter such a conflict, we would likely end up losing everything, while for Mo Shang ensure, it would merely result in a slight decrease in profits. After exhausting us, Mo Shang ensure would only find amusement in our demise. Hey, isn't Mo Shang ensure using robots to prepare the dishes? Remarked another, stroking his glossy bald head with a sardonic grin. We could. Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd's expressions lit up, as if a feasible plan had emerged. Mo Shang ensure's focus on health is indeed commendable, yet its primary success stems from the AI culinary master robots. Cooking by robots? It sounds rather implausible. Although the public has largely placed their trust in Mo Shang ensure, can dishes prepared by robots possess any soul? Can food devoid of spirit truly be consumed? Thus, various culinary giants began to covertly mobilize. They hired a cadre of influential social media figures and food critics to launch an extensive smear campaign against Mo Shang ensure, alleging that dishes prepared by robots lack soul. A prominent influencer boldly proclaimed, only traditional handmade preparation can embody respect for the food. Dishes crafted by robots are an affront to gastronomy, possessing mere form without any essence. A certain food critic echoed this sentiment, stating, cooking by robots represents a regression of our times. The flavors simply cannot compare to that of human chefs, resembling mere imitation devoid of any profundity. Below, an army of online trolls lay in wait, ready to counter the robot's culinary endeavors, deeming Mo Shang ensure's actions utterly anti-human. We, as humans, can cook for ourselves. Why should we entrust this task to robots? What is the true intention of Shang Group? Such soulless dishes do not deserve a place on our tables. Only dishes crafted with genuine care by chefs can be deemed true culinary masterpieces. The intentions behind the offerings at Mozhang are dubious. If such soulless cuisine becomes the norm, it would indeed be a dreadful prospect. A deluge of orchestrated opinions floods the discourse, overwhelming the landscape, while the public remains oblivious. These narratives swiftly ascend the trending charts. The culinary giants possess a remarkable finesse in steering public opinion. Notably, esteemed food critics have visited the establishment, candidly describing the dishes of Mozhang as nothing more than exquisite refuse, visually stunning yet utterly devoid of essence. The experience is so unpalatable that one is compelled to retch after the first taste. Moreover, various influencers, motivated by financial gain, have taken it upon themselves to covertly malign Mozhang's culinary offerings. Chapter 182. The eyes of the people are sharp. In summary, the cuisine of Shang lacks soul. Dishes devoid of soul are indeed difficult to savor. Hence, one concludes that Shang is merely trivial. Under the machinations of various culinary giants, within a mere half-day, the internet became inundated with negative reports about Shang. The trending topic soared relentlessly. Some so-called experts even ardently analyzed the dishes prepared by robots in contrast to those crafted by human chefs. After convoluted comparisons and analyses, the ultimate conclusion emerged. While the robot-prepared dishes may taste acceptable, they are lifeless and devoid of essence. In stark contrast, the dishes created by human chefs are brimming with soul, bringing joy to the palate. Numerous and scrupulous media outlets joined the fray, proclaiming that robot cooking signifies humanity's lament and should be abolished. They condemned Shang Group for producing soulless dishes that one should not consume. A call to boycott Shang echoed, asserting that such robots ought not to exist. The deluge of information painted Shang as a malevolent entity, as if consuming those soulless robot dishes would lead to instant demise. The general public finally began to react. Those oblivious to the truth were left utterly bewildered. What is this? No soul? Does it truly matter? Can one sustain themselves on soul? Regardless, the culinary offerings of Shang are undeniably delectable, rivaling those of esteemed chefs, all at a remarkably affordable price. What need is there for soul? Are you all raised on soul alone? How terrifying! Does the essence of a dish truly matter? Moreover, does human-made cuisine inherently possess soul? Such notions are merely stubborn biases. Take a noodle shop, for instance. The quality of the noodles is not determined by whether they are handcrafted or machine-made, but rather by their texture and structure, which depend on the kneading process, not merely the presence of soul. If one were to carelessly prepare, even with an abundance of soul, the result would still be unpalatable. The AI kitchen master of Shang achieves standardization, which is the key to exquisite taste. The concept of soul is largely psychological. The points made upstairs are quite valid. Do the dishes from those culinary titans truly possess soul? In reality, they are just products of an assembly line, perhaps even inferior to the AI kitchen master of Shang. Supporting Shang, the notion of soul is utterly nonsensical. The people's eyes are sharp. No amount of capital can obscure the truth. What soul? Is it not more pragmatic to prioritize health and quality? Soul? Consumers are indifferent to such matters. Health and flavor take precedence. The concept of soul cannot sustain one. It is merely a frivolous distraction. The tide of public opinion has completely turned, and consumers are now incensed. Why have so many disparaging remarks about Shang suddenly emerged? Who is orchestrating this charade? Soul, indeed. It is merely a baseless excuse. As long as the process of handling ingredients is executed properly, both humans and robots can create delectable dishes. The support for Meishang Angshi undoubtedly stems from the machinations of those culinary giants lurking in the shadows. After all, the rise of Meishang Angshi poses a significant threat to these industry titans, prompting them to conspire against it. Such actions are utterly reprehensible, manipulating public opinion with malicious intent. It is imperative for the state to intervene and suppress this behavior. Dividends must not be allowed to flourish. The public has reached a consensus. they stand in support of Meishang Angshi. In contrast, the aforementioned culinary giants have garnered quite a notorious reputation. For instance, Jiufan Cuisine, a national chain with a mid to high-end positioning, has been known to serve spoiled ingredients to its patrons, which is an egregious offense. Naturally, the perception of these culinary behemoths has soured considerably. The ire has even been directed towards the prominent influencers and food critics who initially disseminated disparaging remarks. How can these so-called influencers maintain such bravado? Let us speak candidly. Whose purse strings have they pulled? Their malicious slander raises the question. Are they not fearful of legal repercussions from the culinary community? Food critics? Those who are merely mercenaries for hire? It is utterly nauseating. Do they not feel a twinge of conscience? What of the soul of gastronomy? That notion is merely a ruse to deceive the unsuspecting. At this moment, why have they retreated into their shells? They should emerge to face the music. The collective voice of netizens has proven formidable, forcing many influencers and self-proclaimed food critics to disable their comment sections. Their intention is to render the discourse invisible, believing that if it cannot be seen, it ceases to exist. Yet, internally, they are filled with regret. They had presumed it to be a mere ripple of dissent, never anticipating such a formidable backlash. Had they foreseen the current outcome, they would have steadfastly refused the financial advances from those culinary giants. Such a hot potato has led to a catastrophic collapse of reputation. In the culinary realm, reputation is paramount. Without it, one's words are as inconsequential as the wind, devoid of any influence. In the absence of influence, how can one possibly generate profit? It is better to retire to rest. Meanwhile, the actions of these individuals are utterly detestable. Lu Ruoruo, equally incensed, shook her tiny fist and declared through gritted teeth. Thankfully, the eyes of the public are keenly discerning, thwarting their nefarious schemes. To claim that the dishes lack soul? What an absurd accusation. To think they could topple Meishang Angshi through such underhanded tactics is sheer folly. It appears that the culinary giants have begun to grow restless. Su Mo's profound gaze turned toward the window, as if piercing through time and space, and he remarked with a hint of resignation, ultimately, they are merely orchestrating their own demise. If competition were fair, Su Mo would wholeheartedly welcome it. However, should they resort to deceit, they have no one to blame but themselves. To be candid, Su Mo felt a twinge of eagerness, a desire to orchestrate a grand maneuver. After all, in the culinary industry, shorting these giants could yield significant profits. Meishang Angshi must continue its steady, deliberate progression. Yet, if one were to short these culinary behemoths, it could lead to instant wealth overnight. Having tasted the sweetness of success, Su Mo has displayed remarkable patience. However, there are always those who refuse to turn back until they have collided with the wall, oblivious to the fact that such an impact may render them incapable of retreat. The public sentiment surrounding Mo Shang's affairs could not be so effortlessly resolved without more than just the strength of the masses. The lion's share of credit must be attributed to the Mo Shang group's discreet yet strategic maneuvers behind the scenes, which enabled the enemy's thunderous offensive to be swiftly dismantled. What arrives with great speed also departs just as rapidly. Before most had the opportunity to react, a war devoid of gunpowder had already drawn to a close. What one may consider a flawless plan is, in the presence of Su Mo, riddled with flaws. The essence of culinary delights? How absurd and laughable. Chapter 183. Unyielding greed. The public remained unconvinced, exclaiming that a soul could not be consumed as sustenance. Consequently, the plan collapsed, and the culinary giants found themselves on the brink of downfall. In a certain conference room, the faces of numerous culinary executives were marked by dismay. Although they had anticipated the challenge of toppling Meishang Angshi, they had not foreseen such a vigorous backlash. Their fervent assaults seemed to land on cotton, inflicting no damage upon Meishang Angshi. Damn it, the plan has indeed failed. One individual, with a sullen expression, remarked, "What soul? Consumers are indifferent to the presence of a soul. As long as the food is green, healthy, and delicious, it will attract patrons. The notion of a soul is mere nonsense, utterly absurd." Even these culinary titans were not exclusively reliant on handcrafted dishes. Many were produced through integrated machinery. Such insinuations were unfounded. Is there no alternative? A distressed voice emerged from the corner. expressing a desire for a method that could inflict tangible harm on Mozhang Ungshi. Ultimately, public opinion could not completely dismantle the restaurant chain. Mozhang Group had already established itself as a formidable force in the digital realm. Did these culinary giants truly believe they could engage in a battle of public opinion against Mozhang Group? It felt reminiscent of a novice brandishing a sword before a master. I have an idea. Suddenly, a voice brightened with inspiration, proposing, "Isn't Mozhang Ungshi all about promoting green health? What if we expose them for using spoiled ingredients? What would the outcome be?" The implications were clear. The carefully cultivated reputation would shatter in an instant. Initially perceived as a pristine lotus, Mozhang Ungshi would be revealed to be using spoiled ingredients, leading to a catastrophic loss of public support and, consequently, their inevitable downfall. Upon hearing this, the group felt a spark of hope. This strategy was far more devastating than merely alleging that robots lacked soul in their cooking. If executed correctly, bringing Mozhang Ungshi to bankruptcy would be effortlessly achievable. The individual in the corner exclaimed, "The chances of success are remarkably high. This is a brilliant scheme, simple yet extraordinarily effective. How shall we implement it?" Someone inquired, still perplexed. "Mozhang Ungshi employs AI kitchen master robots for their cooking. Can we possibly bribe a robot?" This was evidently implausible. Bribery of robots was not yet a reality in this era. While we cannot corrupt Mozhang Ungshi's AI kitchen robots, we can target the source. The proposer's eyes gleamed with realization as he slowly articulated, "There is no need to approach Mozhang Ungshi's outlets. We should start with their suppliers, which would yield even greater impact. This approach possesses a nuclear-level destructive capability. If successful, it would directly affect the majority of Mozhang Ungshi's locations. Then we can engage media to expose the scandal and hire some online commentators to steer the narrative. Perhaps it would prompt the relevant authorities to directly shut down the stores of Shang and Sure." With a series of operations like this, it is hard to believe that Shang and Sure could remain unscathed. Furthermore, thanks to AI food safety detection devices, the public has become increasingly vigilant regarding spoiled ingredients. If the green and healthy Shang and Sure were to utilize expired ingredients, it would undoubtedly incite a furious backlash from the populace, one that would be uncontrollable. The level of criticism would surely surpass that of the previous incident involving Zhu Fengmei Sure. It could even directly affect Shang and Sure's parent company, Shang Group. At that point, the catering industry would revert to its previous state. The eyes of the masses gleamed with anticipation, as if victory was imminent. There was unanimous agreement. The plan was set to be officially executed. Consequently, they began to conspire, bribing suppliers to replace fresh ingredients with those nearing expiration. This would not raise any alarms during Shang and Sure's inspections, but issues would arise during their actual use. The soon-to-be expired ingredients would inevitably deteriorate, triggering the yellow warning light on the AI food safety detection device. With the plan successfully initiated, it was merely a matter of patiently waiting for the bomb to explode. At that moment, a masterfully crafted horror film was drawing to a close. Suemo glanced helplessly at the trembling, yet feigning composure of Lu Ruorua beside him. Could this be what they call a love for both cuisine and fear? After all, the last horror film had already terrified them significantly, yet they dared to continue watching. It should be noted that, enhanced by Shang's special effects, those horror films could create an immersive experience. They even needed to prominently warn viewers with heart conditions against watching, lest something unfortunate occur. Not that simple. Lu Ruorua cast a glance at the composed Suemo and feigned calmness as she remarked, "It's just mildly terrifying." Indeed, Suemo nodded in agreement, expressing his concurrence. After all, compared to the chorus of screams in the theater, Lu Ruorua's demeanor was quite commendable. At least, she wasn't screaming at the top of her lungs. She merely covered her eyes intermittently, attempting to shield herself from the fright. "Wow, I'm hungry," Lu Ruorua lamented, rubbing her growling stomach. "It seems it's about time for a meal." The horror film had certainly sent adrenaline coursing through their veins, which was rather exhausting. "Then let us dine at the nearby Shang and Sure," Suemo suggested after a moment's contemplation. The culinary skills of the AI kitchen master robot are rather impressive. Excluding the possibility that the dishes might lack soul, their actual flavors could rival those of top chefs. The AI kitchen master robot could control the cooking temperature with precision, maximizing the inherent flavors of the food. Great! Lu Ruo exclaimed excitedly. Let us go see how the AI kitchen master robot's braised pork tastes. Braised pork is a true test of culinary skill. If the chef's technique is lacking, the dish would merely be a shell. The two rose and departed the cinema, heading to a nearby Shang'an outlet. The bustling crowd ebbs and flows, creating an atmosphere of lively excitement. Numerous individuals have journeyed from afar, eager to savor the dishes lauded for their green and healthy attributes. Of course, ordering takeout is equally viable, as Mozhang Ungshi also provides a delightful delivery service. With a simple tap, I ordered braised pork along with several other delectable dishes. And then the anticipation began. In a mere moment, everything was served. The speed of this AI kitchen maestro is quite impressive. Lu Ruoruo gazed in mild astonishment at the enticingly vibrant dishes before her and mused, I wonder how they taste? After all, the speed of fast food is even more rapid. Ultimately, it is the quality of the dishes that must prevail. Chapter 184. Issues with ingredients not far away. A loud bang echoed as a heavy hand struck the table, abruptly silencing the cacophony of noise. All eyes turned towards the source of the sound, a burly man whose imposing presence suggested he was no easy adversary. What on earth is wrong with this dish? He bellowed. Why does the same meal taste different from yesterday? Sir, it may simply be a matter of personal taste, the manager responded, hastily approaching to mediate the situation. At Mozhang Ungshi, all our dishes are absolutely organic and healthy. It was evident that the manager was well prepared to handle such disputes. If gentle persuasion proved ineffective, the next course of action would inevitably involve the authorities, for some individuals seem incapable of understanding reason. Organic and healthy? The man scoffed, a mocking laugh escaping his lips. Then why do we taste ingredients that are clearly spoiled? While the average diner might not discern such subtleties, he was no ordinary patron. He was a premeditated troublemaker. There must be an issue with this dish. Sir, our ingredients are guaranteed to be fresh, the manager insisted, his brow furrowing slightly as he continued to explain. It is impossible for any spoiled ingredients to exist. The Mozhang Group is affluent and selects only the finest ingredients. We even employ AI kitchen master robots to reduce costs, making the use of spoiled ingredients utterly unfeasible. Such a decision would tarnish our reputation, and that is simply not worth the risk. The surrounding patrons clearly shared this sentiment, murmuring among themselves. He must have come here deliberately to cause a scene, one whispered, choosing to confront Mozhang Ungshi. Truly, his mind must be addled. Perhaps at the establishments of those aging culinary giants, one might indeed encounter spoiled ingredients. But here, this was Mozhang Ungshi, a bastion of health-focused dining. Backed by the affluent Mozhang Group, how could they possibly resort to using spoiled products? What is happening? Is there still a disturbance? Lu Ruoruo voiced her confusion. Her teeth clenched in frustration. This is utterly despicable. Su Mo, however, appeared unperturbed, regarding the incident as nothing out of the ordinary. After all, in the food industry, one might encounter all manner of difficult customers. There had even been reports of individuals who brought cockroaches to dine, only to drop them into their meals when nearly finished. Typically, establishments would choose to offer a complimentary meal to avoid confrontation, ensuring adequate compensation. Yet, such greed often leads to folly. They attempted to exploit a few establishments, but failed to realize that businesses often share information. A simple complaint in a group chat exposed their schemes. What followed was the inevitable judgment of the law. Absolutely fresh and guaranteed, the absurdity of it all was laughable. The burly man, his face a canvas of excess flesh, was evidently well prepared. With a calm demeanor, he produced an AI food safety inspection device and inquired, "Do you dare to let me test it? We shall soon ascertain whether the ingredients within are spoiled." The onlookers, a curious crowd, were taken aback. Could one be so professional in extorting others? Had he even brought along an AI food safety inspection device? Yet, that seemed peculiar. The device indeed possessed the capability to evaluate food quality, remaining steadfastly objective in its findings. Could it truly be that the dishes from Shang'an had issues? Surely not. The manager, observing the unfolding scene, inhaled deeply. His expression grave. At Emoshang Ensure, we pride ourselves on our commitment to green and healthy cuisine. Our ingredients are unequivocally fresh and reliable. Although perplexed by the customer's dubious behavior, he considered that if the AI food safety inspection device could validate their integrity, it might prove to be a wise course of action. After all, the device was a product of the Emoshang Group. Suddenly, a classic phrase echoed in his mind. Who dares to accuse this official? Whether it be a mule or a horse, we shall bring it forth and see. Without hesitation, the burly man directed the AI food safety inspection device towards the dishes before him and commenced the testing process. The crowd leaned in, unable to resist the allure of the anticipated results. They believed wholeheartedly in the freshness of Emoshang and Sure's ingredients, yet curiosity gnawed at them. In an instant, the results materialized. The AI food safety inspection device flashed a yellow light, indicating a slight spoilage and advising against consumption. The manager staggered, nearly losing his footing. What was happening? Why did the yellow light illuminate? The burly man grinned wickedly, addressing the manager with gritted teeth. Your establishment, renowned for its health-conscious ethos, is covertly utilizing spoiled ingredients. You certainly have a knack for playing the shadows. The revelation struck the crowd like a bolt from the blue, leaving them momentarily stunned. Could it be true that Emoshang Ensure employed spoiled ingredients? Was this not merely a fabrication? The manager quickly regained his composure, retrieving the AI food safety inspection device once more to continue the testing. After all, as an electronic device, it was susceptible to tampering. If the green light could be altered to yellow, no one would be able to contest it. Determined, the manager resolved to personally conduct the inspection. A tempest of anxiety surged within him. How could this be possible? As the manager, he was acutely aware that Emoshang Ensure invested considerable resources in procuring fresh ingredients. Why was there a discrepancy? The burly man did not impede the process. Instead, he reveled in delight, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The spectators, having paused their meals, awaited the final verdict with bated breath. Emoshang Ensure, a bastion of green and healthful dining, stood on the precipice of disgrace. If even this sanctuary were to resort to spoiled ingredients, it would undoubtedly shatter the hearts of many. The results were unveiled once more, and the yellow light continued to flicker, confirming the slight spoilage of the ingredients. No, this cannot be. The store manager gazed at the inspection results, incredulity etched upon his face, murmuring, how could this be possible? Was it conceivable that the AI food safety detector had erred? Yet, that too seemed implausible. Nothing was beyond the realm of possibility. The robust man, as if perched upon a moral high ground, spoke with grave seriousness. You, at Mozhang Ungshi, repeatedly claimed to utilize only fresh ingredients, yet behind the scenes, you surreptitiously employ spoiled products. How can you justify this betrayal to us, the consumers who support Mozhang Ungshi? His voice trembled with emotion, evoking a profound sense of sorrow. The onlookers, too, were collectively incensed. How outrageous. Is this what you call a commitment to green health? Will you merely substitute fresh ingredients with spoiled ones once your business flourishes? This is utterly infuriating. I once believed Mozhang Ungshi to be a beacon of purity amidst the mire, only to be met with such disillusionment. Chapter 185. Beyond traders, all crows are black. Some could hardly contain their indignation, exclaiming vehemently, indeed, capitalists remain true to their nature. The diners had ceased their meals, eager to witness the defense of the manager of the Mashongan restaurant. After all, even his own AI food safety detector was flashing a yellow light, a clear indication of using spoiled ingredients. It is profoundly ironic that a restaurant purporting to prioritize green and healthy cuisine would resort to such practices, evoking an unsettling chill akin to falling into an icy abyss. What of trust between individuals? A burly man with a face full of flesh sneered and remarked, could it merely be an accident? An accident? Such a notion is certainly unfounded. There may indeed be some misunderstandings. The manager wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and began to explain, perhaps there were minor issues with the storage of the ingredients, leading to their spoilage. However, at Mashongan, we are steadfast in our commitment to using fresh ingredients. This is undoubtedly an unforeseeable, low probability event. As the manager of Mashongan, He was acutely aware that it was implausible for the restaurant to utilize spoiled ingredients. This left only one question. Could there have been a problem during storage that resulted in a small portion of the ingredients going bad? Yet, the likelihood of this scenario was exceedingly slim. After all ingredients at Maoshangen were handled according to standardized procedures. How could spoilage occur due to mere storage issues? In his moment of desperation, the manager struggled to devise a more suitable explanation, opting instead to placate the patrons as best he could. Should this incident become public knowledge, the repercussions for Maoshangen, a restaurant champion in green and healthy cuisine, would be dire, potentially leading to its downfall. Perhaps, in the court of public opinion, the narrative would twist into a tale of the dragon slayer transforming into the very dragon he sought to vanquish. Maosheng Group, battling malevolent forces, had vanquished the purveyors of spoiled ingredients masquerading as fresh fare, only to have its own establishment, devoted to green and healthy dining, exposed for similar transgressions. This would undoubtedly deliver a devastating blow. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the manager felt an even greater trickle of cold sweat upon his brow. Indeed, it could very well be a misunderstanding. Nearby, another patron chimed in. Perhaps it is merely an extraordinarily rare occurrence, even less likely than winning the lottery. Such things are entirely possible. Ordinary diners could even choke to death. But should one refrain from dining due to the fear of choking? That would be utterly irrational. A low-probability event? The burly man scoffed and shook his head. Then let us employ the AI food safety detector to examine your dishes and ascertain whether they too suffer from the same issues. If it truly is merely a low-probability event, then perhaps only one dish before you is problematic. But could it truly be so? The onlookers, upon hearing this, began to nod in agreement. Those with the AI food safety detectors pointed them directly at their own ordered dishes. At a nearby table, Sumo's expression grew increasingly frigid. The seemingly impeccable ingredients at our own Maosheng Ungshi have inexplicably turned spoiled. What could possibly be the cause? Is it truly just a rare occurrence? Or is there corruption and embezzlement at play? Lu Ruo's expression fluctuated dramatically as she retrieved an AI food safety detector from her bag, directing it towards the luscious braised pork before her. Hearing is one thing. Only through personal inspection can the truth be discerned. Moments later, the detector's results emerged. The yellow light flickered, indicating that the braised pork had indeed begun to spoil and was not recommended for consumption. How could this be? Lu Ruo was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "It has genuinely spoiled? Is this really just an isolated incident? This is undoubtedly a widespread issue." In response, Sumo's heart surged with turmoil. He was well aware of Maosheng Ungshi's commitment to using only fresh ingredients. Although this approach incurred higher costs, the AI kitchen master robot ensured profitability, rendering the use of spoiled ingredients unnecessary. What had gone awry in the process? Was there indeed someone within the ranks who was corrupt? Sumo's gaze grew increasingly frosty. If there were truly rot within, he would show no mercy. As more patrons received their test results, a chorus of yellow lights illuminated the room, all advising against consumption. The outrage intensified. Customers ceased their activities, fixating their stares on the manager. Wasn't this supposed to be a rare occurrence? Why was it that nearly every dish was marked with a yellow light, indicating slight spoilage? What further justification could there be? A burly man expressed his anguish. Seething. How could Maosheng Ungshi serve spoiled ingredients disguised as fresh fare to its patrons? Do you not feel any guilt? His voice trembled with sorrow, akin to a devoted fan discovering scandalous truths about their beloved idol. Truly, a collapse of worldview. How could you treat us this way? Another spectator shouted in anger. We believed Maosheng Ungshi championed green and healthy dining, allowing us to eat with peace of mind. Instead, we find ourselves heartbroken, realizing you are no different from those ruthless capitalists, merely better at masquerading your true nature. Yet, beneath the facade lies an abhorrent reality. The manager was at a loss, utterly unsure of how to navigate the unfolding crisis, which seemingly transcended his professional jurisdiction. Calling the authorities? Clearly, that was out of the question. At last, Sumo could no longer remain passive. After calming Lu Ruo, he approached the manager and inquired coolly, "What is truly happening here? Is there indeed corruption involved?" Perhaps questioning the manager would yield some clues. Director, The manager's face paled at the sight of Suemo, revealing an expression more painful than tears as he reluctantly replied, I don't know. Although he was the manager of this Moshang Ungshi branch, his authority was limited. As for the emergence of spoiled ingredients, it is truly a mystery. The chairman? Upon witnessing this, the general manager's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, is it possible that Moshang ensures use of spoiled ingredients was premeditated, disregarding consumer safety? The surrounding crowd buzzed with speculation, clearly eager for an explanation. How could a brand that champions green and healthy food like Moshang ensure find itself in such a predicament? Is it not akin to the practices of Ju Feng Meisher? The situation is indeed dire. If no clarification is provided, there will be no peace. The store manager, seemingly finding a source of strength, stood resolutely behind Suemo. It appeared that the issues at hand were but trifles, for after all, Moshang ensure sources only the freshest ingredients. Chapter 186. A turn of events. Everyone, please remain silent, Suemo declared, raising a hand to impose a commanding presence that silenced the crowd. With a serious tone, he asserted, I assure you all that the philosophy of Moshang ensure centers around green health. It is inconceivable that we would intentionally employ spoiled ingredients. Although the root of the issue remains unclear, I promise a reasonable explanation will be provided. His words resonated with conviction, compelling the audience to trust him. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed unnecessary for Moshang ensure to resort to using spoiled ingredients. In this era of AI food safety detectors, such a choice would be tantamount to self-sabotage. Moreover, given that Moshang ensure champions a green and healthy ethos, it would be utterly illogical to risk their reputation. As the crowd murmured among themselves, suspicions arose. How could Moshang ensure, known for its integrity, be implicated in such a scandal? Was there perhaps an internal betrayal at play, leading to corruption? A sense of urgency to expose the mole grew palpable. The imposing figure of the burly man appeared to have an agenda against Moshang ensure. How else could he have been so prepared with an AI food safety detector? Indeed, how had he foreseen the issue with the dishes and so confidently proclaimed his findings? The atmosphere shifted as anger began to dissipate. The people were merely seeking clarity regarding the presence of spoiled ingredients. The burly man, however, was not ready to relent. He persisted with his accusations, stating, it is a confirmed fact that Moshang ensure has used spoiled ingredients. Even if there is internal corruption, it cannot alter the current situation. The incident has occurred, and relying on mere words to gloss over it is naive. A cold chuckle escaped Sumo's lips as he turned to face the man, an aura of authority emanating from him. I find myself quite intrigued, he inquired leisurely. How did you come to know with such certainty that the ingredients were spoiled? Were you aware of this beforehand? The man's reaction was immediate. He instinctively took a step back, yet stubbornly retorted, I simply have a sensitive palate and discern the spoilage myself. Is this explanation plausible? Indeed, it is quite reasonable. A sensitive palate can certainly detect the taste of spoilage. Much like the individual who previously exposed Ju Feng cuisine for similar issues, they possessed a true sensitivity to flavors. Whether this burly man is genuine in his claim remains uncertain. Sensitive to taste? Perhaps we shall see. Suemo chuckled lightly and addressed the crowd once more. This matter will certainly provide an explanation for everyone. And I assure you that all expenses prior to today will be waived. The collective anger of the crowd began to dissipate. I have faith in Moshang ensure. Someone in the crowd clenched their fists and remarked, it's possible that someone is framing them. After all, the recent success of Moshang ensure has been rather overwhelming, inevitably attracting the ire of others. The crowd nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to await the final investigation results. As the throng gradually dispersed, a burly man swiftly made his exit, sensing the situation was turning unfavorable. Chairman, I truly have no idea what transpired, the store manager nervously began as the crowd thinned. All procedures adhered to company standards, and under normal circumstances, there should be no issue with ingredient spoilage. Yet, we are confronted with a significant problem. If it weren't for Suemo intervening, we would be in a dire predicament. Sumo's profound gaze drifted into the distance as he murmured to himself, could it be that the pressure could no longer be contained? Simultaneously, across the nation, Mo Shang and Shi locations were grappling with spoiled ingredients. The situation was dire. Moreover, the restaurant giants had already orchestrated media exposure, unleashing an avalanche of negative reports. Paid influencers were fervently at work, assisting the benefactors in tarnishing Mo Shang and Shi's reputation. The news detonated across the internet like an underwater bomb, erupting into chaos. What is happening? Is Mo Shang and Shi using spoiled ingredients? Surely this cannot be true. Isn't Mo Shang and Shi committed to green health? How could they possibly employ spoiled ingredients? As more revelations emerged, public outrage intensified. The idea that a brand championing green health would resort to using spoiled food was tantamount to a flagrant disregard for the law, an offense that warranted severe repercussions. Damn it, these despicable capitalists. They initially inundated us with the promise of green health, only to reveal they were using spoiled ingredients. It's utterly disappointing. Can Mo Shang and Shi truly stand by their consumers? Is the entire restaurant industry ultimately corrupt? It's revolting. Calls for regulatory bodies to promptly shut down all Mo Shang and Shi locations emerged, with many expressing their disdain. They should just stick to the clothing industry. Why meddle in the restaurant sector while using spoiled ingredients? It's humiliating. Various voices of skepticism continued to arise, with negative reports proliferating. Mo Shang and Shi had served spoiled food to its patrons, marking the downfall of the last bastion of purity in the restaurant industry. The once slayer of dragons had transformed into a dragon itself, with Mo Shang and Shi succeeding Jufeng Mei Shi as the new malevolent force. The overall collapse of the restaurant industry raised questions about the distortion of humanity and the decline of morality. Amidst the ongoing scrutiny, Mo Shang and Shi found itself in a precarious position, rendered entirely reactive. After all, the comprehensive assessments conducted by AI food safety detection devices provided irrefutable evidence, essentially a solid confirmation of their failures. In a certain conference room, executives from various restaurant giants wore smiles, their excitement palpable. Seeing Mo Shang and Shi suffer a setback naturally brings a sense of delight. This time, Mo Shang and Shi has truly stumbled. In a corner, someone sneered and remarked, "All stores have been exposed for using spoiled ingredients. How could they possibly survive?" It is worth noting that the situation with Jufeng Mei Shi was quite similar. The major owner behind Jufeng Mei Shi is still languishing in prison. How could Mo Shang and Shi's predicament be any better? Bankruptcy is merely a matter of time. Mo Shang and Shi has brought this misfortune upon itself. Nearby, another voice coldly interjected, "Still promoting green health? Still employing so-called AI kitchen master robots? It's nothing but a misguided venture." Mo Shang and Shi has met its demise through its own AI food safety inspection devices. What a profound irony. Chapter 187. Seeking Destruction? To satisfy you all currently. The reputation of Mozhang Ungshi has plummeted to the extent that it has become the target of public outrage. In the conference room, someone spoke up with a smile, stating that our team has already begun contacting the relevant authorities to ensure that all Mozhang Ungshi outlets are sealed. If successful, Mozhang Ungshi will be relegated to the annals of history, as the use of spoiled ingredients has been conclusively established. Furthermore, almost every Mozhang Ungshi location has been implicated in this scandal. It is a dire situation, indeed. Under such circumstances, how could Su Mo possibly turn the tide? Yet, we cannot afford to be complacent. On the other side, someone with a stoic expression slowly remarked that Mozhang Group and the government of Shagua are still in a honeymoon phase, until a thorough investigation is conducted. It is unlikely that the authorities will take any decisive action. At most, they will issue a rectification order. The Shagua government is not naive and can discern the underlying intricacies at play. Given Mozhang Group's substantial financial resources, it is illogical for them to resort to using spoiled ingredients for trivial gains. A honeymoon phase? That is of no consequence. Someone chuckled softly and analyzed coolly, stating that Mozhang Ungshi's actions have already incited public fury. What we need to do now is to direct the public's ire squarely at Mozhang Ungshi. Even if Mozhang Ungshi has the backing of the Shagua government, it cannot shield them from the wrath of the populace. Just as water can support a boat, it can also capsize it. The green and healthy image that Mozhang Ungshi promotes has been shattered by the revelation of their use of spoiled ingredients. a reprehensible act that betrays the trust of consumers and jeopardizes their safety. Previously, the culinary giant Jufeng Food, which had also used spoiled ingredients, has already fallen from grace. How much better can Mozang Ungshi fare? Indeed, a figure in the corner sneered and declared, "Let the storm come with even greater ferocity. Let us utterly overturn Mozang Ungshi." The compromised media outlets sprang into action, unleashing a torrent of negative reports about Mozang Ungshi, which proliferated like mushrooms after rain. Mozang Ungshi has completely descended into disgrace, with outlets nationwide employing spoiled ingredients. The sordid tactics of capitalists have been laid bare, as Mozang Ungshi initially used fresh ingredients, but subsequently switched entirely to spoiled ones. Various influential media personalities have joined the fray, seemingly intent on bringing Mozang Ungshi to its knees. There were even individuals who took dishes purchased from Mozang Ungshi to professional institutions for testing. The results aligned with those of AI food safety detection devices. The ingredients were slightly spoiled and not recommended for consumption. Prolonged ingestion would inevitably cause severe harm to health. Netizens grew increasingly irate. "It infuriates me. Mozang Ungshi still has the audacity to promote itself as green and healthy. Such a widespread issue with spoiled ingredients is simply a sign that their conscience has been devoured by dogs. The evidence is irrefutable. Mozang Ungshi is unequivocally guilty of using spoiled ingredients. This is an act that is utterly unforgivable. I suggest that the relevant authorities take immediate action and seal all Mozang Ungshi outlets. How can establishments that utilize spoiled ingredients continue to exist?" Jufeng cuisine has plunged into despair, lamenting the apparent preferential treatment bestowed upon others. The trending discussions are rife with detrimental opinions regarding Mozang Ungshi, with the public vehemently denouncing it, equating it to unscrupulous dining establishments like Jufeng. After all, both have served substandard ingredients masquerading as fresh produce on customers' tables. Are they not both guilty of culinary malpractice? When anger accumulates to a certain threshold, it can provoke a transformative backlash. The initial boycott of Mozang Ungshi has escalated into a widespread rejection of the entire Mozang group and all its endeavors. Undoubtedly, the revelation of Mozang Ungshi utilizing spoiled ingredients, despite its commitment to green and healthy practices, has incited public outrage. Were it not for the fact that Mozang Group is privately held, its stock prices would have likely plummeted. Meanwhile, on the other side, the situation has been thoroughly investigated. Shagua is reporting to Sumo, her voice tinged with frustration. The issue stems from the source of the ingredients, the suppliers. They sold us nearly expired products as if they were fresh, which is why there were no issues during testing. However, upon usage, these items turned out to be spoiled. This has directly led to the current backlash against Mozang Ungshi. If we were not managing to maintain some semblance of order, we might be forced to shut down. Food safety is no trivial matter, particularly for an establishment like Mozang Ungshi that prides itself on health. They are courting disaster. Sumo's expression darkens, and he grits his teeth, exclaiming, "How dare they?" As a major investor, how could those suppliers act so recklessly? Without Mozang Ungshi, many suppliers would see their incomes drastically reduced. A halving of profits would be entirely reasonable. What audacity do they possess? What are we to do now? Shagua takes a deep breath, responding helplessly. The external narrative is overwhelmingly negative towards Mozang Ungshi. It has become the target of public ire, even more so than Jufeng cuisine. This has incited significant public anger. If mishandled, Mozang Ungshi could face utter ruin, and the Mozang Group might suffer collateral damage as well. We must sever all third-party ingredient supply chains. Sumo exhales deeply, contemplating before stating, "To achieve true green health, we must establish our own supply chain." Issues at the source of ingredients are challenging to control. In the face of profit, suppliers ultimately prove unreliable. I cannot tolerate any corruption or embezzlement among suppliers. Using nearly expired ingredients that pass testing only to cause problems upon usage is exceedingly difficult to prevent. We cannot be expected to test everything continuously. It is impossible to guard against every potential threat. Thus, I have resolved to take matters into our own hands. The Mozang Group will personally acquire enterprises, manage the supply chain, and handle procurement. We will cease all third-party collaborations. Only by developing our own ingredient supply chain can we prevent such occurrences in the future. Understood. Xiao Xuan naturally understood this principle and immediately departed to commence the necessary actions. Severing all third-party supply chains was akin to a warrior's self-sacrifice. The impact on both parties would be profound. Yet, it was a course of action that seemed inevitable. However, should the situation be managed adeptly, the subsequent benefits would be immeasurable. With a supply chain entirely in-house, costs could be further compressed to their ultimate limits. Even engaging in a price war could lead to the major players in the culinary industry lamenting their plight. Su Mo rose, his profound gaze directed out of the window, as if he could perceive the hidden tempest within the tranquil night sky. He muttered to himself, "If you seek destruction, then I shall indulge your desires." Chapter 188. Cease all cooperation inside the former Meishang Engshi store. The manager sat despondently in a seat meant for patrons, his countenance etched with bitterness. The fluctuations have indeed been dramatic. Meishang Engshi had previously thrived with bustling crowds. However, since the incident involving the use of spoiled ingredients, everything has drastically changed. As time has passed, the number of customers dwindled further, culminating in a disheartening emptiness. It is nothing short of a tragedy. Manager. There is truly no need for such concern, remarked a young staff member nearby, who seemed rather unfazed. There is undoubtedly someone framing us, and the truth will eventually come to light. Once the facts are revealed, our store will naturally regain its former prosperity. There is no need to fret. Sighing helplessly, the manager replied, "If only it were so simple. As the saying goes, it takes but a mouth to spread rumors, yet one must run tirelessly to refute them. Moreover, the allegations regarding Meishang Engshi's use of spoiled ingredients have nearly become indisputable. Under such circumstances, how can one clarify the situation? It seems that the more one attempts to refute, the worse it becomes, exacerbating the predicament." As the manager of Meishang Engshi, he was acutely aware that there was absolutely no need for the establishment to resort to using spoiled ingredients, nor would it ever covet such paltry gains. Someone must certainly be orchestrating this scheme. Based on the manager's assessment, since the issue did not arise internally at Meishang Engshi, it was highly probable that the problem lay with the source of the ingredients. What a troubling conundrum. With a heavy heart, the manager sighed once more. Of course, it was not his burden to bear. The headquarters would undoubtedly devise a solution. Su Mo is undeniably a legendary figure. Would such setbacks be sufficient to bring him down? That is patently impossible. Meanwhile, the clamor on the internet denouncing Meishang Engshi grew ever louder. Yet, there remained those who doubted the veracity of the claims. There must be some misunderstandings, for Meishang Engshi had no reason to engage in such conduct. Indeed, there was certainly someone behind the scenes framing them. How could the Meishang Group possibly be tempted by such trifling profits? The investigation had yet to be thoroughly conducted, and it was clear that many intricacies were at play. For instance, why had so many negative reports surfaced simultaneously? Why did nearly all of Meishang Engshi's stores encounter issues at the same time? How could the media so swiftly produce such targeted articles? Does it not seem suspicious in every regard? This incident bears a remarkable resemblance to the previous Seoul incident, exhibiting a deliberate attempt to tarnish Meishang Engshi's reputation. One must not be deceived. Many scoffed at this notion, finding it utterly ludicrous. The evidence is irrefutable. What further justification could possibly be required? I personally visited Meishang Engshi and employed an AI food safety testing device, which indeed flashed a yellow light. There is frankly nothing more to discuss. It is merely the sordid machinations of capitalists at play. Su Mo is a capitalist, not a philanthropist. Every endeavor is driven by the pursuit of profit, and utilizing spoiled ingredients proves to be more lucrative, thus leading to their adoption. In truth, Mo Shang and Shi and Zhu Feng Mei Shi are fundamentally indistinguishable. Both covertly employ spoiled ingredients and have been exposed in due course. It remains uncertain whether there exist certain paid influencers within, inciting chaos and stirring the pot. In a conference room, the smiles of numerous culinary moguls are nearly overflowing. Witnessing Mo Shang and Shi being scorned like a prodigal dog is indeed a source of delight. The manipulation of public opinion appears to be reaching its zenith. Someone coldly remarked, Mo Shang and Shi is irrevocably doomed. Once submerged in the Yellow River, it cannot be cleansed. If Su Mo possesses any semblance of intelligence, he would promptly announce the closure of all Mo Shang and Shi outlets, retreating in shame and permanently exiting the culinary market. This would be a desperate bid for survival, a glimmer of hope to prolong existence. After all, the public's ire has now shifted from Mo Shang and Shi to the Mo Shang group itself. Should matters remain unaddressed, the group's reputation will be utterly shattered. How are things faring with the suppliers of Mo Shang and Shi? Someone cautiously inquired. We must ensure there are no unforeseen complications. It is crucial to recognize that we are in a pivotal moment for extinguishing Mo Shang and Shi. No unexpected occurrences must arise. At this juncture, the sole potential for mishaps lies with the suppliers. Any slip-up could lead to catastrophic failure, an outcome no one wishes to witness. Rest assured, there will be no issues. Another assuredly declared, patting his belly. Since they have accepted our funds, they will not dare to expose anything. We are all in the same boat. Betrayal is not an option unless they wish to endanger their own lives. The others nodded in agreement, confident that these individuals would go to great lengths to conceal the truth rather than reveal it. Meanwhile, under the formidable tactics of Shagua, all collaborations with third-party ingredient suppliers for Mo Shang and Shi were abruptly severed. The suppliers were left in shock, deprived of their earnings. What on earth is happening? Why has cooperation been inexplicably halted? They had previously enjoyed a harmonious relationship, or so they believed. A brief investigation revealed that internal corruption had led some to sell near-expired ingredients as fresh to Mo Shang and Shi. In a certain office, an indignant supplier manager seethed. How dare those parasites act with such audacity? The majority of our profits rely on Mo Shang and Shi, and now they have the gall to sell near-expired goods. They are recklessly courting bankruptcy. Such treachery cannot be tolerated. With Mo Shang and Shi ceasing collaboration, the surplus ingredients can no longer be sold. In this back and forth, the company's financial chain faces imminent rupture. The consequences of such a fracture could thrust the company into the perilous abyss of bankruptcy. Nature cannot be passive in the face of adversity. All the heads of suppliers from Mozhang Angshi congregated, seeking out Su Mo and imploring him to continue their collaboration. After all, the market share of Mozhang Angshi is simply too substantial to relinquish. Mr. Su, these are mere misunderstandings, a portly man said, casting a flattering glance at Su Mo. We can indeed continue our partnership. My collaboration with you is built on trust. Su Mo, suppressing the fury within him, retorted with a cold smirk. And how have you treated me? You've substituted inferior goods for fresh ingredients delivered to Mozhang Angshi, directly resulting in the current backlash against us. Chapter 189. The truth unveiled. The heads of numerous suppliers exchanged glances, their faces burning with embarrassment. This situation was indeed disgraceful. Mo Shang and Shi had always been prompt in settling payments, sourcing only the freshest ingredients. Yet, they had been duped into accepting near-expiry items masquerading as fresh produce. Such behavior was utterly contemptible. It was entirely justifiable for Mo Shang and Shi to sever ties with all third-party suppliers. Director Su, we will definitely provide you with an explanation for this matter, asserted the rotund supplier, his gaze resolute as he patted his belly in assurance. We shall not allow Mo Shang and Shi to feel disheartened. Even if it was not their intention, internal issues had nonetheless arisen. The fact that Mo Shang and Shi had refrained from suing them was already an act of extreme benevolence. How could they dare approach for further collaboration before resolving this issue? Su Mo remained silent, watching them depart. To untangle the present predicament of Mo Shang and Shi, one must address the root cause. If Mo Shang and Shi were to clarify matters solely through their own perspective, it would likely worsen their predicament. The outraged public would dismiss the victim's defense as mere excuses. What if the suppliers took the initiative to clarify? Such an approach would undoubtedly yield remarkable results, effectively vindicating Mo Shang and Shi. Those culinary giants were truly courting disaster. As Su Mo gazed out at the sudden downpour, he murmured to himself, one's own misdeeds will lead to their downfall. Initially, the aim was peaceful development, fostering a harmonious array of voices. Alas, Mo Shang and Shi's prominence had threatened the established interests of others, inevitably attracting malicious hostility. Being targeted had become a foregone conclusion. The market pie was limited, and Mershan and Scher's entry would naturally incite resistance. Unable to compete fairly, they resorted to underhanded tactics. The suppliers acted with remarkable swiftness, employing drastic measures to conduct thorough investigations from the top down. The sordid affairs that had previously been overlooked were now laid bare. Soon, all the parasites were exposed. And without mercy, everything was revealed, accompanied by a public apology to the Mershan group. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. The entire internet erupted in astonishment. So this was the truth, revealing an underlying conspiracy. Mershan and Scher had finally turned the tide, evoking tears of joy. It was infuriating to realize that the source of the issue lay with the suppliers. No wonder stores of Mershan and Scher across the nation experienced simultaneous troubles. Were those culinary giants mad? The entire affair reeked of deceit, as if overnight. Mershan and Scher had become the target of public ire, confirming suspicions of wrongdoing. In such a clear and just world, could capital truly wield such power? It was maddening to comprehend why Mershan and Scher had encountered spoiled ingredients. Everything could finally be unraveled. The online discourse underwent a remarkable reversal under the revelations from Mershan and Scher's suppliers. In an instant, the once vilified Mershan and Scher transformed into a pitiful victim. Indeed, they were most unfortunate. Despite merely conducting business with integrity and sourcing fresh ingredients, the establishment has inexplicably faced allegations of utilizing spoiled produce. Is this not a grave injustice? For a bowl of noodles, one ought to pay for but a single serving. Yet how can one wrongfully accuse another of consuming two? The situation is further complicated by the inability to clarify, as the establishment has already been publicly shamed. After all, nearly all branches of the company have been implicated in the spoilage scandal. Fortunately, the parent company possesses substantial resources and resilience. Had it been an ordinary restaurant chain, it likely would have faced bankruptcy by now, with no room for negotiation. The public consensus seems to assert that one has consumed two bowls, regardless of the truth of having only indulged in one. Even a meticulous examination would reveal nothing conclusive. Typically, such circumstances would lead to a complete downfall. However, miraculously, the company managed to overturn the allegations and clear its name, achieving a resolution that could be deemed textbook-worthy. In a previous incident at one of its branches, the manager sat despondently in a chair meant for patrons, his expression laden with bitterness, as if his very spirit had been drained. "Manager, we have a situation," exclaimed a nearby young staff member, only to be met with an excited proclamation. "It's a great development." The manager, his thoughts tranquil, cast a sidelong glance and inquired coolly, "What great news might that be? Have we managed to exonerate ourselves?" Nonetheless, the likelihood seemed remote, given the widespread reports of spoiled ingredients across the nation, solidifying the scandal in the public eye. Before the manager could fully comprehend the situation, the establishment had become a target of widespread condemnation, akin to a villain in a dramatic television series awaiting the hero's intervention. The prospect of redemption appeared bleak. "Manager, you are correct," the staff member continued, still bubbling with enthusiasm. "The establishment has indeed cleared its name. It turns out that the issue originated with the suppliers, leading to the spoilage problem across all branches. And the true culprits are those restaurant giants. They colluded with key individuals in the supply chain, substituting fresh ingredients with near-expiry goods. While this may have passed inspection, it caused significant issues when utilized by our establishment." The manager, upon hearing this revelation, felt a rush of disorientation, nearly staggering. "Manager, are you all right?" The staff member, startled, rushed to steady the manager's arm, anxiously asking, "Shouldn't you be pleased to hear that we have cleared our name? Are you perhaps an undercover agent for those restaurant giants?" "How absurd," the manager retorted, regaining his composure and taking a deep breath, his excitement palpable. "At long last, we have vindicated ourselves. This has truly been a challenging journey. The ups and downs have been enough to induce heart palpitations." In the distance, the entrance swung open, and a throng of people surged in, eagerly taking their seats and placing orders. And discussions abound among the crowd. Those culinary giants are truly detestable. It turns out that Mershan and Scher has been wronged. The issue lies with the suppliers behind the scenes. We must support Imo Shangensure and ensure that those culinary titans do not prevail. It has been quite a while since I visited Imo Shangensure for a meal, and I find myself missing it dearly. The braised pork at Imo Shangensure is utterly delectable, and I cannot resist it any longer. The situation across Imo Shangensure outlets worldwide is similar, transforming from desolate to bustling. Moreover, all the spoiled ingredients have been disposed of and replaced with fresh ones, completely devoid of any issues. Chapter 200. Reckoning in autumn in swift succession, these suppliers declared their exclusive collaboration with Mo's and Ungshi, severing ties with the colossal dining enterprises as an act of reprisal. Within a conference room, the leaders of numerous gastronomic giants wore expressions of profound discomfort, their visages darkened by ominous clouds. What on earth transpired? A hoarse voice inquired. Was it not said that everything was seamless? How could such a situation arise? Was this truly seamless? Should it not be riddled with flaws instead? Those suppliers unleashed a tempest, exposing the pests and revealing the entire truth, rendering these culinary titans utterly passive. There was no recourse. A bystander, his face etched with bitterness, lamented, "The major bosses among those suppliers are determined to conduct a thorough investigation. It is utterly unpreventable." Initially, they were all in this together, and it seemed impossible for issues to arise. Yet, now that they are fighting for their own survival, they could scarcely care about our collective plight. It was a calamity of unforeseen proportions, enough to make one nearly spit blood. Such a promising situation could be overturned? It was simply unfathomable. It is essential to remember that prior to this, Mozang Ungshi was a pariah, with the tainted ingredients being an undeniable fact. Under those circumstances, Mozang Ungshi appeared to be heading for inevitable doom. Yet, the outcome was unexpectedly different. Complications arose on the supplier's side, causing all their efforts to be rendered futile. One misstep led to a cascade of errors. They had scarcely grasped the situation when they found themselves in such dire straits, leaving them overwhelmingly frustrated. Could there truly be no solution? Still, someone, filled with reluctant defiance, spoke up. Are we to allow Mozang Ungshi to continue its arrogance unchecked? In this ebb and flow, their predicament was decidedly grim. The pie was finite. As Mozang Ungshi expanded, it naturally came at the expense of their own decline. This was an inescapable reality. Still harboring thoughts of dealing with Mozang Ungshi? A voice from the corner scoffed. We are already struggling to stay afloat. All the dining giants named by Mozang Ungshi's suppliers have suffered grievous losses. With the loss of suppliers, their reputations are in tatters. They are on the brink of bankruptcy. Yet, they still pondered retaliating against Mozang Ungshi. It would be wiser to contemplate how to navigate the present predicament. Upon hearing this, the faces of the assembly paled, as if they were on the verge of hemorrhaging. Meanwhile, on the other side, Suimo decisively took action, shorting those dining giants and unscrupulous media, thereby reaping substantial profits. The culinary behemoths waned in strength, with an overwhelming number of establishments shuttered due to financial woes. This inadvertently benefited Mozang Ungshi, which expanded its storefronts with fervor. The online community reveled in the spectacle, chuckling at the folly of those unscrupulous media and dining giants, while Suimo had secretly shorted them, likely recouping nearly all of his recent losses, counting his riches until his hands grew weary. In the early days, those unscrupulous media outlets confidently proclaimed that Mozang Ungshi must be utilizing spoiled ingredients. Yet, where are their voices now? Many individuals have rushed to the comment sections of those so-called influential accounts to vent their outrage. Why the silence? Did they not previously boast about shutting down all of Mozang Ungshi's establishments? Do not feign ignorance. Their previous arrogance raises questions. Did they truly accept money from those culinary giants? It seems that financial inducement could be substantiated. Although the article was deleted, I still possess screenshots. The rhetoric was astoundingly incisive, leaving one feeling embarrassed. Did they think it would be so simple to move on? Perhaps they were overly optimistic. Meanwhile, a certain influential figure is now scrutinizing the comments from netizens, their expression growing increasingly grim, turning an ashen hue. How infuriating. This figure clenches their fists tightly, gritting their teeth, proclaiming, did those culinary titans not assert that the evidence was irrefutable? How could Mozang Ungshi stage a comeback? It is utterly unreasonable, profoundly so. Their prior attempts to tarnish Mo's and Ungshi's reputation with soulless rhetoric had already thrust them into a credibility crisis. Their intention to annihilate Mozhang Ungshi was also aimed at mitigating the risks from the previous incident. The outcome was, however, unforeseen. Not only did they fail to diminish the risks from the earlier affair, but they also found themselves entangled in a greater turmoil. Mozhang Ungshi did not falter. Instead, it was reborn, thriving and profiting at the expense of those culinary moguls and unscrupulous media. Fortunately, their account remains intact. Gazing at the count of over 500,000 followers, this influencer feels a sense of relief. As long as the followers persist, they can still profit from advertisements once the storm passes. The internet's memory is fleeting, and new trends emerge incessantly. Despite the uproar surrounding this incident, they are being vilified online. Yet so what? Once fresh news breaks, public attention will inevitably shift elsewhere. Who will still focus on this peripheral figure in the Mozhang Ungshi affair? A brief period of silence will allow for a return to freedom and ease. Perhaps a few dissenters will occasionally surface to hurl insults, but that will be of no consequence. A handful of individuals cannot alter the larger narrative. Blocking them will suffice. It is quite laughable, this desire for my downfall. Observing the comments from detractors, the influencer finds it increasingly amusing. Merely the antics of clowns, a manifestation of impotent rage. One can even be certain that these individuals are the same ones who previously condemned Mozhang Ungshi. Now that Mozhang Ungshi has cleared its name, the tables have turned. Is this not the very definition of a fair-weather friend? Truly irksome. The influencer promptly disabled comments on their personal account, opting for the strategy of out of sight, out of mind. After all, if the discourse is not visible, its intensity will naturally diminish, facilitating a retreat from the epicenter of conflict. The primary targets should be those culinary giants and unscrupulous media, for they are the true objects of keyboard warriors' fervor. However, it did not take long for the influencer to realize that something was amiss. How did my avatar turn gray? No, this cannot be. Realizing a certain possibility, the prominent figure's face turned ashen, and he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "How could my account be suspended?" He had previously accepted tasks to tarnish someone's reputation, but at most, it merely resulted in deleting posts afterward. After all, the existence of such influential figures is beneficial for the platform, as long as one does not commit a fundamental error. They generally turn a blind eye. Although the incident involving Mo Shangin was indeed egregious, it hardly warranted a suspension. The account has been permanently banned due to complaints of violating relevant laws and regulations. Upon seeing the system notification, the prominent figure completely broke down, cursing, "Damn it! How can this be? A permanent ban? Just for such trivial matters?" Chapter 191. Signing in again. New Black Technology. Numerous influential figures with a vast number of followers have been permanently banned from their accounts. These individuals were among those who fervently stirred the pot during the Mo Shang and Sure incident. Observing this, netizens could not contain their applause, reveling in the justice served. It was a moment of great relief, for these pests should have been banned long ago, contributing nothing of value, and instead spreading rumors and chaos across the internet. The Mo Shang and Sure incident had taken the online world by storm overnight, largely fueled by these so-called influencers. Even a permanent ban seems a lenient consequence. Is this truly the end? Shouldn't they be incarcerated for a while? As the incident gradually came to a close, Mo resolved to take control of the supply channels. He intended to acquire a logistics company and establish his own procurement team. Concurrently, he planned to purchase land in his hometown, Binhai City, to create a base for ingredients, cultivating organic vegetables, and striving for self-sufficiency in all types of produce. Only through such measures could he significantly mitigate the risks of sourcing spoiled ingredients. Although the suppliers had seemingly turned over a new leaf, one could not afford to be complacent. If it had happened once, it could undoubtedly happen again. Moreover, the practice of passing off near-expiry ingredients as fresh was a deceit that could easily go unnoticed until the food reached the customer's table. Thus, it was imperative to control the source of ingredients and gradually achieve overall self-supply. In the later stages, he could even consider selling to external markets. Meanwhile, Mo and Lu Rose stood within the vegetable cultivation greenhouse, surrounded by vibrant green seedlings. They had officially commenced the first phase of planting. Although it was a considerably challenging task, lacking experience, they were starting from scratch. However, from a long-term perspective, this endeavor promised to yield far more benefits than drawbacks. The sight of such fresh produce was invigorating. Lu Ruo exclaimed with excitement, "Absolutely green and healthy. And these are just seedlings." Beside her, Suemo chuckled softly, a hint of bitterness in his tone. "Of course, they're fresh. If they weren't, we wouldn't have any fresh ingredients at all. Yet, freshness aside, we must wait until they mature before consumption." He added, "Moreover, there is still the aquaculture base to consider, which presents its own set of challenges." Suemo was not overly concerned, as he primarily acted as a hands-off manager. Typically, it was Xiao Shui who managed the company affairs with impeccable organization, embodying the archetype of a strong woman. However, it seemed that the growth of these vegetables was rather sluggish. Lu Ruruo tilted her head, expressing mild distress. "I'm afraid we won't be able to meet the demands of Mo Shang and Shi." Mo Shang and Shi had expanded its stores to various global locations, with daily ingredient consumption reaching astronomical figures. The agricultural and livestock production they were currently managing seemed utterly inadequate to satisfy the ever-growing appetite of Mo Shang and Shi. Su Mo nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the frustrating reality. Nevertheless, with the relentless financial investments from Mo Shang Group, meeting market demands would eventually become a reality. Suddenly, a system notification echoed. "Check-in is available here. Would you like to proceed?" Suemo was momentarily taken aback, surveying his surroundings with a sense of bewilderment. This was a vegetable cultivation base. What rewards could possibly be obtained from checking in? However, Suemo did not hesitate in the slightest and began to silently chant in his heart, "Sign in." The rewards for system check-ins are typically quite formidable. This has been previously validated. It can be said without surprise that without the system's check-in rewards, the colossal Mozhang Group would not exist. In a remarkably short span, it has grown into a behemoth. In the realm of social software, it has decisively outperformed its competitors, like Tencent, through its global intelligent chat platform. In contemporary society, possessing traffic is tantamount to wielding wealth. Through the global intelligent chat, the Mozhang Group has truly seized control of the traffic, making the pursuit of profit exceedingly effortless. Congratulations, esteemed host, on successfully signing in and receiving the groundbreaking fertilizer. The innovative fertilizer, a marvel of technology, can significantly provide abundant nutrients to plants, accelerating their growth rate. In comparison to conventional fertilizers available on the market, it is undeniably superior. Upon witnessing this, Suemo was instantly captivated, as if awakening from slumber to find a perfect pillow awaiting him. If one possesses advanced fertilization technology, agricultural challenges appear to be effortlessly surmountable. After all, according to the system's description, this cutting-edge fertilizer is undoubtedly a marvel of innovation. However, with the advent of advanced fertilizers, the agricultural sector seems to be in good stead. Yet, what about the livestock industry? The proportion of meat products is considerably substantial. Moreover, meat is relatively susceptible to food safety issues. If not stored in a refrigerator for freezing, it can quickly spoil. Although the changes may not be discernible after cooking, the deterioration is indeed present. Furthermore, it cannot evade the stringent scrutiny of AI food safety detection devices, which will inevitably signal a warning. At Mozhang Angshi, we are committed to proactive green health, and such occurrences are absolutely unacceptable. Lu Ruo gazed at Suemo, her face adorned with a foolish smile, and inquired with a hint of confusion, "What is the matter with you?" Stopping suddenly and grinning like that can easily lead to misunderstandings. "Is everything all right?" Suemo suddenly regained his composure and said with a smile, "We have already explored the agricultural zone quite thoroughly. However, let us venture into the realm of animal husbandry. Not far from there lies the aquaculture base. However, with the expansion of the industry, it is imperative that it does not remain confined to Binhai City. Further expansion is undoubtedly necessary. Furthermore, it is of considerable significance that, if agricultural areas can be registered, there is no logical reason for livestock regions to be unable to do the same. The arrival of revolutionary fertilizers necessitates the introduction of equally advanced feed technology, doesn't it? Shouldn't we establish a dual-channel system? Indeed, that sounds splendid. Lu Ruruo, brimming with energy and excitement, exclaimed, "Let us set off." In the agricultural zone, one can observe an abundance of newly sprouted vegetable seedlings. Prolonged gazing at them can indeed become rather tedious. Before long, I found myself in the realm of animal husbandry, which, in contrast to the tranquil agricultural area, exudes a certain lively vibrancy. Without surprise, the system notification chimed once more. "You may check in here. Would you like to proceed?" Given that the agricultural zone permitted check-ins, it was only natural for the livestock sector to do the same. Suemo rubbed his hands together, excitement bubbling within as he silently chanted, "Check in. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. You have acquired advanced technological feed." Following this, he received advanced technological fertilizer and feed. The advanced technological fertilizer was a potent enhancement among feeds, significantly accelerating the growth rate of livestock while ensuring the meat achieved an exquisite quality, reaching the pinnacle of culinary standards. Although this outcome was anticipated, it still managed to astonish him. With both advanced technological fertilizer and feed at his disposal, Mo Shang'an's culinary ventures were destined to soar, making global dominance in the food industry merely a matter of time. Chapter 192. Should we take action against Suemo? In another location, a conference room filled with executives from prominent dining giants convened, their expressions a mixture of frustration and despair. Although they had not yet faced total annihilation, their situation was dire, teetering on the brink of collapse. Their stock prices continued to plummet, with the looming threat of delisting hanging overhead. "Damn Suemo," one individual exclaimed, his face contorted with anger. "If it weren't for Sumo's Mo Shang and Sure, we wouldn't find ourselves in such a predicament. Why not focus on the apparel industry and social media, instead of meddling in the culinary sector?" Launching an AI food safety inspection device was already audacious enough. But now he has introduced Mo Shang and Sure as a disruptive force, turning the entire dining industry upside down, leaving devastation in its wake. The losses incurred by these dining magnates were staggering. Not only had their stock values plummeted, but their reputations had also been severely tarnished. The exposure from various suppliers had revealed them to be the original instigators of the chaos. Despite their attempts to distance themselves by dismissing several key figures and vehemently denying that these actions reflected company decisions, the public was not so easily deceived. Now, whenever an issue arose, they hastily attributed blame to temporary workers attempting to shed their responsibility. Consequently, the populace had developed a strong resistance, spontaneously choosing to boycott those dining establishments that had lost their moral compass. Rather than patronizing these morally bankrupt venues, why not opt for Mo Shang and Sure? Promoting a philosophy of green health, the culinary offerings crafted by AI kitchen master robots rivaled those of the finest human chefs. This fundamental aspect accounted for the meteoric rise of Mo Shang and Sure. While many dining giants championed green health, they languished in mediocrity, either offering uninspiring flavors or exorbitant prices for decent dishes. In stark contrast, the popularity of Mo Shang and Sure was nothing short of phenomenal. High quality at an affordable price, making it an undeniable favorite among office workers and students alike. Even young couples frequently chose Mo Shang and Sure as their dining destination, as delicious food could stimulate the release of joyful dopamine, thereby enhancing their romantic connections. In the culinary landscape, Mo Shang and Sure was an indomitable presence, offering no respite to its competitors. "We absolutely cannot let this go unchallenged," a voice from the corner declared coldly. "Since we are suffering, we must ensure Suemo does not enjoy an easy existence. Thanks to him, our companies are on the verge of bankruptcy, while he continues to thrive, feasting without remorse. What should we do?" Someone nearby exhaled a heavy sigh. Mo Shang and Sure is currently in its prime, and its parent company is colossal. Even at our peak, we were no match for them, let alone now. It was evident that their efforts were akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree, an exercise in futility, as the two entities existed on entirely different levels. If the competition were solely about the speed of generating profits, Mo Shang and Shi could effortlessly outshine everyone in the conference room, rendering them utterly defenseless. A palpable gloom enveloped the entire room, as a sense of despair began to permeate the atmosphere. Initially, the assertion that Mo Shang and Shi's use of AI culinary robots lacked soul was an undeniable failure. Subsequently, bribing suppliers to ensure the presence of spoiled ingredients in stores nationwide proved to be remarkably effective, just as Mo Shang and Shi seemed poised for complete collapse. What was once a guaranteed victory turned into irrefutable evidence against the company. Yet, like an indomitable cockroach, Mo Shang and Shi executed a stunning reversal, transforming a fierce headwind into a favorable gale, even ensnaring the culinary giants behind them into a passive position, resulting in a dramatic plummet of their stock prices. Such deep-seated enmity made one wish to flay Mo alive. In a fit of extreme anger, someone, with a grim expression, made a throat-cutting gesture and gritted their teeth, suggesting, "Let us take action against Mo." It was evident that Mo was the spiritual pillar of the entire Mo Shang group and, naturally, of Mo Shang and Shi as well. Any misfortune befalling Mo would likely lead to significant upheaval within the Mo Shang group, and Mo Shang and Shi would not fare any better. Amidst the chaotic circumstances, there appeared to be an opportunity to completely annihilate Mo Shang and Shi. However, another voice of reason emerged, shaking their head in refusal, stating, "Commercial warfare is one thing, but resorting to violence disrupts the rules. Moreover, this is Shagua, not a capitalist empire. To violate the rules and assault Mo here would surely lead to severe repercussions. Normal business competition, as long as it does not harm the common people, typically goes unchallenged. But any attempt to breach the rules and transgress the law would be met with zero tolerance." Furthermore, the opposing party is the chairman of the Mo Shang group, a key protected entity of the state. At this moment, the Mo Shang group and the Shagua government are enjoying a mutually beneficial honeymoon period. Any act of aggression would undoubtedly provoke a thunderous crackdown from the Shagua authorities. When that happens, evading the consequences would not be so simple, and old grievances might resurface. Contemplating this, a chill ran through the crowd. The higher one stands, the more they value the rules. Willfully breaking the rules is clearly inadvisable. If one cannot prevail in a commercial battle and resorts to violence, chaos would surely ensue. We are currently in a society governed by law, where everything is dictated by legal standards. Are we to simply sit back and await our doom? The earlier speaker, still unwilling to relent, voiced, "Mo has caused us such suffering, all while living freely and comfortably. It is simply intolerable. To cut off one's means of livelihood is akin to murder. Witnessing our enemies reveling in luxury before our very eyes stirs a deep rage within anyone. The stock prices would not have plummeted so severely had Mo not been shorting us from behind." After the unjust accusations against Mo Shang and Shi were cleared, it was only natural for the stock prices of these culinary giants to plummet drastically, akin to a balloon that has been punctured, losing air in a frenzy. It was imperative that Mo did not have it too easy. One among them gritted their teeth and remarked that it was essential to make Mo uncomfortable, even to the point of toppling Mo Shang and Shi. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd darkened. If such a course of action were to be taken, it seemed there would be no viable solutions left. Of course, they were acutely aware that even hiring an assassin to deal with Mo would yield a dismally low success rate. Firstly, the Xi'an nation enforces stringent regulations on firearms. Given the security measures of the Mo Shang group, attempting to confront Mo without the aid of lethal weapons would be an endeavor akin to scaling the heavens. Moreover, should their scheme be uncovered, they would have to face the formidable repercussions from the Xia authorities. Naturally, this prospect instilled a sense of trepidation. Chapter 193, The Unwelcome Arrival of the Ugly Group. The Titans can no longer remain unmoved. Perhaps we need not take matters into our own hands. In the silence, someone timidly spoke. Mo Shang and Shi's rising prominence will undoubtedly attract numerous onlookers. For instance, in the takeout industry. Would those two giants allow such a substantial opportunity to slip through their fingers? A fierce competition is inevitable. How will Mo Shang and Shi navigate through it? Observing Mo Shang and Shi's burgeoning success, one can only imagine the drool cascading down. In the conference room, the expressions of the attendees began to soften. There was no recourse. They simply lacked the ability to contend with Imo Shang and Sure. Their only hope lay in the possibility that other industry giants might intervene to decisively crush Imo Shang and Sure. If Imo Shang and Sure were to falter, these catering magnates would gradually regain their footing. Meanwhile, Suemo had successfully industrialized the advanced technological fertilizers and feeds acquired through the sign-in rewards. As a result, Imo Shang Group embarked on the development of high-tech ecological agriculture and advanced livestock farming. They achieved complete autonomy in production and sales. With Imo Shang and Sure managing its supply chain, costs plummeted and the quality of dishes was assured. Coupled with the allure of cutting-edge technology and delectable flavors, the brand surged to global prominence once more. Particularly within the domestic market, whether for dine-in or takeout, profits soared, establishing it as the largest catering conglomerate in the country. Discussions surrounding Imo Shang and Sure on the internet were fervent and unrelenting. The variety of cuisines offered was astonishing. It seemed one could dine on a different dish every day for a month, each more delicious than the last. Truly a testament to quality at a reasonable price. Recent takeout orders predominantly favored Imo Shang and Sure due to its affordability and taste. It was suggested that other catering giants take a page from Imo Shang and Sure's playbook, focusing on green health and self-controlled ingredients to achieve similar success. However, the naysayers may be overthinking. Imo Shang and Sure's triumph is not easily replicable. At the core of its success lies the technologically advanced AI kitchen master robot, an asset that other dining giants lack. Furthermore, with control over the supply chain, Imo Shang and Sure has established its own agricultural and livestock sectors, achieving a seamless integration of production and sales. One can only hope that Imo Shang and Sure continues to flourish rather than transforming from a dragon slayer into a malevolent dragon. Online reviews were overwhelmingly positive, with strong support for Imo Shang and Sure, particularly in the takeout sector, where it reigned supreme as the undisputed champion. Many companies opted to collaborate with Imo Shang and Sure for group meal orders, signing delivery agreements for scheduled daily meals. The enjoyment of Mo Shang and Sure's dishes even enhanced workplace efficiency. Culinary delights are known to stimulate the release of happiness-inducing dopamine, thus infusing mundane work with anticipation. The prospect of savoring Imo Shang and Sure's exquisite cuisine at noon became an absolute pleasure. In stark contrast to ordinary restaurants that rely on copious oil and salt to enhance flavors, Imo Shang and Sure required no such measures. With the support of the AI kitchen master robot, even a simple dish of shredded potatoes could dazzle the senses. Such culinary prowess allows for boundless creativity. At the headquarters of the Ugly Group, in a vast conference room, "Boss, the benefits of Mozhang Ungshi are indeed immense," Lu Xiangnan earnestly proposed. "Our organization must secure exclusive rights to Mozhang Ungshi." Presently, Mozhang Ungshi is flourishing, excelling in various aspects, and has ascended to the pinnacle of sales in the takeaway industry. Although Mozhang Ungshi has already yielded substantial profits for our organization, it remains insufficient. We aspire to garner even greater benefits. If we could negotiate an exclusive agreement with Mozhang Ungshi, allowing only our organization to feature their services, our profits would undoubtedly double, resulting in a win-win scenario. An exclusive agreement? Chairman Wang Xin of our organization furrowed his brow and shook his head. How could Mozhang Ungshi possibly agree? For them, entering into such an exclusive contract with us would impose significant limitations, as they would inevitably lose a segment of their customer base, rendering it a poor trade-off. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of this perspective. It is essential to note that Mozhang Ungshi is backed by a formidable ally, the Mozhang Group. With the support of Mozhang Group, Mozhang Ungshi appears to operate with impunity. The plight of those restaurant giants serves as a stark reminder that the situation is quite precarious. "Boss, Mozhang Ungshi will undoubtedly agree," Lu Xiangnan chuckled lightly, gradually elucidating. "Our organization commands a 67.6% share of the takeaway market, firmly holding the position of the leading entity in the country. If Mozhang Ungshi refuses to sign an exclusive agreement with us, we possess the capability to suppress them, compelling their compliance. As the leader in the takeaway industry, we wield considerable power. Should Mozhang Ungshi be astute and willingly sign the exclusive agreement, our organization can offer premier promotional placements. In doing so, Mozhang Engshi could mitigate the losses incurred from the exclusivity. Concurrently, our organization would be able to capture the users of their platform. It is a perfect arrangement. Upon hearing this, the group exhibited contemplative expressions, seemingly finding merit in his argument. Is the probability of success substantial? Wang Xian's brow relaxed slightly as he squinted and remarked, if we were to suppress Mozhang Engshi, it would also entail considerable losses for our organization. Mozhang Engshi has essentially established itself as the leader in the food and beverage sector. A hasty attempt to undermine them would likely result in mutual destruction, leading to an unfavorable situation for our organization, with potentially dire consequences. The likelihood of success is quite high, Lu Xiangnan calmly analyzed. As long as we assure Mozhang Engshi that by agreeing to the exclusive contract, they will receive more extensive promotions from our organization, they would have no legitimate reason to refuse. The exclusive agreement is a scenario of mutual benefit. According to industry statistics, our organization holds a 67.3% share of the takeaway platform's transaction volume, maintaining our position as the leading entity domestically, while our competitors' share, Kylem, stands at a mere 26.9%. Furthermore, due to unforeseen circumstances, Kylem's market share has dwindled to 5.7%. It is abundantly clear that our organization reigns supreme in the domestic takeaway industry. If one could secure the substantial promotion from the industry leader, what would it matter to relinquish the lesser gains? As for the other niche food delivery platforms, they are utterly insignificant. Within the conference room, the attendees were visibly illuminated by this newfound perspective. Previously, they had doubted the possibility of Mo Shang and Sure acquiescing. However, after hearing the analysis, their views shifted entirely. There was no conceivable reason for Mo Shang and Sure to decline. Weighing the pros and cons, it became evident that unless Mo Shang and Sure was foolish, they would certainly agree. After all, the repercussions of refusal would be dire, tantamount to relinquishing a staggering 67.3% of the food delivery market. How could one possibly refuse? Chapter 194. Unconscionable clauses. Even if Mozhang Engshi were to refuse, we could still enhance our profit-sharing ratio with them. Lu Xiangnan smirked coldly and remarked, with our various pressures, do you think Mozhang Engshi would remain unyielding? As a dominant force in the domestic delivery industry, they undoubtedly possess this confidence, and such maneuvers have become quite routine. Alas, invincibility often breeds solitude. As for the neighboring entity, Chilame, they might present some challenges, yet they are in no way a match for the ugly group. It may not be as straightforward as it seems. A voice emerged from the side, countering, Mozhang Engshi is not to be underestimated. Backed by the Mozhang Group, they even possess the world-class social platform, Global Zhiliao. Would they truly fear our pressure? They could remain utterly fearless. The ascent of the ugly group could be deemed exceedingly benevolent. With top-tier traffic, establishing a delivery platform would be child's play for them. Indeed, if we were to suppress Mozhang Engshi, a person in the corner calmly analyzed, Mozhang Engshi could entirely leverage Global Zhiliao to create their own delivery platform. At that point, the ugly group would be shooting themselves in the foot, gaining nothing while losing Mozhang Engshi's partnership. Even at the current profit-sharing ratio, without any exclusive agreements, the ugly group could amass significant wealth effortlessly. However, should they tread down a path of self-destruction, the consequences could be far more complicated. Establishing their own delivery platform? That would be an impossibility. Lu Xiangnan immediately shook his head, stating, people's usage habits are formidable. The ugly group maintains a market share of 67.3%, dominating the vast majority of users nationwide. Typically, when one thinks of ordering food, the ugly group comes to mind first. In such a scenario, how could the ugly group possibly falter? Mozhang Engshi creating their own delivery platform? That is simply a ridiculous notion. It may attract temporary novelty but would struggle to gain traction, while the ugly group would suffer tremendously from losing Mozhang Engshi. The latter would face a catastrophic blow by losing the ugly group. If they were not to choose the ugly group, would they opt for Chilame? That is even less conceivable. Even if Mozhang Engshi were to sign an exclusive agreement, it could only be with the ugly group. There are no other alternatives. This remains the optimal choice. It seems prudent to avoid antagonizing the Mozhang group. Suddenly, someone shivered and spoke, upon reflection. What has become of those corporate giants that oppose the Mozhang Group? The Mozhang Group's origins lie in the fashion industry, where they initially outperformed the then international fashion giant, Nike Group. Even in the realm of social media, even the Penguin encountered setbacks, trembling under the terror of global Zhiliao. The internationally renowned social platforms Facebook and Twitter nearly faced collapse. It appears that the Mozhang Group is a formidable curse. Any giant opposing the Mozhang Group is destined to face dire consequences. And what of their ugly group? Can they truly be an exception? Such alarmist predictions. Liu Xiangnan continued to shake his head, calmly asserting, "Our ugly group has solidified its position in the domestic and international food delivery industry. What can the Mozhang Group do? They stand no chance against us in this sector. Each industry has its own specialists, and the Mozhang Group cannot possibly master the food delivery realm. After all, the landscape of the domestic food delivery market is already firmly established, with little possibility of disruption. The ugly group reigns supreme in this industry, while Chilim trails closely behind. The domestic food delivery market is essentially dominated by these two, leaving other smaller platforms gasping for survival. However, let us not forget," the speaker continued. "The Mozhang Group began with the fashion industry, but has now ventured into various sectors. Mozhang Effects, Global Smart Chat, and most recently, Mozhang Ungshi, which reportedly has excelled in agriculture and animal husbandry, allowing them to achieve self-sufficiency without relying on suppliers. Who knows if the Mozhang Group will exhibit their prodigious talents in the food delivery sector, even if they cannot challenge the ugly group. Merely delivering their own Mozhang Ungshi should theoretically pose little difficulty. At this moment, any provocation from the ugly group would be akin to inviting unnecessary suffering. Boss, I believe it is prudent to maintain the status quo and not antagonize Mozhang Ungshi," someone interjected seriously. "Currently, we are in a win-win situation with them. If that boundary is crossed, it will spell disaster. It is like two parties initially collaborating for mutual benefit, but suddenly one seeks greater profit and betrays the other. Naturally, the betrayed party will not simply acquiesce. Resolving such a conflict becomes exceedingly challenging." Wang Xian remained silent, clearly weighing the pros and cons. Should a gamble be taken? If victorious, the ugly group could sign an exclusive agreement with Mozhang Ungshi, propelling them to new heights, potentially achieving a monopolistic status domestically and completely ousting Chilim. Discussions continued. Meanwhile, Su Mo was accompanying Lu Ruoruo at a Mozhang Ungshi outlet. "Wow," Lu Ruoruo exclaimed, her mouth dripping with sauce as she said, "This braised pork is truly delicious. The fatty meat melts in your mouth without being greasy, and the lean meat is tender and not dry. This is undoubtedly exquisite braised pork. There was no denying it." The AI kitchen master robot's millisecond-level precision and heat control easily outperformed human chefs. Most importantly, every Mozhang Ungshi outlet utilizes the AI kitchen master robot, allowing patrons to indulge in gourmet cuisine at ordinary prices. Coupled with a focus on health and sustainability, it's hard to imagine them not thriving. The food delivery service also seems to be immensely popular. Lu Ruo chewed thoughtfully, her words slightly garbled. "Look at all those delivery riders coming and going. Moreover, the efficiency of Mozhang Ungshi and food delivery is remarkably swift. Patrons can simply collect their meals upon the arrival of the delivery personnel, thus eliminating any waiting time. Its efficiency ranks among the best in the industry. In fact, the revenue generated from food delivery constitutes a significant portion of Mozhang Ungshi's overall income. In recent years, the food delivery sector has witnessed a surge in popularity. Many office workers rely on delivery services to make ends meet, often grappling with indecision over which restaurant to choose come mealtime. Additionally, concerns regarding food safety loom large, as traditional views hold that delivery meals are mere junk food. Recent revelations of numerous food safety scandals have only intensified these worries. However, since the advent of Mozhang Ungshi, such dilemmas have been resolved. One can simply order from Mozhang Ungshi for a meal that is not only nutritious, but also delectable. Chapter 195. The Titan's Arrival, Threatening the Ugly Group Headquarters. In the vast conference room, Lu Xiangnan ultimately persuaded the majority. "This matter is entrusted to you." The chairman of the ugly group, Wang Xian, wore a grave expression and spoke slowly. "Are you confident of success?" This situation was indeed of paramount importance. A failure would shatter the amicable relationship with Mozhang Angshi, leading the ugly group to retaliate against them. Such a scenario would undoubtedly be quite disadvantageous for the ugly group. Ideally, Mozhang Angshi would yield and agree to sign an exclusive agreement. After all, the ugly group is indisputably the leader in the summer foreign takeaway industry. Should Mozhang Angshi reject the demands of the ugly group, they would face a catastrophic setback. Boss, the probability of success is quite high, Lu Xiangnan assured, thumping his chest. The ugly group can thrive even without Mozhang Angshi, but if Mozhang Angshi loses us, it would equate to losing a significant portion of the takeaway market. Weighing the pros and cons, as long as Su Mo is not a fool, he will likely agree to sign the exclusive agreement with the ugly group. Signing the agreement would indeed bring numerous benefits, including substantial promotion from the ugly group, which holds considerable value. With the ugly group's vigorous support, Mozhang Angshi would soar to new heights, perhaps even surpassing their previous achievements. Furthermore, once the ugly group secures the exclusive agreement with Mozhang Angshi, they would inevitably continue to penetrate the market, potentially monopolizing the entire summer foreign takeaway industry. Boss, I believe this matter is rather impulsive, someone nearby disagreed, cautioning. Our relationship with Mozhang Angshi is currently very harmonious. If we sever ties, it could spiral out of control. Such an exclusive agreement would be catastrophic for small niche dining companies, but perhaps not for Mozhang Angshi. They can open stores globally and are already reaping substantial profits. The takeaway industry is merely an embellishment for them. Thus, antagonizing Mozhang Angshi is not a wise direction. There is even a vague possibility that it could bring about a devastating blow to the ugly group. This is truly absurd, Lu Xiangnan promptly countered. The exclusive agreement is a win-win situation. Mozhang Angshi has no valid reason to refuse. A win-win is merely a grandiloquent term. The ugly group stands to gain immense benefits, while Mozhang Angshi may not be as fortunate. Moreover, the exclusive agreement could place Mozhang Angshi in a passive position, subjecting them to consumer backlash. However, from the ugly group's perspective, such considerations are evidently overlooked. This matter is already decided and requires no further discussion. Wang Xian took a deep breath and gradually stated, Lu Xiangnan, handle this matter and communicate with Su Mo. If successful, it will be a significant accomplishment. The underlying implication was clear. Failure would result in consequences. Yet, if successful, the ugly group would inch closer to a more stable market share. With the esteemed position of Mozhang Angshi in the culinary realm, Chou Tuan is poised to ascend directly to kingship. Although the journey may be fraught with some vitriol, what of it? The path to success is inevitably paved with trials and tribulations. Take, for instance, the fierce battle of delivery subsidies from years past, where countless funds were expended, leading to the exit of most participants from the arena. Ultimately, the giants remaining in the foreign delivery industry in Shagua are merely Chou Tuan and Qi Lumi, both of which now exist in a phase of peaceful development. The once substantial subsidies have been retracted, and the discounts are no longer as generous as before. Such is the consequence of initial overinvestment, necessitating a later phase of profit extraction to fulfill obligations. Lu Xiangnan, suddenly invigorated, asserted with determination, we must secure an exclusive agreement with Mozhang Angshi. In Lu's perspective, this matter appeared to be within easy reach. A mere mention might prompt Mozhang Angshi to respond with alacrity. In the conference room, many faces fell into expressions of bitterness. It was evident that the decision had been made by the big boss, leaving little room for recourse. The cost of failure was daunting. Reflecting on those titans who had opposed Mozhang Angshi, their fates were indeed tragic. Chou Tuan, with its vast resources and formidable backing, was unlikely to collapse. Yet it would likely suffer significant setbacks. Wang Xian rubbed his temples, perplexed by whether this course of action was wise or foolish, ultimately clouded by the allure of profit. 3 days later, at the headquarters of Mozhang Group, Chou Tuan wishes to see me? Su Mo furrowed his brow in confusion. What are they plotting? The sole business connection Chou Tuan had was with Mozhang Angshi, which also had its own designated representatives. However, Chou Tuan appeared to bypass Mozhang Angshi's leadership to seek an audience with the overarching boss directly. Indeed, Xiao Shui, equally puzzled, could only report with resignation. The representatives from Cho Tuan are already in the reception room, and their intentions remain unclear. They have inexplicably requested to see Su Mo specifically. Should I turn them away? Xiao Shui promptly added. Send them back from whence they came. After all, Su Mo was the chairman of Mo's Hang Group, the highest authority. It is no exaggeration to say that the entire wealth of Mo's Hang Group belongs to this strikingly handsome young man before her. Without being publicly listed, there are no convoluted shareholder dynamics. Mo's Hang Group operates as a direct reflection of Su Mo's will, possessing absolute authority. Of course, Su Mo largely acted as a figurehead, delegating most responsibilities to the professional manager Xiao Shui. No need. Su Mo's gaze was sharp as he waved his hand dismissively. It would be prudent to meet them. Regardless of the specters or phantoms that may come, I shall face them without trepidation. Xiao Shui nodded in agreement as they proceeded to the reception room. Inside the reception room, a Cho Tuan employee hesitantly inquired, Brother Liu, do we truly stand a chance of success? They are, after all, Mo's Hang Group, a newly ascended giant. The Mo's Hang Group commenced its journey in the apparel industry, embarking on an unstoppable trajectory of fervent growth. Truly, it stands as a legendary enterprise. Such a legendary entity naturally possesses its own pride and would not easily bow down. Moreover, emboldened by the audacity of youth, it appears utterly fearless. The prospect of the Cho Tuan seeking to forge an exclusive agreement with Mo's Hang Engshi seems rather bleak. The junior employee from Cho Tuan is left bewildered as to why the upper echelons would issue such a nonsensical mandate. It is as if they are pushing Mo's Hang Engshi directly into the arms of their rivals. Surely, success is inevitable. Lu Xiangnan, perplexed by the circumstances, brimmed with confidence and excitement, proclaiming, Cho Tuan has already established itself as the leader in the domestic food delivery sector. Mo's Hang Engshi has no alternative. Chapter 196. The tycoon-esque recklessness within the reception room. All parties had gathered. Su Mo occupied the head of the conference table, casting a measured glance at the representative of the ugly group across from him. Please, state your business plainly, he remarked, his tone devoid of warmth. Su Mo's impression of the ugly group was far from favorable. However, this did not hinder the collaboration between Mo Shang and Shi and the ugly group. The reality was stark. There were merely two dominant players in the domestic food delivery market, leaving little room for alternatives. The lesser-known delivery services were negligible, barely surviving on the fringes. Mr. Su, we come representing the headquarters of the ugly group, Lu Xiangnan began, his demeanor amiable and seemingly benign. We wish to explore a profound collaboration with Mo Shang and Shi. An exclusive agreement, indeed, constituted a deep collaboration, potentially solidifying the ties between the ugly group and Mo Shang. Yet, such a connection hinged on the successful execution of this partnership. Failure could lead to catastrophic consequences. Deep collaboration? Su Mo's brow furrowed as he inquired with deliberate calmness. What precisely do you mean by that? It was difficult for him to decipher the ulterior motives of the ugly group, notorious for their ruthless pursuit of profit. Any so-called collaboration would undoubtedly favor the ugly group. The question of whether it would benefit Mo Shang and Shi remained open to debate. The giants of the delivery industry were adept at exploiting both merchants and couriers, often exacerbating tensions between riders and consumers. Su Mo felt considerable dissatisfaction regarding the commission taken by the ugly group. Yet, as the leader in the domestic delivery sector, they were a necessary evil. Profit was a certainty, but he could not abide their exorbitant cuts. Our current partnership with your esteemed Mo Shang and Shi is progressing smoothly. Lu Xiangnan continued, unhurried. Thus, we seek to delve into a deeper collaboration. His cryptic demeanor was infuriating, almost provoking the desire to retaliate physically. Let us cut to the chase, Xiao Shui interjected, taking a deep breath, her tone growing increasingly frigid. Our chairman is quite busy. It was a disingenuous statement. In reality, Su Mo was rather unoccupied, delegating most responsibilities to the professional manager, Xiao Shui, save for a few significant decisions. Then allow me to be forthright, Lu Xiangnan replied, his expression turning serious. According to the directives from our headquarters, we propose that Mo Shang and Shi sign an exclusive agreement, restricting your delivery and group purchasing services solely to the ugly group. thereby relinquishing ties with other platforms such as Qi Lumi. His tone brooked no dissent, presenting the proposal as an undeniable honor for Mo Shang and Shi. As the implications of his words hung in the air, the atmosphere in the room grew palpably tense. An exclusive agreement? Solely with the Ugly Group? Abandoning Qi Lumi and other platforms? How audacious! Mo could not help but chuckle, coldly remarking, "How could the face of the Ugly Group be so large? What exclusive agreement? Is it not merely an attempt to monopolize? To grandiosely engage in such sordid affairs? Do they really consider themselves significant figures? How dare they employ such tactics against Mo Shang and Shi? They must be overestimating themselves." Beside her, Xiao Shui's expression also turned frosty. Had she known of such demands, she would have never allowed members of the Ugly Group into the company, but would have expelled them outright before they even set foot inside. It was utterly despicable. Who granted them such audacity? What instilled the Ugly Group with this blind confidence? While it is true that the Ugly Group reigns supreme in the domestic food delivery sector, they cannot wield absolute power. Mr. Su, we come with sincerity. Lu Xiangnan suddenly sensed the precariousness of the situation, yet continued. If Mo Shang and Shi can sign an exclusive agreement with our Ugly Group, it would receive our full promotional support, yielding unimaginable benefits. Lu Xiangnan felt a twinge of panic. What was Sumo's attitude? It seemed there was no inclination for cooperation whatsoever. Was this not the script that was supposed to unfold? Should he not have been met with immediate deference upon making his request? After all, the Ugly Group is a titan in the international food delivery industry, its strength unfathomable. Signing an exclusive agreement with them would undoubtedly yield long-term benefits. Under such circumstances, there was no reason to refuse. Together, they could exclude competitors like Qi Lumi and other niche platforms. Was that not advantageous? He simply could not comprehend Mo and Xiao Shui's demeanor. What if I refuse? Mo found the situation rather amusing and coldly inquired, "What would your Ugly Group do?" She was genuinely curious about what measures the Ugly Group could possibly employ. One reaps what one sows. The path of righteousness is the true road to survival. Why do some insist on traversing a perilous path? Is it simply for the sake of profit? Even the likes of WeChat and QQ retreat before the Mo Shang Group. From where does the Ugly Group derive its bravado? Do they truly believe they are an unassailable entity in the international food delivery industry? If Mo Shang and Shi consents to sign an exclusive agreement, it will receive robust promotional support from our Ugly Group. Lu Xiangnan suddenly shifted his tone, subtly threatening, however. Should they decline, Mo Shang and Shi will face suppression from us, including but not limited to traffic limitations, suppression, and increased revenue-sharing ratios. The conversation had reached such a juncture. Anyone with common sense would not dare to oppose the Ugly Group. The road ahead was an endless abyss. Taking a step back could lead to vast opportunities. Why not embrace it? Should Mo Shang and Shi sign an exclusive agreement with us? Lu Xiangnan's tone softened slightly. His excitement palpable. We can assure that Mo Shang and Shi will return to its current level within 3 months, and thereafter, it will progressively rise. It is an absolutely foolproof arrangement. It was a scenario of complete mutual benefit, and Mo had no justification to reject it. An exclusive agreement is merely a commonplace commercial tactic, a mutual benefit that seems rather appealing. However, with a smile, Mo nodded briefly before resolutely shaking his head, declaring, "I refuse." As an ordinary user who had previously suffered from such practices, he harbored a deep disdain for monopolistic clauses. In the past, to listen to a single song, one had to download a specific music application. Why was that the case? Because that song was under exclusive rights. Such repugnant stipulations forced users to download multiple music applications on their devices. Fortunately, the government eventually intervened with decisive measures, compelling those music applications to yield. From that moment onward, exclusive music copyrights became a relic of the past. Chapter 197. The negotiation falls apart. Lu Xiangnan's smile instantly froze, cold sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. It appeared that the script had not unfolded as anticipated. Wasn't it supposed to be that after he expressed his intentions, Mo would immediately acquiesce? Why the refusal? Did Mo Shang and Shi intend to face the pressure from the Cho group? Mr. Su, what does this mean? Lu Xiangnan forced a smile more wretched than tears, adopting a slightly accusatory tone. Is it that the conditions are unsatisfactory? If so, we can certainly discuss further. There is no need for outright rejection. Gradually regaining his composure, he pondered the situation. Had he truly been turned down? Perhaps this was merely a tactic in negotiation, a ploy to extract greater concessions. Please reconsider. Suemo offered no semblance of courtesy, coldly replying. Mo Shang and Shi will not sign such draconian terms with the Cho Group. While it was conceivable that Mo Shang and Shi could indeed achieve greater profits with the support of the Cho Group in the future, what of it? Signing such oppressive terms would effectively undermine the future of Mo Shang and Shi. Furthermore, Suemo harbored a profound aversion to such agreements, rendering any signature unnecessary. It was utterly unexpected that the Cho Group would dare resort to such a binary ultimatum. Did they not realize that the state might intervene? Truly bewildering. Is it truly necessary? Lu Xiangnan's expression grew austere as he clenched his teeth, asserting, if you refuse us, Mo Shang and Shi's situation may not be favorable. In essence, a rejection would lead to the Cho Group's oppression. Under such circumstances, how could Mo Shang and Shi afford to defy them? The Cho Group was undeniably the leader in the summer country's food delivery industry, commanding a significant share of the market and utterly dominating competitors. How could Suemo afford to decline? One brings about their own demise, Suemo remarked with a faint smile, speaking with calm assurance. If the Cho Group insists on courting disaster, then they shall indeed meet their end. Should the Cho Group choose to disregard this matter, it would be for the best. The collaboration between the Cho Group and Mo Shang and Shi could continue. After all, the Cho Group remains a titan in the summer country's food delivery sector. It is preferable to avoid unnecessary enmity. However, the Mo Shang Group is unyielding. If war is what they desire, then let it be so. Mo Shang and Shi is a formidable contender, unafraid in the slightest. Mr. Su, do not be so hasty in your refusal, Lu Xiangnan, still unwilling to concede, replied with a bitter expression. If Mo Shang and Shi could sign an exclusive agreement with the Cho Group, it would receive our full promotional support, and the benefits reaped would be immeasurable. The Cho Group is a vast enterprise, undeniably a titan in the summer country and a leader in the food delivery industry. Such robust support for Mo Shang and Shi would surely create a win-win scenario. Mo Shang and Shi would garner a multitude of orders, while the Cho Group would also reap substantial profits. Most importantly, it could seize the already limited clientele from competitors. After all, Mo Shang and Shi has evidently emerged as the leading force in the domestic culinary landscape. Having indulged in a meal, the users of Eat What sought to download the Ugly Group app to order from Mo Shang and Shi. This decision is quite reasonable, considering the substantial overlap between the user bases of both platforms. Should the Ugly Group manage to siphon off users from Eat What, it would effectively monopolize the entire food delivery industry in Xia country. Even if Mo Shang and Shi is promised certain benefits, it is ultimately bound to the fate of revenue sharing under the Ugly Group. In the end, they are merely facilitating profits for the Ugly Group. What is there to lament? Moreover, Mo Shang and Shi would incur no real losses. Lu Xiangnan gritted his teeth and declared, our Ugly Group can, to some extent, reduce the commission rate. This is the most considerable concession we can offer. If Mo Shang and Shi still refuses, there exists no further recourse. The atmosphere grew tense once more, oppressive enough to stifle one's breath. To be candid, the offer is enticing. Suemo rested her chin on her hands and replied nonchalantly. However, I simply detest such dictatorial terms, and thus, I must decline. Before the representative of the Ugly Group could respond, Suemo continued with gravity. Should the Ugly Group adhere to proper conduct, then Mo Shang and Shi and the Ugly Group may continue their collaboration. But should the Ugly Group engage in underhanded tactics, Mo Shang Group is not to be trifled with. Even domestic internet behemoth Penguin has been thoroughly subdued by Mo Shang Group. What merit does the Ugly Group possess? Mr. Su, do you not consider us at all? Lu Xiangnan, realizing the futility of the situation, pressed on vehemently. Is it truly the case that you regard the Ugly Group with such disdain? It is undeniable that Mo Shang Group is a colossal entity. However, it cannot influence a titan in the food delivery sector such as the Ugly Group. After all, our businesses scarcely overlap. In fact, Mo Shang and Shi relies on the Ugly Group's platform for its profits. Losing the ugly group would mean Imo Shang and Sure would effectively forfeit over 60% of the domestic food delivery market. Given the vast scale of Imo Shang and Sure, this constitutes a monumental and irreplaceable loss. Please leave. Xiao Shui coldly fixed her gaze upon Lu Xiangnan and stated, "You are not welcome here. Do you still wish to impose dictatorial terms upon Imo Shang and Sure? You must truly be weary of life." The security outside was poised, ready to escort the representatives of the ugly group out at a moment's notice. "You are exceedingly arrogant," Lu Xiangnan retorted, shaking his head. "Do you believe that achieving some success in other fields grants you the license to do as you please? The food delivery sector in Xia country is deeply entrenched. An internal accord of peaceful coexistence has been established, rendering it nearly impossible for new giants to emerge. Those who attempt to make their mark are ruthlessly extinguished. During the food delivery wars of yore, countless apps perished. The ugly group and Eat would emerge victorious, standing atop the remains of their competitors, a testament to their ruthless ascent from a sea of corpses. If Imo Shang and Sure refuses to sign an exclusive agreement with the ugly group, it will surely face dire consequences. Otherwise, the clown group will show no regard for their dignity. Suppression can indeed lead Imo Shang and Sure to recognize their own limitations. One should not be blindly arrogant, believing themselves to be invincible. In reality, they are merely jesters. This serves as one final opportunity for you. Lu Xiangnan's face contorted with rage as he gritted his teeth and declared, "As long as Imo Shang and Sure signs an exclusive agreement, they will gain our clown group's friendship along with comprehensive promotion. Otherwise, Imo Shang and Sure will face the clown group's fierce suppression, which includes but is not limited to limiting traffic and increasing profit-sharing ratios. For niche dining enterprises, this represents an utter catastrophe, essentially resulting in a complete loss of users associated with the clown group." Suemo waved his hand dismissively, and Xiao Shui immediately understood. Soon after, several security personnel arrived to restrain the delegation from the clown group, promptly ejecting them from the premises. Chapter 198, The Unmasking in the Reception Room. Only Xiao Shui and Suemo remained. The clown group truly believed they were of significance. Xiao Shui exclaimed indignantly, "They actually wish to impose draconian terms on us, at Imo Shang and Sure? Have they lost their minds? Are they unaware of the formidable reputation that Imo Shang Group holds in the industry? Indeed, while the clown group has established itself as a titan in the domestic food delivery sector, they are still not in a position to wield absolute power. Their antics are merely clownish." Suemo rose and waved his hand dismissively, stating, "There is no need to pay them any mind. Should they wish to engage in a fruitful partnership, Imo Shang and Sure would be open to collaboration with the clown group. However, if they insist on repugnant terms, then there is absolutely nothing to discuss. But the clown group could very well retaliate against us." Xiao Shui suddenly expressed her concerns, lamenting, "After all, they are the leaders in the food delivery industry. If they are resolute in targeting Imo Shang and Sure, it could indeed spell considerable trouble for us. Our stores span across the nation, and our delivery business is thriving, consistently topping the charts. If the clown group chooses to suppress us, it would result in significant losses for Imo Shang and Sure. Nevertheless, the clown group must also contend with public scrutiny. Imo Shang and Sure is a burgeoning giant in the culinary world, not a soft target to be manipulated at will. Should the clown group truly contemplate an attack, they must carefully consider the repercussions. Are they prepared to bear such consequences? If the clown group is intent on self-destruction, Suemo's gaze sharpened, and he replied coolly, "Then we have nothing to fear. At this moment, the Imo Shang group is vast and powerful. Even if they were to abandon Imo Shang and Sure, it would not result in substantial loss. Of course, abandonment is out of the question. With the system in hand, we hold dominion. Should we truly fear the clown group? That would indeed be a jest. Even the mighty penguin behind the clown group was struck down by Imo Shang group. What tempest can the clown group incite alone? They cannot inflict any fundamental harm on Imo Shang group. At best, they can only be a nuisance." Xiao Shui smiled slightly, feeling a sense of relief. It seemed there was truly nothing to be concerned about. Meanwhile, downstairs, one of the representatives from the clown group wore a grim expression. "Brother Lu, what should we do now? Suemo has already rejected us?" The representative lamented, our usual tactics have failed against Mo Shang Group. Given the Clown Group's current standing, a mere hint of intent would typically lead to agreement. While some may refuse outright, they usually relent under pressure from the Clown Group. There is no other option. Refusal leads to dire consequences. We are left with no choice but to compromise. Damn Suemo. Lu Xiangnan took a deep breath, gritting his teeth as he said, "How dare he be so arrogant? He clearly does not regard the Clown Group with any seriousness. Does he truly believe he is untouchable? Let us go. Back to the company." Lu Xiangnan sneered. "I believe Suemo will soon regret this decision. When that time comes, it will not be so easily resolved." Indeed. It is often said that one does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. A few individuals hastily departed, their demeanor quite disheveled. Upon returning to the headquarters of the ugly group, the sequence of events gradually unraveled. Inside the conference room, all present bore solemn expressions. Lu Xiangnan could no longer suppress the cold sweat trickling down his forehead and exclaimed in anger, "The course of events is as follows. Suemo has been excessively arrogant, entirely disregarding our ugly group. It must be noted that the ugly group is undeniably the dominant force in the realm of overseas sales in Xia country. How could Suemo dare to offend us so brazenly? Has he truly lost his senses? Damn it." Wang Xian, equally infuriated, gritted his teeth and remarked, "How dare he? Ever since the ugly group rose to prominence, we have never encountered such humiliation. When one aspires to sign an exclusive agreement with a culinary enterprise, it typically suffices to issue an announcement. Regardless of the other party's willingness, they are compelled to comply. Otherwise, they face the formidable suppression of the ugly group, resulting in either bankruptcy or a significant decline in profits. Even if they initially resist, within 3 days of our intervention, they would be groveling and pleading for mercy, agreeing to the terms. This illustrates the fearsome nature of the ugly group." A voice coldly analyzed from within the room. Even the incident involving tainted ingredients was inexplicably resolved, which has undoubtedly fostered the haughty disposition of Mo Shang and Shi. Suddenly, the speaker shifted the tone and continued, "Since Mo Shang and Shi is oblivious to their own shortcomings, we need not show them any leniency. Respect is mutual, and their arrogance warrants a lesson in humility. Boss, we must tread carefully." Someone in the corner voiced their concerns. "Currently, we are in deep cooperation with Mo Shang and Shi. Should we initiate a crackdown? We too would incur substantial losses. After all, the ugly group primarily profits through commissions. If Mo Shang and Shi thrives, we naturally benefit as well. It is a relationship of shared fortune and misfortune. To recklessly suppress Mo Shang and Shi would be an unwise decision, potentially driving them toward their competitors, thus risking a significant loss." Lu Xiangnan promptly interjected with unwavering resolve, "Our primary objective is not to suppress Mo Shang and Shi, but to compel them to yield. If they are willing to sign the exclusive agreement, then any measures taken against them will surely be rescinded. Suppressing Mo Shang and Shi would be detrimental to our own interests. We must navigate this situation with care. It is imperative that they feel the pressure without completely severing ties. Securing the exclusive agreement would undoubtedly be advantageous. One must be willing to endure some discomfort to achieve a greater goal. Indeed, we must show Mo Shang and Shi the gravity of the situation." At that moment, another voice chimed in, "Otherwise, would it not imply that our ugly group can be easily bullied? As the leader in the domestic food delivery industry, it is imperative to adopt a corresponding demeanor that instills a sense of awe among those who might be tempted to challenge us." The consensus among the crowd is palpable, with the vast majority evidently in favor of suppressing Mo Zhangshi. The intention is not to eradicate Mo Zhangshi, but rather to compel them to yield and recognize their rightful position within the market. However, what if the competitor, Lumi, seizes the opportunity to extend an olive branch to Mo Zhangshi during our efforts to undermine them? A voice from the corner, still laden with worry, articulates this concern. What if they propose an exclusive agreement with Mo Zhangshi? After all, Lumi is not the only contender. There looms the ever-watchful presence of Lumi. Should this scenario unfold, it would spell catastrophic repercussions for our coalition. Chapter 199. The Giant's Move. Suppression is impossible, absolutely impossible. Lu Xiangnan immediately refuted, Sumo has even rejected our ugly group. How could he possibly sign an exclusive agreement with Eat It? That would be akin to picking up sesame seeds while discarding watermelons. Moreover, if Sumo looks down upon our ugly group, how could he possibly value Eat It? The ugly group is undoubtedly the dominant force in the international trade sector, commanding a remarkable 67.3% market share, firmly securing the top position domestically. In stark contrast, Eat It holds a mere 26.9%. Under such circumstances, unless Sumo has lost his mind, he would never engage in such foolishness. In the conference room, everyone nodded in agreement, finding his argument quite reasonable. Given Sumo's apparent lack of insight, they could not be blamed for taking action. Wang Xian took a deep breath. His gaze sharp and slowly declared, "We will commence a comprehensive crackdown on Mo Shang and Shi, imposing restrictions, increasing profit-sharing ratios, and employing various strategies. With such a combination of measures, I refuse to believe that Sumo can remain so nonchalant." Swiftly, the orders were set in motion. The ugly group initiated an all-encompassing suppression of Mo Shang and Shi. At a certain company, a young office worker exhaled a sigh of relief, patting her stomach with excitement. Finally off work. I must order some Mo Shang and Shi takeout to calm my nerves. Working is so monotonous and tedious, it feels like being a living corpse. If not for that meager salary, I would have long since thrown in the towel. However, the recent Mo Shang and Shi takeout has brought a glimmer of hope to my dreary job. Delicious meals can truly bring happiness, alleviating one's burdens and sorrows. Shall we order from Mo Shang and Shi then? A nearby colleague eagerly leaned in and remarked, "I'm going to order as well. The flavors are simply unforgettable. Comparable to the culinary skills of a five-star chef, yet at a remarkably affordable price. And the portions are quite generous, truly a blessing for us overworked souls." Indeed. The office worker beamed a long-lost smile, casually adding, "I even became a member of the ugly group, so I have a membership voucher. Every little bit helps, especially when money is tight for us workers." The two shared a knowing smile and began to navigate the ugly group's takeout app to place their order. Just thinking about it made their mouths water. As the office worker routinely accessed the homepage of the ugly group's takeout service, she suddenly felt a twinge of confusion. Why is Mo Shang and Shi not featured on the homepage? It was well known that due to its high sales, it consistently occupied the top spots. Yet now, there was not a trace to be found. Even after scrolling a couple of times, Mo Shang and Shi remained elusive. Her colleague, equally puzzled, muttered, "No Mo Shang and Shi on the homepage or the rankings. This is quite unusual, leaving us bewildered. Is there a problem with the software?" The young office worker, feeling somewhat bewildered, raised her head and touched her stomach, which had begun to grumble in protest. She expressed her dissatisfaction, asking what the heck was going on with the app. Normally, Mozhang Ungshi would be the first restaurant visible upon opening the software. After all, Mozhang Ungshi was an immensely powerful entity, having evolved into a giant in the food and beverage industry. Even in the realm of food delivery, its orders soared above its competitors, dominating the market. If one were to strictly adhere to the algorithm employed by the app, Mozhang Ungshi would undoubtedly secure a prominent position on the homepage. However, if a merchant were to pay extra, they would naturally be prioritized over Mozhang Ungshi. Is it possible that the software is malfunctioning? That seems unlikely. Her colleague, equally frustrated, calmly analyzed the situation. If it cannot be found on the homepage, then let us simply search for it directly. Indeed, the young office worker nodded, initiating a search for Mozhang Ungshi, only to exclaim in astonishment, "What is going on? Why can't I find Mozhang Ungshi even through a search?" This was exceedingly strange, leaving her perplexed. Her colleague, equally astonished, gritted his teeth and said, "I can't find Mozhang Ungshi's store either. It's utterly baffling." The company's employee group chat erupted in confusion. What is happening? Why can't we find Mozhang Ungshi's delivery service? Are the tech staff at Chotuan merely slacking off? Just yesterday, I ordered from Mozhang Ungshi, and now it's vanished? Damn it, after enjoying Mozhang Ungshi, I can hardly bear to consider other ordinary eateries. Does anyone know how to resolve this? I've figured it out. While Mozhang Ungshi cannot be found through the usual search or on the homepage, one can still access it through the orders section, allowing for seamless ordering from Mozhang Ungshi's delivery service. Thank goodness, I won't have to go hungry. With this solution revealed, the chatter began to quiet, as everyone prepared to place their orders. Though the situation was perplexing, hunger prevailed. Even if they felt the urge to complain, it would have to wait until they had satisfied their appetites. Finally, access was granted. The young office worker, having seen the resolution shared in the company chat, sighed in relief. What a struggle it has been. Mozhang Ungshi is typically positioned at the top of the homepage, consistently holding the #1 spot, making it virtually impossible to be overlooked. What on earth is Cho Tuan up to? Her colleague, now successfully placing an order, voiced his displeasure. Could it be that there has been a conflict with Mozhang Ungshi? Otherwise, the current predicament is hard to explain. Given Mozhang Ungshi's astonishing sales figures, how could it not appear on the homepage? Even if it were absent from the rankings, it shouldn't be completely unsearchable. There must be some hidden agenda at play here. One can only speculate that Cho Tuan is suppressing Mozhang Ungshi. Who knows? The young office worker, rubbing her protesting stomach, sighed. Such matters of conflict are beyond our concern. I can only hope to continue enjoying Mozhang Ungshi's delivery in the future. After all, now even the homepage, rankings, and search functions fail to locate the restaurant Mozhang Ungshi. One can only access it with great difficulty through previous orders. This is undoubtedly a suppression. It cannot merely be a technical glitch. If it were a technical issue, it would not solely affect Mozhang Ungshi, but would likely be a widespread problem. However, it seems that only Mozhang Ungshi is elusive, while other establishments remain operational. Perhaps if the situation deteriorates further, Mozhang Ungshi may become entirely untraceable in the realm of takeout. Yet, there is no need for excessive concern. A colleague nearby casually waved his hand and remarked, even if we cannot order from Mozhang Ungshi, there is always me. If one door closes, another will surely open. Although me undeniably reigns as the leader in the delivery industry, it still cannot achieve complete monopoly. Me remains watchfully vigilant. Chapter 200. A fierce backlash. The recent incident involving the restriction of orders for Mozhang Ungshi on the Cho Tuan platform has caused a tremendous uproar online. What is going on? Why can't we find Mozhang Ungshi's takeout shop on Cho Tuan anymore? It is quite peculiar that not only is it absent from the homepage and rankings, but it also cannot be found through search. What on earth is Cho Tuan up to? Could it be yet another issue with the potato servers? Is there anyone privy to insider information? What exactly is happening? Is Cho Tuan preparing to wage war against Mozhang Ungshi? I have insider knowledge. Extraterrestrials are purportedly about to invade Earth, and only the delectable dishes from Mozhang Ungshi can deter them. Thus, Cho Tuan has kindly initiated the restriction on Mozhang Ungshi. This is truly a benevolent act. To the person above, I almost believe that it is clearly a struggle among the giants. Typically, one side would quickly concede. However, I am indifferent to all that. I merely wish to know how I can order from Mozhang Ungshi. There are still several vouchers remaining for Cho Tuan members. As the topic gained traction, methods were swiftly shared. In fact, if one had previously ordered from Mozhang Ungshi, they could directly access the shop from their order history and place an order without issue. Even if one had never ordered from Mozhang Ungshi, it suffices to have a friend who has ordered before share the link, allowing for a successful transaction. Some even rushed to question Cho Tuan's official account. What is truly happening? Is this a server issue or a deliberate act? Are you not prepared to provide an explanation? After all, you are considered the leader in the domestic takeout industry. Is this how you conduct yourselves? The disappointment is profound. It does not appear to be a technical issue, but rather an intentional suppression of Mozhang Ungshi. Various rumors abound, yet Cho Tuan's officials continue to feign ignorance, showing no intention of responding. At Cho Tuan's headquarters, in the conference room, the atmosphere was tense. They had not anticipated that their attempt to suppress Mozhang Ungshi would yield such severe consequences. Even before they had fully executed their plan, it had already incited a strong backlash from consumers. Mozhang Ungshi's takeout had become a spiritual refuge in their mundane lives. To have it taken away would naturally provoke resistance. Boss, the situation is dire. A voice from the corner spoke up with urgency. The suppression of Mozhang Ungshi has triggered a fierce backlash. If this continues, the outlook is grim. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Those consumers are the very lifeblood of Cho Tuan. Offending them could lead to dire consequences. Given the circumstances, there is no turning back. Lu Xiangnan stood up to calmly analyze the situation. If we halt midway, the exclusive agreement will become void and we will be looked down upon. Once the arrow has been shot, there is no returning it. Since we have resolved to suppress Mozhang Engshi, we must proceed resolutely. Otherwise, it would be wiser to collaborate with Mozhang Engshi instead of courting such risks. Indeed, if we cease our suppression, it would merely embolden Su Mo's audacity. Nearby, someone echoed, stating that our organization would be utterly relegated to a passive position, unable to hold its head high even before those dining establishments. Our organization is the forerunner of the summer foreign takeaway industry. How could we possibly yield to Emoshang and Sure? Yet, the digital realm is currently rife with unfavorable news directed at us. In a corner, another individual continued to counsel, suggesting that as time progresses, the situation will only worsen. The patience of consumers is finite, and once it reaches its limit, an outburst is inevitable. Moreover, with the exquisite offerings of Emoshang and Sure, it is simply intolerable. Were an inconspicuous eatery to face our organization as pressure, it might not draw public attention. Even if a few loyal customers noticed irregularities, their grumbling stomachs would likely lead them to other takeaway options. Thus, our organization's suppression proves to be quite effective. A mere limitation on orders can cause a restaurant's sales to plummet by over 50%, a veritable weapon. Under such circumstances, merchants would swiftly choose to compromise. However, issues arise when facing Emoshang and Sure. The popularity of Emoshang and Sure is undeniably overwhelming, with outlets across the nation offering takeout. In any reasonably sized city, one can effortlessly order from Emoshang and Sure and enjoy a splendid meal without stepping outside. Consequently, any problems with Emoshang and Sure's takeaway service will undoubtedly attract widespread scrutiny. Furthermore, data analysis reveals that if we persist in suppressing Emoshang and Sure, the only beneficiaries will be Qi Lumi. As a perennial runner-up, Qi Lumi has long coveted our organization's position, practically salivating at the prospect. At this, the group fell into contemplation. The fierce competition between our organization and Emoshang and Sure could very well allow the onlooker, Qi Lumi, to reap the rewards. This is clearly not the scenario our organization desires. At most, it would merely allow Qi Lumi to gain temporary advantage. Lu Xiangnan, shaking his head in resignation, firmly declared, I believe it won't be long before Emoshang and Sure concedes. Once we sign an exclusive agreement with them, Qi Lumi will merely be a jester. Immediate gains cannot outweigh long-term benefits. Should our plan succeed, our organization will monopolize the entire summer foreign takeaway market, relegating Qi Lumi to obscure corners to survive in desperation. At that point, even if our organization wishes to increase profit-sharing ratios, the merchants would likely dare not voice their grievances. We could even profit from both ends, ensuring that couriers are not overlooked in the exploitation. Profiting would become as effortless as play. At most, we must avoid overstepping, lest we invite national-level repercussions. Boss, I believe Emoshang and Sure is already at the end of its rope. Lu Xiangnan inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth. They can only choose to concede. Otherwise, they will face the terrifying price of losing more than half of the domestic takeaway market, which is evidently unacceptable. The individual in the corner exhibited a complex expression, uncertain of what words to utter. In truth, his intention was to maintain the amicable collaboration with Emoshang and Sure, avoiding any unnecessary complications. After all, Choutuan had already secured a commanding 67.3% market share, firmly establishing itself as the leader in the domestic arena. In contrast, the market share of Qi Lumi was merely 26.9%. Choutuan was undeniably in an invulnerable position. There was no compelling need to enter into a so-called exclusive agreement with Emoshang and Sure. Moreover, behind Emoshang and Sure stood the illustrious Emoshang Group, a company steeped in legend, renowned for its myriad achievements that left one in awe. Could Choutuan truly compel Emoshang and Sure to yield? The prospect seemed bleak indeed.